balas do Adrian na direção da equipe da Kong. Vai ficar hoje pra cima do Silence.
Ele e o Vitinho contra 3. Ex-Quest na marcação. Opa!
Esperto, cai no chão. Só o mano Silence agora. Silence do matador. Na resposta. Silence! Bicampeões! Intense Game!
Olha aí,
Tem briga contra. Acaba sendo eliminada. Ela não perdoa. Somente jogador de pé. O Mano Tonka ficou perto do carro e vem a pressão. Ai, olha o carro, bicho! Chega a luta pra cobrar. A equipe da Intense. Adrien Pedrinho faz os cliques. A S2 chega junto e dança. Baila. Tem jogador do lado, mas ele é puxadão pra fechar agora. United vem de um lado pro outro. Tem essa equipe de pé. Dorin tenta responder. Deitado no chão. Roaco chega. Garrafa no conjunto agora. O ruxadão pra cima deles. O Dorin coloca ele no chão. Pedrinho chega junto. De lado, só o time de pé agora. É chance pros golfinhos. Botar nos seus pés, esquenta ele, aquece o coração do de menor. Só o Remo de trás a pé dos tiros em cima. 3, 2, 1, os campeões da América. Intense Game!
For the PMSL Americas Fall 2025 split. Out of Brazil, the #1 seed, it is Intense Game. Qualifying #2 out of the Titan Series from North America, it's VIP Esports.
Drop it.
Out of North America, PUBG Mobile's partner team, it's Xforce. Out of Latin America, another PUBG Mobile partner team, it's ROW Esports. Qualifying #4 out of the Titan Series from North America, it's straight Outta, Nepal. From Brazil, a partner team, it is Team Liquid. The The number 2 team out of Brazil's PMCO, it's Maryland Esports. Finishing third in the Titan Series and a PUBG Mobile partner team from North America, it's iNCO Gaming. And finishing third in PMCO LATAM, it is Team Jaguar from Latin America. Out of Brazil, it's their third place PMCO team, none other than Loops Esports. From Latin America, the second place finishing team in PMCO LATAM, it's United 4 Gaming.
Drop it.
From LATAM, a PUBG Mobile partner team, it's 9Z Globant. Another partner team from Brazil, it's Alpha 7 Esports. The number 1 team from Latin America's PMCO, it's Resilience Esports.
Drop it.
The number 1 team from North America and a PUBG Mobile partner team, it's Wolves Esports. And last but certainly not least, it's Brazilian partner team Influence Rage.
A equipe da United 4 Games chega
Aí.
junto.
Forte pra esse endgame, se conseguir limpar o público.
Nossa! O jogo da VIP tenta forçar os cliques do Globant, consegue na resposta. Manda a VIP de volta pro lobby.
Olha o Revo, olha o Revo.
Levantou agora o Revo, sentou o dedo pra cima
Pra cima do
dele.
Lohan e vai depois pra cima da equipe da Liga.
Percebeu, viu? Vitinho se aproxima, vai passar o carro, passa por cima do Vitinho. A Luz é eliminada do jogo.
Eles não sabem que o jogador da Mel a gente tem visão. E opa, olha só a movimentação, Squash eles não viram. Na passagem Pedrinho foi pego. E agora é o último rushadão. Ele consegue o primeiro nocaute. Que situação complicada. Será que o Squash consegue?
Está longe, tem abertura agora, o Michigan também tomou de graça pra ficar esperto. Neusada não perdoa, puxa a granada, vai estourar e responde! The winner, chicken dinner, lose! Pode ter agora frente a frente, chega junto, Lil Boy, tenta clicar, olha os cliques de low, Diego, quer forçar contra a equipe da Loops, agora são só as duas, senta o dedo, Diego! Winner, chicken dinner, influence, e vai ter um frente a frente, você vê no detalhe do drone, chega junto agora, colega, abre a mira, tenta forçar, remix, já coloca o Polotome pra cima, Rock tá no chão, o Rex também eliminado, e aí, a equipe da United vai dessa pra melhor, levanta todo mundo, são os momentos finais dessa queda, é pra tentar finalizar, um frangão na conta, chute, mas a vitória é pra Intense, pode comemorar!
It's that time of year again, that special time when the best teams out of the Americas region gather on the battlegrounds to figure out who is the best, who will represent the region at the Global Finals this fall. What is going on, everybody? My name is Powerbang, your host of the PMSL America's Fall Split. I am so excited to be here. This is my favorite time of year, but the good news is I don't have to do it alone. Let's welcome in a couple of our other broadcasters. It is none other than the 7WG as well as Enigma coming in to support the broadcast, and I'm so excited, boys, to have you on the show. 7, we'll start with you, man. What's been up? Are you ready for this?
I'm doing great, man. I'm excited to see if this is PMSL Brazil or if things are going to be changing this time around.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We won't have to wait too long, though. I have a sneaking suspicion. Enigma, how's it going, bud?
It's going great, and for the most part, it's the start, like you said, of Americas, and right after this, it's PMGC. So I'm just waiting for us to kick things off tonight to see if it's, like Seven World says here, if it's Brazil, or if there's maybe other teams that could show up today.
I'm so excited to talk more about it. I've got so many things I want to hit with you boys, but first, we need to talk about what we're doing here. The format is epic. Let's go ahead and check it out. Here is everything you need to know about PMSL Americas. This tournament will be played in multiple phases. League Stage 1 will be from October 1st through October 3rd, while League Stage 2 will be from October 5th through the 7th. From there, we move into the championship rounds. 16 teams representing the best of North America, Latin America, and the host region Brazil will take to the battlegrounds, with each aiming to score the most points possible to move on to the PMGC Global Finals. Now let's talk points. Each kill is worth 1 point. Teams will also be rewarded with placement points. Win the game, score 10 points. Head start points will be awarded to the top performing teams after each league stage concludes. The highest ranked teams can earn up to 15 head start points per stage. In the finals, each team's kill and placement points will be fully reset, but all head start points will carry through. The prize pool for this PMSL Americas stands at $200,000, with $60,000 going out for league stage performances, with the league stage and finals MVPs also earning rewards. The stage is set and players have their eyes on the prize. Will nerves play a factor, or will experience under the bright lights have teams dancing their way to victory? Now, let's get a little clarity on the format so we can understand the rules of the game. During each league stage, teams will play 18 total matches, and then head start points will be awarded based on their team's placement. That leads us to the PMSL Americas Finals, starting October 10th and concluding October 12th. For the finals, smash point rules are in full effect. The initial matches of the finals take place on days 1 and 2, and after day 2, a points threshold known as smash point will be set at the number 1 team's point value plus 10. Any team, regardless of their rank, can clinch the tournament championship by meeting the following conditions. First, they need to cross the smash point threshold. Then, they need to earn a winner-winner chicken dinner in any game that follows. Now, if no team meets these conditions, the tournament will continue. But if a team above smash point wins the game, the tournament is over immediately. And that team is crowned PMSL America's champion. They'll win a share of the $140,000 finals prize pool. On the line for this year's PMSL Americas is $200,000 in prizes and one of 5 coveted spots at this year's PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Who will have what it takes? Who is truly the best of the best? There is only one way to find out. Who will be the champion? Such an epic format for an epic tournament. So excited to see who is actually going to be here. We saw quick flashes of it, boys, during that little format graphic, but I want to talk more in detail about who exactly is participating in this tournament and how they got here, essentially. So let's see the participating teams for PMSL Americas. Again, this is the fall split for 2025, and we've got 3 different regions that are represented here. We've got Brazil, Latin America, and North America. Seven, talk to me about what you're seeing from each of these regions and who we got to watch out for.
Oh man, I'm going to be looking at what Brazil is going to be doing right off the bat, because even though we did have some teams in PMWC from PMSL Americas, they didn't even get a chance to reach to PMWC finals. So it's a bit of reorganization here for Americas, and I'm excited, honestly, Enigma, to see what North America is going to be doing, because Wolves was very close during spring break.
Yeah, I believe it was, 6 or 7 points, whatever the amount total was. Wolves essentially just needed one strong game. I believe it came down to just a Miramar, almost, we could think of from that last sort of screen. But for these other North American squads, I want to see Xforce as well as iNCO Gaming potentially perform a bit better here tonight, PB.
Now, each of these teams had to qualify to get here, with the exception of our partner teams, who received a direct invite based on their performance and consistency over tournaments past. And the great news is these are a lot of the familiar faces that we've all come to know and love. Your Alpha 7s from Brazil, your Wolves from North America, your 9Zs from LATAM. These are the teams that we need to see if they can deliver when the pressure is on. Some of those that have qualified N7 might think, oh, it's a free ride to get here to PMSL Americas, but I wouldn't sell these teams too short, because they have been there and done that, and they're going to be looking to deliver today.
Yeah, it's definitely not a free ride. And I mean, even Wolves, they were able to play in Titan Series, and they were a team that finished in first place. So even if they weren't a partner team, they were going to be here regardless, because of the performance that team has been able to pull up. 9Z, I'm excited to see what that team is going to be doing. Remember, during Spring Split, they had Remix, and it was not for a long time. So now that they've been together for much longer time, and hopefully, Remix, you are healthy, unlike the finals during Spring Split, we'll be able to see a great performance out of this squad.
Solid roster from 9Z indeed, with Milos and Kollega. We've got to keep our eyes on that team for sure, but let's check out the road to get here. First, from North America, the qualifying tournament to make it to PMSL Americas was the Titan Series. From Season 8, we saw some of the best teams from North America duke it out, with the top 2 placing non-partner teams qualify their way through. That ended up being straight out of Nepal on your screen, and Team Seal, who have since been picked up by VIP Esports. So VIP and straight out of Nepal, those are the 2 teams kind of qualifying their way in. Enigma, what do you expect to see from these 2 teams that have made their way through the Titan Series?
Well, Team Seal, I'm expecting to see a lot of growing pains in the first phase, maybe even 2 phases. Hopefully the experience is able to kind of amount to something, but going into that straight out of Nepal roster, they've been competing in North America for the last 2 or 3 years as a team, finally now kind of breaking through that international barrier, being able to make this sort of LAN event for Americas, as well as having the player Leon on their squad, who I actually played with back on Wildcard a few years ago. So definitely expecting to see a lot of, I guess you could say, growing pains as well as out of that squad, but also some experience shining through some of these veteran squads that we've seen in the lobby. But the nice thing with these teams, PB, is they were actually able to go against the partner teams while the other regions weren't able to. So I hope that experience against those top squads will be able to help them perform today.
I hope to see it. One of the things that I always mention about this region are teams tend to not stick together, and it's like musical chairs on these squads. But the good news for teams like straight out of Nepal, this is a squad that's been together for quite some time, and they're finally starting to crack through. 7, they have qualified, and they finished number 4 in North America. And then VISP Esports, maybe a little bit of a surprise here at number 2, but they finished ahead of teams like iNCO Gaming, who's a perennial contender out of the region. Do you think either of these teams, kind of has a chance to maybe be a dark horse in this competition?
I'm like, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say VIP Esports being able to qualify even higher than iNCO Gaming, even though iNCO Gaming is a partner team. That just goes to show that this team is here to play, making sure that they secure a spot. Now, in regards for them to be in a dark horse, I want to see a little bit more of what they're going to be able to do, because with the way that's set up and with the format video that we got a chance to see earlier on too, there's only going to be the top 2 teams that are going to be moving on to PMGC. So it's going to be tight.
It really will. Let's check out the road to get here for Latin America. The road was through PMCO LATAM, and we saw 3 teams, Resilience Esports, United 4 Gaming, and Team Jaguar, qualify their way through. And I will say that Resilience Esports put on a dominant show at this PMCO tournament. They were a team that finished nearly 40 points ahead of second place, the biggest margin of any of the regions. So as a newcomer, maybe a bit surprising, but also that leaves me so excited to see Resilience during this tournament. Enigma, what do you make of LATAM so far?
LATAM so far, a 40-point dominance definitely speaks volumes, but I'm also loving to see that United 4 Gaming was able to qualify again, being a squad from last Americas, being the spring split, now qualifying again into the fall season. A team that didn't have the best performance last split, had that 12th place finish, 78 total points going into the finals there, but hopefully this time around, having those few extra months of kind of practice and merging together, hopefully we could see some more signs of life going throughout this whole tournament.
Not even that, you're going to have Jaguar too as well from LATAM there. They have experienced players. Earlier you were talking about how straight out of Nepal had experienced players. Well, don't worry. LATAM is also going to be doing that. They have Potro, they have Milovan. These are players that have been here for a very long time. And if you talk about shockers, to be honest, LATAM was able to shock us a little bit with what 9C was able to do last split. I'm hoping that that's going to be the case here coming into now the full split.
Absolutely. RTP on top here. Generally a pretty new team. There are 4 total new teams to this split at the PMSL level. Another one of those new teams was Jaguar, like you're mentioning, but this just a new team in name. This is a team that, for the most part, was Team Queso in previous tournaments, and they look good. So again, keep your eyes on Jaguar in this tournament. And as Enigma mentioned, United 4 Gaming qualifying through once again, stating that they deserve their spot here on this big stage. So again, that is LATAM. They've qualified through at the PMCO level, and I'm so excited to take a peek into Brazil because they also had a PMCO, that's the Club Open, where 3 teams that are familiar faces did make it through once again. Qualifying through PMCO Brazil was Intense Game, Maryland Esports, and Loops Esports. Now, Maryland is a new name, but not necessarily to those in the know. They've got some experienced players, and some of those come from the vaunted A7. So again, talk us through that, 7, and let us know what you think about Brazil.
Almost half of the squad has been players that have been in Alpha 7 in the past. You got Sinab, which is a very experienced player. You got Squash as well, which in a way kind of crumbled during last split, and we saw him not being able to perform that well when it came down to PMWC. Now he has had a little bit more time. Now this is his second chance to come into PMSL Americas with a completely different team and to just maybe state his name, because we know that he definitely has the skill. In regards to Loops, man, I'm excited for Loops because they've been able to pick up a Rato Boy. This has been a massive player that we haven't gotten a chance to see because he was in a squad that didn't make it in the last play. Now he's here with Loop Esports and Intense Game. What do we have to say about this team? They won last season.
This has to be the favorite region of the tournament. Brazil has continuously delivered time and time again, representing the Americas at the global level. Intense Game wins the qualifier. They are your champions from the spring split as well. Can anyone stop them? That is what I'm keeping my eyes on. But even the partner teams from Brazil, Alpha 7, Influence Rate, Team Liquid, they are looking super strong as well. Enigma, who's your favorite team from the Brazilian region? Who are you watching?
I'm watching Maryland squash the boy. I know Seven was just kind of laying into him a bit, saying, you know, the inexperience. You know, he's a young gun. Okay, guys, he had the Alpha 7 tag for a reason. So him coming into today, hopefully after that sort of World League performance, pressure makes diamonds, right? And if you underperform, you always try to make yourself come back and prove the haters wrong. So I want to see at least from Maryland to be able to perform here tonight, but as well as those other teams that we threw the question mark out there, hopefully we could see a strong start today.
We'll keep our eyes on it. Maryland, I'm expecting to do well. Maybe a dark horse to win the whole thing. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on Squash, Sanab. We'll see what they're going to be doing. But the first thing that I want to point out that's a bit different about this particular tournament is the map rotation. This might be one of the first times that we are seeing one of PUBG Mobile's brand new maps in the circuit. So we're going to start off today on Rondo. We have retired Sandhawk out of competitive play, and Rondo has taken its place. We'll kick off with that in match 1, followed by 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars to close out the day. 6 matches total. 7, what do you make of Rondo, man? Are you excited to see it in the rotation?
I'm very excited. I got a chance to see some gameplay out of it. And boy, this is a map that rewards aggressiveness, that rewards those teams that just likes to go for fights and likes to get a lot of eliminations. From what I got a chance to see from PMSL Southeast Asia, at times we had 3 up to 4 teams with 10 or more eliminations. And now going into a PMSL Americas, we are here. I'm excited to see who's going to be taking in that aggressiveness during Rondo because of just the way that it's going to be playing. It's going to be completely different. And a lot of these teams are more than likely going to be playing it for the first time in this kind of setting, not just a practice or a scrimmage setting.
That makes a ton of sense. I am, for one, excited to see Rondo. I want to see if teams can adapt, if they can use that aggression. We'll keep our eyes on it for sure. Let's go to Enigma. I got to ask you, my friend, we've got the standard tried and true Erangels coming through. Obviously, it's the bulk of our games today. You know, what do teams have to do to, you know, really solidify a solid performance on day 1? Because you got to think that day 1 is so critical to getting off on the right foot. Yes, we've got, you know, a few days worth of stage 1 league play, but man, so much pressure on these teams right here, right now. What do they got to do on Erangel to get things going?
They got to perform, and they got to get the eliminations under their belt. They can't allow these other teams to just kind of walk over them. I'm really worried about some of these NA squads like SON or VIP. They like playing very passive, going for these sort of split plays, while these regions like Brazil, like Latam, love the aggression. So especially going into Rondo with the respawn towers and all this other different map rotations and POI, I'm concerned that that might be too much of a mental block to lead themselves into Erangel to be able to perform the most out of the most played map.
Respawns are going to be very interesting to see at the competitive level. I want to see what the pros actually do with that. I will be watching that for sure. I want to come to you guys for some thoughts on what might transpire today, though. I'm thinking back to the spring split where we saw the likes of Influence Rage and some of their really solid players, Intense Game, Alpha 7. Those were your standouts. We saw Diego, Adrian, Lorenzen, Rafa, Mafioso, all just delivering the goods time and time again. Will it be the same story in the fall, or are we going to be seeing some newcomers potentially top the tables? Give me your guys' predictions for the whole tournament, not just game 1. Which team do you think is going to finish first place? I'll go with you, Seven.
I think it's more than likely going to be Alpha 7. They have made some big changes in regards to roster, something we haven't really gotten a chance to talk about. But you guys were talking about how some teams decide to just stay put together. Man, Brazil was just a roster mania throughout this offseason as we are going to be jumping into into Rondo. I'm so used to Sandhawk being the first match. But for Alpha 7, I feel like this is going to be able to tell a lot. How are they going to be performing? How are they going to be bouncing back, Enigma, from the performance that they had at PMWC, which was god-awful?
You got to bounce back, and I'm not sure if they will be able to do it. The pick? Oh, man. I'm going Maryland. I'm a Maryland fanboy right now. Okay. I'm not sure why, but they've got to be my pick with Squash.
Ooh, I like it.
I like it. I like it. I'm going to go Influence Rage, fellas. This is a team with Diego, Lorenzen, Lil Boy. They've been together a long time, and they just continue to deliver the goods. We'll see if they can pick up the slack here. That's who I'm thinking is going to win it all, but now it's time for our first game. Rondo, Game 1 of PUBG Mobile Super League Americas is live. The teams are out of the plane. They've hit the boots on the ground, and now it's time to get that position. I'm so excited to see what this first zone does, if it's going to push teams away from this plane path. Keep an eye on this as the circle pops, but 7 got Alpha 7 on that west coast, going to Zhao Tin, getting that loot. We'll see how they could deliver.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking for some hot drops too, because with the way that this format is going to be set up, I mean, usually we tend to say teams maybe have 1 to 2 games that they can just kind of slack off, right? For some of these teams, they cannot afford to do any of that, and I'm glad that we're not seeing that many hot drops right off the bat here. You were mentioning Alpha 7 is going to be said. They are going to be having Carrillo, Rebel, all the rest of the squad there. Intense game. The defending champions having to make and fight their way back here to PMSL. And boy, were they able to do it in a very exciting way. We'll see if they're going to be able to perform again. But a team that I know we were picking favorites earlier. We're picking teams that were going to end up being in the first place. I'm really excited to see what Loops Esports is going to be doing because of what I mentioned earlier. That pickup with Rondo, he was an impressive player when we got a chance to see him last year at PMWC. He was able to perform really well at PMSL America's last fall split last year. And ever since then, we just haven't gotten a chance to see him. So it's good to see him back in this kind of stage. And is he going to be able to perform, PB? That's going to be the big question mark for this squad.
Really is. I'm glad you mentioned Loops because this is a team that I like as well. But, you know, I don't even like them as much as Reflections, one of the other hosts that will be coming in a bit later this tournament. This is, I think, his favorite team. He's always calling them out. So I'm going to throw in the initial pick for Reflections that Loops is a team to watch. Definitely keep your eyes on them. And Rattleboy with the pickup, as Seven mentioned a bit earlier, something to keep our eyes on as well. They are sniffing out straight out of Nepal right now. This is a team from North America that just slipped into this tournament. Again, straight out of Nepal, Enigma is a team that, for me, is a perennial 5th place finisher in like every tournament they've taken a part in, but they finally got their way in. It's here right now where they've got to prove that they belong.
Yeah, I'm proving right now Gatsby is going to be the first one tested, and Zelda's not wasting any time on putting the gas down to the metal. And for the most part, SON actually have Leon all the way up north while Loops is making this aggressive play. So I hope SON is able to potentially stall out Loops, allow the off angle to come through. But now we're seeing at the S12K trying to find the pre-fire shots. Not sure exactly where he's at. The door peek comes through. No shots connecting, and Loops, they're the ones doubled up onto the railing here. Gatsby will be able to drop down, but the bait play onto Zelda. One down here, and for the most part, Loops Esports, they did have one elimination, but one coming right back for SON. This is the matter of if you can land the shots, but the nades won't let you shoot your guns here. 7, the fighting's going back and forth, and I wonder where is Leon in all of this?
Leon currently nowhere to be found, but Loops Esports, their squad. Oh, look at where Leon is. He's pretty much sitting at the recall tower. He's waiting. PB, you were wondering how this pro is going to be handling the recall tower. They said, we're not even going to go towards. We're not even going to get a chance to maybe get all of our squad eliminated. Leon, you know what? Just get your ass over there to the recall tower and be ready, because more than likely we're going to end up losing that. And, well, it works out for them because Leon was ready.
He really was. He was, you know, primed, ready to go. I will say, though, that was nearly disastrous for Loops. I mean, that was not an encouraging fight. You know, they had the numbers. They had a player isolated. They weren't able to convert, even though they had him pinned on that balcony. He was able to jump off, but I really liked what I saw there from straight out of Nepal. The coverage for that player jumping off the balcony. Got the knocks, but unfortunately, they just didn't have the numbers to finish the fight, but that's okay. Leon will get that revive going. Now it's time for iNCO versus VIP. A little North American violence here, Enigma. These teams just seem to have it out for each other every time we hit a regional or global tournament.
Yeah, for VIP Esports getting that knock as well. We saw just at the beginning of the transition on a McGrellin just opening up this compound completely for the squad. And for VIP, not even having a player knocked, allow themselves to just take this fight sort of slow. We see Vitaly kind of just ratting it out, maybe looking for that respawn play. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that action going down later on in this tournament. These teams potentially just going for these 3v4 engagements and going for the full reset afterwards. Yeah, Vitaly, you're done. So VIP picking up 3 eliminations to their name. But with the respawn coming through, PB, the total elimination count in these games, I feel is going to start getting a little crazy here.
It really will. I think the MVP leaderboards could be wild with Rondo in the mix. We've seen some big totals before, especially out of the Brazilian players. But man, with the hot action early on here on Rondo, we're already off to quite a few eliminations. But the interesting thing, Seven, is it really doesn't affect too much of the gameplay. If you take a peek at the players remaining right now, there's still 64 despite seeing quite a bit of action so far.
Yeah, it gives you a bit of a mulligan for some of these teams. If for some reason the first engagement does not go your way, if you are able to set yourself up in a recall tower, you're going to be able to maybe, hopefully, pick up at least 1 or 2 Ilims, or if you don't pick up any, at least you have that 4th and last player just being the anchor near a recall tower, and that's what we've seen so far out of 2 teams. So I'm pretty sure we're going to continue to see that out of more teams as well. Usually when we don't have the recall towers, you see the players just making sure they make their way back to the fight. That's not going to be the case. Now the players are making their way back to the recall tower and securing themselves. You were talking about Maryland earlier, Enigma. There you go. You have them on the screen. They decided to go with funny names, so we're just going to go with what we're seeing on the screen here. I'm going to make a guess and say that this is Sanab that we're currently looking at. A very experienced player. He's been to Alpha 7 a couple times. He's been to other teams as well. I'm hoping that his experience is going to shine through with maybe Squash.
Yeah, and another team that's got a lot of experience now, Alpha 7, taking the engagement onto VIP Esports. Squad that already has a few eliminations under their belt, but definitely going against Alpha 7. You have to be very careful taking these engagements, and we're actually going to be pulling right up potentially into the open to Gazal. Feel some shots were coming down from Alpha 7. A little bit of a split actually going on. We can see in the top right of the screen for the map view. Creo now trying to apply some sort of pressure, and this is the scary part about Rondo. It seems a lot of these teams opting for the off angles, trying to test the knowledge that these players have in terms of positioning, map, rotations, everything of the sort. And Mafioso, he's the one going for the shot, but Prince gets right into the vehicle. 1 HP, the headshot from the Og's not going to be able to connect enough here, PB. I wonder if Alpha 7, you look for some of these issues involving these knocks, but for VIP Esports, now they're on the back foot. They got to be careful here.
They really do. I feel like he should have used a bigger bullet, you know? I feel like a 7.62 right, might have got the job done there, but that's okay. Hey, Alpha 7 and VIP come together, and VIP, again, weapons warm, winning some engagements here, but they do trade. We've got Batman down at the moment, but not a bad start for VIP. They've been active, and we'll see if they can convert as Prince rolls up from the rear. Maybe a bit disjointed on their timing and kind of cohesiveness here, but again, as far as the gunplay is concerned, they seem to be kind of on it so far for VIP Esports. That's got to be good news for them. I will say, Seven, I'm really liking Rondo as a first map so far. You know, that respawn feature, the you know, basically resurrect your teammates. This is like a perfect mulligan, like you said. It's an awesome opportunity to warm up those weapons and feel like you don't have everything on the line early on in the game. So for me, I'm a fan of Rondo so far, and it's not just people snaking around in the jungle. So again, happy with the change so far.
I'm a fan of it too, honestly, with what we've been able to see so far. And this is just the beginning of the game. We've only been not even 10 minutes into Rondo, and I'm absolutely loving it. When we get a little bit later, remember that you're going to be able to actually mess with the terrain a little bit, as we do have some other quads here going up against each other straight over Nepal, trying to get some more eliminations. There you go. They're going to be able to secure one more and get possibly a pickup here out of the top team from LATAM's PMCO. That's gonna feel good, Enigma, right there, considering that you were talking about how they have been so experienced. They're looking to make sure they show up here and being able to at least win a fight there against the top team from LATAM's PMCO. It's gotta feel good. Gotta give you some confidence.
Yeah, and especially after the reset, right? Losing 3 players to loops off drop, being able to get that loot kind of right back into your pocket from another squad, and for it being Resilience Esports, they honestly were just kind of ratting them out in the crates there, waiting for a squad to just pull up and really just spring that trap, so to speak, around that southern edge of the circle. But now we see a lot of these teams. It's going to be Xforce making their rotation into the circle, actually about to be dead center of this new circle shift, going right into Influence's Rage's split. I wonder if they're going to be able to make that sort of contest, maybe go for that fight off at the compound, but you got to be careful being in these parts of the circles now with it congesting down. We're seeing it now in that elimination feed. 7, I know you're looking at it. Alpha 7 and RTP, they're going at it.
I'm like, this is what I was expecting. Teams to just be aggressive, especially during those recalls still being available. Just go for it. If you're able to at least keep one of those anchor players, whichever one it might be, near a recall tower or at least to a path with it, you're going to be able to pick up so many eliminations. And I feel like this is currently what Alpha 7 is trying to do here, even with just 2 players. By the way, something to mention for the viewers here in regards to Alpha 7, they did end up picking Gizao, and I'm surprised that they actually decide to start with him because they also have Obscure. They have 2 really talented players. So I'm intrigued to see how that's going to be working out through the rest of the PMSL, if they're even going to let Obscure play at some point, or if they're just going to keep this roster.
I don't like the look of this house, 7. I will say Xforce is pulled up into this broken down 2-story shack, but it does look like they're trying to make their way out of it. 24K looking up the hill. Influence Rage has them kind of pinned down, but they do have a nice central spot in this zone. Just not the greatest cover, but the bad news is for Xforce, this zone isn't getting any bigger. It's shrinking. We're likely going to see some more teams start to crash out of their position. It does hard shift to the southwest, but Xforce already on the move. Fate trying to get him to somewhere nice. I like what I'm seeing from them. They really need to kind of get things going early. I'd hate to see Xforce start with a bit of another slow day as we've seen in previous tournaments. I think they've got some of the skills to pay the bills. They just got to kind of build on that early success, so I'm hoping to see that from them. Enigma, circle's getting small. We still have 15 teams alive right now. Ooh. I mean, what do you think is going to happen here?
I think a lot of these teams are going to start dropping like flies, at least losing some players early on. We're seeing it 9Z trying to just weasel their way in along the riverside here down southwest. Not enough to really stay here in the circle, about 60 meters or so out from being in the next play zone. But the issue for them as well, not only do they have United 4 Gaming, but also Alpha 7 coming behind. But now Maryland, I'm seeing it now, Jaguar opening knock onto the squad. 7, if you're Maryland, you're wanting to take this fight now.
And they are going to be aggressive. You can see them now starting to spread out a little bit more. The grenades are going to be coming in. Jaguar now having to fall back as well. With that one down, do you go for it here? Do you wait a little bit longer? You can see one of the players there from Maryland getting some damage as well as they're trying to move around. There's the pickup. The nade is not going to go through, so they're going to get a bit of a reset too. Meanwhile, in the elimination feed, you got Loops versus Wolves as well. Another great fight, but this fight right now is about to heat up as Maryland is going to start pushing up forward. You can see one player goes now. It's going to be 360 and 180. Oh, and he gets caught there by the Jaguar player. Can they confirm it? And they are able to confirm on that player from Maryland.
Yeah,
really solid play here from Jaguar.
It's too aggro. The Molly as well.
I like the off angle there, Enigma, for Jaguar. He was already posted up. You saw the flank go wide for Maryland Esports, not realizing he's there. They didn't get that angle that they were hoping for, and now we're trading, baby. It's Maryland versus Jaguar. Who is going to come out on top here? Right now, Maryland clinging to life, but Jaguar has the cover. They're trying to make use of it, but too many bodies on the ground for both sides. Somebody's going to have to clutch it up.
Yeah, but Jaguar, thankfully, they have the closet here. They've been able to just rat it out inside an SON. Even though they got the eliminations, they see the play zone coming in 7, and they're saying, yeah, no, we're going to just make our rotation in. This is going to be on that far northern side. And I was thinking a lot of teams were going to be fighting here, 7 Worlds, but instead they all just opted to rotate around early. This is completely free for the taking.
It will be. Meanwhile, Doran currently getting shot at. The last player standing here for Wolves. You don't want to see this team being out right away, especially when we talk about Rondo, especially how we were talking about. You got to be able to take chance. You got to be able to take an opportunity with just the recall towers and being able to take those fights, get those eliminations, up those stats, because once we end up going to Erangel, there might not be a higher chance in regards to teams being able to get 10 or more elims. Let's see if Disney is going to hit.
Ooh, it's close. I'm so nervous. Bounced just over his head. Man, the Wolves right now are down to just Doran. This is one of the strongest players on the squad, and I will say that's a bit of a surprise. We were watching warm-ups and some of the test matches prior to going live here, and the Wolves seem to have things clicking for them. The guns are warm, and Doran trying to make use of some of that momentum, but right now the Wolves getting chopped down to just one player remaining, and we still have 14 squads left alive right now. So lots of players on the battlegrounds, and the zone is quite small at this point. Now we're dealing with blue zone damage. So again, things not looking too strong for Wolves, but we take our attention over to Loops right now and see what they can do. They still have 3 left up, Enigma.
Yeah, and I'm seeing actually, I believe it's Radaboy off and Narni actually went for a reset all the way out into the blue zone, but while they're going for that, the respawn tower's still up. United 4 Gaming now forced into the fight against 9Z Globant. This is going to be all the way down south of the circle ship. Joko, that MG being able to really reign supreme, and his teammate actually just making work on the wall himself, not even needing the support from the squad mates. 8 having to just watch from afar on the warehouse rooftop while Reyes is ultimately going to get ISO'd out into a potential 1v2 scenario. But for both of these teams, 7, they've got to make this light work happen pretty quickly, or else the blue zone's going to start doing damage.
And not only that, you were talking about the recall earlier. I mean, they're going to end up closing at one point or another too. So you got to make sure you take a decision here and you take it quickly in regards to how you're going to be taking this fight. Ray is still alive. You're going to have somebody else there from 9C Globant on the off angle. And Ray is just looking to try to figure out where the rest of this squad is going to be as the grenades are going to be coming in. Now he's going to get shot from the angle to Reyes being able to connect there with at least one of the nades. And it's none other than Milos. Milos trying to get that off angle, trying to give some cover over to Reyes. But it is going to be a little bit harder, barely being able to escape that grenade right there, PB.
He's tap dancing around it for sure. We saw Milos connect with Koldo just a moment ago on the team grenade, which is not what they're looking for, but now they're on the push. Reyes with 1 HP goes down. Joaco gets the knock. United 4 Gaming has 9C in trouble. They still have 2 members up. It all comes down to Milos, but has the high ground. Milos takes a peek. He's got those grenades out, and this is my favorite thing about pro play are the quality of the grenades. We'll see if Milos can connect. Lobs it down the hill, just misses Enigma. This is too close to call right now. Milos has the skills to pay the bills, but can he get it done before Loop shows up?
Yeah, unfortunately, it was Loops getting that last knock. United 4 Gaming weren't able to get that elimination under their belt, but now with this being happening on this edge of the circle shift, Loops actually has the better positioning being over this hillside as well as being closer to the new circle shift. 30 seconds left as well. If you're United 4 Gaming, you honestly just need to concede this and try to find a new spot into the circle shift, but that respawn that happened earlier paying dividends, I feel, for Luke being able to play a full spread, and we actually just see all the United 4 Gaming players getting stuck in the blue zone. Will be able to knock Radaboy as well as Nizelda. Wait a second here. We might be seeing the Heimlich maneuver having to come out from United 4 Gaming, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. Loops Esports will have the eliminations under their belt. I believe 10 of their 7 worlds, so for a squad like this, getting the resets happening, they got to do it fast.
That's right. They're going to be able to react, and we're talking about recall towers. Well, guess what? They're not going to be playing into effect anymore. So if you do end up getting eliminated, that's it. You're going to have to wait until the next match, as we do have some of the other squads. Look at Intense Game, just playing so much outside of the circle, too. Going to be playing that edge. Meanwhile, Rowe's going to be setting themselves up pretty there towards the southwest of that circle. And Influence Rage, a team that you are all about, PB. You can see them there on the northeast, trying to control some of that area. We'll see if that ends up working out for them as we're moving over to iNCO versus Xforce. Xforce, we want to see them being able to get those eliminations. We want to see them being able to get hot. We know what Fate can do sometimes. I know the roster has changed a little bit, right? Enigma, if I'm not mistaken, Ballard's not going to be playing today.
Not playing at all. He's viewer parting, but they do have the coach on land to go in between games to give him the support. But the real issue right now for iNCO Gaming has got to be straight on Nepal. All 4 players up, just angling out these players. The smoke grenades only last so long, right, with Xforce being up in that shack. It's really just a waiting game for these teams to try to find these eliminations, with Xforce being the only team comfortable doing just that. And we see it now. KC not even able to get the reset off from his teammate. SON opting to leave the fight. A duo now trying to find themselves in zone, and SON, I feel like he might have rotated a bit too late coming into the circle, trying to actually pull up right onto Fate, not realizing there's a player next to him. Turn around! Oh my goodness, Xforce thankfully getting the knock and elimination now, having 3 elims to their name, 3 players up, and unfortunately they still have to deal with iNCO Gaming here on the northwest side, PB.
You know, I will say, they teach this in driver's ed. You gotta perform your head checks when you're pulling up to park. That was a failure on Straight Outta Nepal's part, but that is okay. They had a decent first game, I will say. 4 eliminations, not too shabby. What I'm happy about right now, look at all this North America action here in these late circles. You got iNCO, Xforce, Straight Outta Nepal. They're all getting busy with it. And you know what? There's even still Wolves that are sneaking around with 1 player left. Doran's still up. So, you know, interesting first game for sure. I like the position of Influence Rage on the northeastern part of this circle. But again, they're all going to have to fight each other. The circle is just too small for this many teams. But the good news is for everyone left standing, they are into the points. As far as rank goes, the top 8 teams will all be taking at least 1 point away here. I like the dance with this car, 7. McGrella not able to avoid the fire uphill from Influence Rage. Influence Rage putting down all kinds of pressure.
Oh, for McGrellin, it was working so good until it stopped working out good for him. Getting off the vehicle, not pressing the brake, the car's just going to keep on moving through with the new mechanics that we have here in PUBG Mobile Esports. But, okay, Xforce, there you go. You end up getting eliminated, but you were able to secure at least 3 eliminations. So I'm happy about that. Now, for Influence Rage, you currently have iNCO here up against the zone. You don't want to get too over here. You don't want to just hunt that team down because you do have to worry about some of the other teams that might end up rotating. They do have a big split, a 3-1 split at the moment there for Influence Rage, so that might end up working out for them. Doran, you were talking about him earlier, PB. There you go. We see him get eliminated by Intense Game.
Absolutely. This is a really interesting zone. It goes center, which again is ideal for basically everyone except for Influence Rage and Alpha 7. Both of those teams were rooting for that hard shift to come their way, but both will have to fight their way in. Xforce with decent position does go down. I will say props to iNCO for pushing their way into that circle, getting that position, and hey, they still live to fight another day with 1 player left up. But I gotta say, boys, I've noticed some trends this first game, and it's one that the lobby was hoping would not be a storyline, and that is Alpha 7 already on 11 eliminations, not to mention Loops on 11 eliminations. These are 2 teams that you do not want to get hot early, and unfortunately for the lobby, they are still cooking. Alpha 7, though, with 3 players left standing and decent position, they've got a real shot to win this thing, Enigma.
Yeah, and for the most part, they've got so much room down on that southwestern side. Team Liquid not opting to contest, rotating down south. If it's only going to be Royals of War, Esports being their sort of fear factor in this lobby, but it doesn't even look like ROW's looking down south at all. They're only paying attention dead center into the circle. So if I'm an Alpha 7 player, I'm potentially even looking for an opening knock onto ROW. This could be the prime real estate spot in the circle. But I also want to see, going into this sort of next circle shift, how many of these deployable flares will get used, that deployable cover coming down with the triangle. So many teams opting, I believe, now to start taking that, picking it up to prevent themselves from having to slam a compound or a tree. Just make the cover yourself. But we see it now. Influence Rage getting a little bit caught up in that sort of eastern side, as well as iNCO Gaming playing spoiler 2, Team Liquid, and Mythic's down, but only having 2 players up. They got to deal with Influence Rage now, 7.
That's right, Team Liquid trying to bounce back. By the way, Kayovsky, one of the new players for that squad as well. Last year, he was an analyst during the PMSL for the Brazil squad. Now he's back to playing. Love to see it. Chief currently putting in some damage. Going to be the last one alive now. Influence Range trying to crack down on this. Ooh. You can see Chief there trying to go for that LM, trying to secure it. He wasn't able to, but as everything was going on here, Alpha 7 decides to rotate from where Raw was and just go all the way to the northwest, trying to see if they could maybe end up third party in that fight. I think they got there a little bit too late, Enigma. You were talking about some of that cover. Guess what? Intense Game is going to be one of those teams that's going to be using it, as now we're seeing the fight happen between Alpha 7 and Influence Rage, and Alpha 7 is going to come out on top, and boy, they are currently just destroying with 14 eliminations.
Yeah, why do you even play the south side if you hear Team Liquid fighting all the way up to the north? Just make the rotation again around the circle. So really just proving that the vehicle rotations, the gas usage needs to be on point for some of these squads. And unfortunately, Team Liquid and Influence Rage, as soon as I had seen them fighting, I knew it was going to be just a who's playing for placement at that point. Intense Game now looking to potentially go onto the aggression into Alpha 7. Alpha 7, though, having an amazing sort of angle spot on that roadside. A little bit of a lip as well to work with, but with it being the new circle shift now popping, pulling actually all the way to the east, I'm honestly a little bit worried here, PB. I see Intense Game. They do have a split on the hillside, but with both these other squads having 3, if not 4 players up, are you really going to be able to hold such a large split?
I really think that they've got a nice little high ground position, but at this point, Alpha 7's cooking with gas, boys. They are humming along. They were circling in behind Royals of War on the southern part of this zone, and as soon as Team Liquid cut across, and it was a race to the flank between Influence Rage and Team Liquid, ultimately, Influence Rage wins that fight, but Alpha 7 rotates the entire way around the circle and shows up to third party, taking position from Influence Rage, and they did it with just 3 players. Alpha 7 absolutely clutch so far, and now they're trying to own this circle as stage 7 starts to shrink. Man, Influence, not Influence, but Intense Game owns the high ground, but Alpha 7 seemingly with this momentum and the angles, and of course you've got poor Royals of War hanging out in the buildings down below, just hoping zone comes to them. But you never know. That might be a winning strategy here. It could go any which way right now, 7.
That's right. Something that I want to point out was what Intense Game Adrian was able to do there. He was able to come out with the explosive bows and use it to just work on the terrain there, make themselves and work themselves a divot. So Alpha 7's not going to have just a free visual towards them. We've seen the explosive bow in PMWC when Souk was able to use it. But now for this squads to start using it here just to work with the terrain, love to see how these teams are starting to adapt already, even though it's the first game of Rondo that we're seeing. I can't wait to see what the rest of PMSL Americas is going to be showing as Pedrino currently with the high ground, trying to spot anybody from Alpha 7. Meanwhile, Silence is going to be moving around, not being able to connect with the shots right there on Gizao. And this squad now is going to start being a little bit more aggressive. What is Ro going to be doing throughout all of this, Enigma? Because Ro needs to make sure that they don't just fall asleep, even though they have a lot of cover to work with them.
Yeah, it looks like 2 of the players actually rotating on foot to the east, trying to get some back shots going on to Intense Game, and they actually get a knock onto Rafa. Adrian made the divot, able to potentially pick up, yeah, he's going to pick up his teammate and bring him into the divot here. We'll be able to get the reset going on, but this is the issue. You go for the shots, you kind of rush this sort of white play onto Alpha 7, and now you result yourself in Pedrino getting knocked. Everyone stacking into the dip here, Power Bang. If you're Intense Game, you've got to somehow cauterize the wound here, be able to really collect yourself into this late game circle, because every knock after this, you got to imagine it's not going to be a reset coming through.
No resets at this point in the game. We are stage 8, 30 seconds to go to final circle time. And I will say, if you're Intense Game, Silence wants those shots back. Had the angle on 3 Alpha 7 players and ultimately just whiffed them. They want those back, but now it's up to Rafa to try to get things done for Intense Game. But the pressure has started to mount. We've got Royals of War making their entry finally from the other angle. I'm liking the Royals of War approach so far. They have bided their time. They have not been incredibly aggressive. They prioritize zone position, and now they own most of it. But despite if they get a chicken dinner or not, you gotta think at this point Alpha 7 is probably locked up first place after one game just due to the number of eliminations. They're sitting on 15 right now, 7.
What's ridiculous, too, is that Revel, usually the player that's able to get the MVPs, it's not even alive. I'm pretty sure the other teams are going to be happy about that, as Gisao and Mafioso now jumping into the vehicle here, trying to relocate themselves. You can see how more players are starting to work with that terrain, work themselves a little bit of divots. But the thing what happens is that when you allow these teams to get so close, the grenades are just going to be within range. The Molotovs are going to be within range as well. And you're going to see exactly what's currently happening here to Intense Game. Getting pepper from one side and another. Ro and Alpha 7 going back and forth on this roster. Adrian is going to be the last one alive, trying to see if he can maybe end up connecting. The grenades are going to start cooking even more as he's currently hiding behind that vehicle. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 on the deep end, waiting to see what's going to happen between this engagement. Adrian now having to switch around, but it's going to be too much as Ro just cleans him up. And is that a... Oh, it is an MG3 Enigma. Alpha 7's got to watch out. Don't let Ro get too close.
Yeah, and at stage 9 right now, they're going to be forced to getting close to one another. Royals of War, oh my goodness, the nade hitting all 3 players here onto Alpha 7. ROW, I expect them to have the backpacks filled with the utility, with the ammo, because they've been sitting pretty all game in that compound down south now, forcing the fight onto Alpha 7. But you got to be careful. There were some body boxes down on that cliffside there when Alpha 7 came in with the pull-up, so it's not like Alpha 7 doesn't have the utility to work with, but we see it now. The comp sort of layout for this map going to be ending right around this bridge side. Alpha 7 trying to play the stall game, but with no smoke grenades, it looks like maybe only even 1 or 2 to their name. They've got to somehow find a way in, and that MG, like you said, it's going to just be blasting the smokes. We're trying to make the cross a bait play. Mafioso actually cleaning up one. Dementor now getting the trade knock, but this is all for naught, PB. It's all a matter of who lands the shots, but it's 2v1 now. We're getting close. ROW's got to be careful.
They really do. David down the hillside right now trying to make a play. Dementor up top gets the elimination, and that will secure a game 1. Winner, winner, chicken dinner for Royals of War. Latin America's solid team coming in, showing what they do best. That was an incredible final circle performance from them. They're going to be celebrating, but boys, they look cool, calm, collected, like they've been here before. You know that they expected this. Man, oh man, you got to like where that ended up for them. But Alpha 7 looking super dangerous, I will say. 7, I'm liking the prediction so far, my friend. They're looking really good.
I'm liking it too, but I need to tell myself, calm down. Remember what happened last split? Alpha 7 was absolutely smacking everybody during league stage. Then we got to grand finals, and I ended up with no nails watching the finals myself. So I'm just going to take a chill pill. Great performance out of this squad, considering they do have a couple new players there.
They really do. And I will say I've seen all I need to see. Rondo is certified approved from Powerbang's perspective for comp play. Incredible action, the dynamic terrain, super cool. Just seeing some of the tactics these players are using. And I got to think that it's only going to get better because of the experience level that these guys will continue to bring. So again, I'm a fan of Rondo. Hopefully the players are as well. But man, what a cool first game. The action started early, Enigma. We saw the North American teams get into it early. We saw Loops get into it early. And the cool thing about Rondo is there's a respawn if things don't go your way.
Yeah, and that's the beauty. We like Sandhawk because of the early aggression, but we're saying, hey, Rondo, let's just add in some respawns. Same size map allows you to play it out how you want. Obviously, we saw iNCO Gaming as well as S1 using those respawn beacons over and over. And yeah, it allowed these other teams to get elimination points, but it also gives your squad signs of life to get back into the lobby and get the eliminations that you're looking for. And for the most part, we didn't get to see too many signs of life out of Wolves Esports. We saw that solo, I believe Doran, 7 Worlds make that rotation and later on into the circles, but we got to be looking at keeping those 4 players upright. You don't want to be playing, especially the first game of the day, as a solo.
Oh, for sure, especially if it's going to be a Rondo, because, I mean, we've seen the amount of eliminations that these teams have been able to pull up. You got to make yourself one of those teams as well. You got to make yourself one of those teams that are going to be fragging out heavily. And by the way, McGrellan there, it was working out so well there with the vehicle, just moving it around until it wasn't. And Team Liquid, I got to say, this is one team that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, because if we're being completely honest, that's a team that absolutely sucked when it came down to PMSL America's Spring Split. And they have made some big changes in regards to some players. They also made some changes in regards to coaches as well. And I'm excited to see if those changes are actually going to be doing something for this squad, because they cannot have the same performance they had in spring here in fall.
You know, that's a really good point that you just made. I will say that the, Team Liquid, oh my gosh, I'm getting attacked here. Team Liquid made an incredible performance this first game compared to what happened in the spring. That's a squad that I'm firmly looking at right now because, they've got to step it up. They've got to deliver or risk, potentially having to change things up a bit more than they have so far. But I liked what I saw from them. The aggression, the zone rotations, trying to get around Influence Rage, but they both had that same idea in the first game. It ended up just being a game of inches there for them. Didn't work out in game 1, but again, liked what I saw from Team Liquid. Give me some of the other teams that you were taking a peek at, Enigma, for that first game. Who kind of caught your eye?
Well, for the most part, I was looking at that sort of Influence Rage, the rotations early on coming from the hillside. They actually held a 2-2 split going into that second or third circle shift, but ultimately afterwards, there's no sort of information from these teams on maybe the inexperience of the map. Maybe it's just that sort of new perspective coming in with respawns. These teams, though, really trying to make their mark on Rondo. But now, PB, after this, we're going right into Erangel, baby.
We're going to have to see who can do it on the tried and true original PUBG Mobile competitive BR map. So, guys, that is game 1 in the books. We're going to get things kind of squared away here. Take a quick breather. We'll come back for Erangel in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile V4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a predator, your goal is to defeat the survivors. Prevent more than half of the survivors from escaping. Even though you're fighting alone, the predator is very powerful. You are much faster and stronger than the survivors, and can track them by following their footprints. You also have some exclusive skills to help you defeat the survivors. Gain rage by attacking and knocking down survivors. At a certain amount of rage, you'll level up and unlock more terrifying and powerful skills. When survivors activate a terminal, take damage, or rescue a teammate, their location and silhouette will be exposed for a short time. This is your best chance to strike, so make the most of it. Be careful of the interactables on the map when in pursuit, as they can cause you some trouble. Make good use of your skills to prevent the survivors from escaping. Before reaching level 3, when you knock down a survivor, you can pick them up to finish them off faster, or move them somewhere else to prevent other survivors from rescuing them. If you're already at level 3, you can directly execute down survivors. Don't worry, if the survivors manage to summon the exit portal, it takes a while to unlock, so you'll still have a chance to stop them. Defend it and don't let your prey escape. The hunt has begun. Are you ready?
Everyone, get ready. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wait! The Crazy Chicken Day has started. Play PUBG Mobile together. Push your rank, get valuable rewards, and complete missions to win cash prizes. Crazy Chicken Day! Be my best teammate!
Okay.
Welcome back to the PMSL America's Fall Split for 2025. My name is Power Bang, the host of the show today alongside 7WG and my man Enigma. Guys, we've been through one game. We saw Rondo make its debut into the pro circuit. I'm a fan. It looks super good. And boy, oh boy, we saw some teams really stand out. Top on the list, Alpha 7 and Royals of War out of LATAM. Things are looking strong for those two teams. But beyond them, 7, let's talk about a couple of the other teams that you saw that looked encouraging, right, after this first map of play.
Encouraging. I was gonna say maybe not as encouraging because I'm thinking of none other than Wolves. I wanted to see a little bit more out of them, man. When I saw Dorian being the last one alive, I was really disappointed because of what I've been talking about when it comes down to Rondo. The ability of you just, even without a win, you're able to get just 10 points. That could be massive considering that some of these teams, depending on where they end up in phase 1, obviously when we go to phase 2, they're going to get those bonus points. And those bonus points could mean anything because the top 2 are the only ones that are going to be going to PMGC besides of the PMGC points for region and all of that stuff, right? But this is why I was a little bit disappointed there with Wolf Esports once I saw just Dorian. But maybe they'll be able to switch it around. You were saying earlier too, Enigma, we're going to be going to Erangel. We're going to have 3 of them back to back to back. So this is the time for them to shine.
Yeah, and for shining, for the most part, get it, guys. It's day 1, game 1, the jitters. I don't care how many times you've been on stage. Some people just can't shake it off until they play that first match. And for Wolves, maybe that's just the case for them, right? I want to see them as well, obviously, pop off. With there being respawns, I thought we'd see a little bit more aggression early on that we see from them so much into the Titan series, as well as the sort of scrims we were able to watch leading into this event. But for the most part, team that really surprised me into that last match, I hope we could see more of it coming into these 3 Erangels we're going to be seeing PB, is straight out of Nepal. Even with them losing players early on, the respawn's obviously a bit more of a crutch maybe in keeping their players alive, but coming into Erangel, the aggression is what we want to see right out of squads, especially a new team coming into the league like SON.
You know, with 1 point for every elimination, you like the aggression, especially on Rondo, where you don't necessarily have that risk factor there. It's a great way to pick up some early points. We saw straight out of Nepal get it done early. They didn't quite close the door on loops, although they had a nice little jump on that fight. Maybe if they had had some numbers there and not been so spread, might have turned out differently. But I gotta say, a lot of the North American squads, you know, having a decent run at things in this first game. VIP Esports mixing it up. And not only that, but doing pretty decent with Alpha 7 and some of the other squads out there. But let's take a peek at the stats here from Royals of War. This is a squad that kind of was quiet until the very end. And then you saw those eliminations start rolling. Deminor picking up 4 to lead the squad across the finish line, picking up first place in our first match. 7, you know, this is a squad, again, they've been around the block. What do you expect to see from them moving forward?
I was happy to see them being able to react to the fight that was going on away from them, and they were willing to actually move out of their cover and go towards that fire, secure themselves a win, and wait for the right moment to just strike. Sometimes we tend to see some of these teams being a little bit too passive, and that's why I was telling Enigma, I'm worried that team might fall asleep. That was not the case. Was not the case. It's Alpha 7 putting up 21 total points, 15 of those coming in from eliminations. Not what I was expecting, honestly, even though I picked them earlier when you were asking PB to win. A great performance here on the first game from Alpha 7.
It really was. And, you know, I will say that, you know, Intense Game, Influence Rage, Team Liquid, all looking the part from Brazil. And so they're going to be your top 5. But one of the teams that I was going to point out, despite being in some trouble early, Enigma, was Xforce, making their way through those zones. And what I liked from them was the speed at which they were rotating. They found themselves in a 2-story shack in a bit of trouble. But as that zone shifted, they were bailing quickly to secure that position. It paid off for them with a top 8 rank.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you're top 8 if you got a team like Loops coming in with 11 eliminations. Obviously, a lot of that coming from other teams' respawns throughout the match. SON being one of those teams, as well as United 4 Gaming. But a lot of these teams on the bottom end really struggling to get themselves up into that top 8 range, especially on Rondo. You got to get close to that double-digit elimination marker. But we can see the overalls, of course, after game number 1, Alpha 7. We knew after seeing that elimination count, they very well would be first place. But these other layouts, it's pretty close to your power bank.
It really is. You know, obviously Brazil so far, top of the tables, and quite a few representatives there on that first column. Look for that to continue, but not if the other teams can help it. One of the surprises that I might think was a bit of a shock for some of these teams is Resilience Esports, right? This was the #1 team in PMCO LATAM, and they were #1 by a wide margin. They come out and they're the first eliminated out of this first lobby, and they only pick up 1 elimination in a lobby where respawns are enabled. So Resilience not getting it done here in this first game. But 7, I do like the fact that every team is on the board. They've all gotten that monkey off their back, and everyone's got at least 1 point.
No donuts. I'm absolutely there with you. Nice to see. And I'm with you along the lines of Resilient Esports. Even if we go lower, I was expecting a little bit more of the 9C Globant, especially with what we've seen in the past out of this squad. Being aggressive, take advantage of Rondo being pretty much rewarding aggressive teams. That was not the case for this squad, as they only ended up with just 1 elimination. I'm sure they'll be able to bounce back. And with Resilience, I'm hoping they'll be able to adjust to the gameplay that the Brazilian squads are going to be showing. Sometimes it takes teams a little bit longer. I mean, we just heard Enigma say he was expecting Wolves Esports to be a little bit more aggressive with what we've seen out of Titan Series. Once you end up being with squads from other regions, you have to slow your roll and feel yourself out. And I think what some of these squads might be doing.
Really is. We take a peek at the maps here. Erangel coming up next 3 times in a row. So no more respawns, baby. We got to play it for real now. Things are a bit more pressure packed. And if we're thinking back to those standings just a moment ago, you're absolutely right. Some surprises on the bottom. Resilience in 15th. 16th goes to 9Z. The 9Z is a team that I have in my top 5 of the entire event. So this is somebody that I'm looking to turn things around. And Wolves, another squad that for me underperformed Did anybody see what happened to Wolves last game? All I know is I blinked and Doran was alone. I wonder if he felt the exact same way. Enigma, I don't know if you caught it, but again, Wolves is a team that I think needs to step it up. They have made too much of a habit lately of getting themselves into a hole, and they've been able to dig out of it in these past tournaments, but this is a higher level of competition. I don't know if they'll be able to pull that same stunt.
It's exactly how you said. Different level of competition. You can get away with it in the Titan series. I get it. Maybe you could 2v4, 3v4 some of those squads. But when we get to the big leagues, when we come into this lobby specifically, especially it being the fall season leading up into PMGC where teams are wanting to get into form for that event, if they're looking for that top placement to move on, you got to be able to show up and get those eliminations. And yeah, it's only been one game, Rondo especially being maybe that sort of inexperience factor for some of these teams, but coming into these Erangels, you got to make sure that your team is working as a unit, because I felt last split 7, you can maybe correct me if I'm wrong, I felt Wolves' biggest issue is having one, if not two of their players honestly just getting caught out in the open, being that first opening knock and elimination, while other teams, they're able to keep themselves up for longer.
I know exactly what you're talking about, brother. I know exactly which player you're talking about, too, because I was calling him out at one point, and it happened to be Juancho. And when I got a chance to go to the grand finals, I was like, yo, Juancho, come on, man. You gotta stop dying so early on. And he was able to switch it up, and that's when the roster actually started performing quite well. It comes down to that, Enigma, exactly what you're saying. They need to make sure they don't lose players early on. They got to keep at least 3 to 4 players alive. I mean, ultimately, you want to have the 4 players alive, especially in top 5 situations. But if you're not able to, try to keep at least 3. And I'm sure these teams are going to end up adjusting to what Rondo is going to be given tomorrow when we come back to it. But for now, we're going to be focusing on Erangel, and I'm going to be focusing on some of the squads that are kind of down towards the bottom of that overall leaderboard after the first match. Maryland, I know PB, that's one team that we've been wanting to see more out of, with now Squash and the other teammates getting Rondo out of the way. You get to go back to the normal form of Erangel. This is your time to shine.
They've got some reps on this map for sure, so we'll see if they can rebound after a weak game 1. Again, I'm kind of looking at my list of teams here, and again, I think the top of the tables right now are kind of as expected for the most part. Maybe a couple teams, that are thrown in there, but generally speaking, I think the top of the table is like mostly Brazil, mostly some of the teams that we would expect to be there, but it's like that mid-tier and the bottom tier right now. Who knows, right? Rondo may be a bit of a wild card. I want to see if those standings kind of hold true as we go into Erangel. If maybe some newcomers are going to start to be a threat towards the top of the charts. That's what I'm kind of keying on here. But as we get ready to hop into our second game, I do want to get some predictions from you fellas. I'll go first this time since I had the benefit of kind of waiting last time. I'm going to go with Team Liquid to take this first game. I liked what I saw from them, and for me, it's kind of like make it or break it early for Team Liquid. They got to get things going early, start building that momentum. But Seven, what about you? Who are you thinking takes this one?
I'm going to go with not a Brazilian team because I don't want the same thing to happen as last season. I'm going to go with Wolves Esports. I'm hoping they bounce back. I'm hoping they learn from the mistakes from spring break. Maybe they'll be able to bounce back quickly here going into the second match.
And Enigma, give us your thoughts. Who is taking this game here? Our first Erangel of PMSL America's Fall.
Gotta go to the well, baby. Straight out of Nepal. I like the Rondo. They have the respawns. Maybe keep the players up a little bit longer since you only got that one life, but we gotta show some NA love, right? It can't be just the Wolves Esports pick. We gotta be doing it early on here.
All right, well, with that, we are ready for our second game. It is Erangel. We'll go to the forest and see who can get it done. I, for one, am looking for that southern military zone. I love the chaos of the bridge. We'll see if the PUBG Mobile gods deliver, but it is time to drop in. Let us know in chat who you are rooting on and who will take this second game of our tournament. Will it be a hot Alpha 7 continuing on their terror, or will it be one of our newcomers that are getting the job done? Here comes the plane. Looks like we have a nice little northwest plane path coming in all the way over Zarki, all the way over Milta Powers. This is a fun one. And maybe we get a long rotation here down to some Primorse Ferry Pier final circles. I don't know. That's kind of what I'm hoping for, Seven.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 is going to be set. They're literally flying over their landing spot. Is anybody going to be challenging there as well? And for VIP, even though Mustache Dave is probably looking at these insane Sarkia bros, VIP, it's a completely different team, different players too, but I think they're sticking with it as well because they are going to be going there towards the north, towards Sarky. So that was, I don't know why that was such a big question mark for me for this squad. Enigma, I'm kind of happy that they're continuing with their hot spot, with their drop spot right there in Sarky.
Hey, Zarky, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. As long as you can make that first rotation into whatever circle shift, it doesn't really matter too much what your POI spot is off rip. But most of these squads, we see Maryland up there into the north, going to be the only team actually kind of towards the river. iNCO Gaming spreading out towards that shelter, yes, Naya field area. But most of these teams actually looks like a lot of split dropping. Some squads being right next to one another. I was interested in seeing what Team Liquid was going to look like. They're actually going to be full stack next to Showdown and Nepal on their drop spot towards that Milta bridge side, but that's not the only spot here I'm seeing. PB, some other squads really getting dangerously close to fighting each other.
They really are. You know, you guys mentioned VIP Esports kind of dropping up north in Zarky, and the funny thing is that's not even the same VIP Esports squad that did that last split. It's an entirely new roster with Team Seal being picked up. I wonder if there was some intel passed along. Maybe this time, though, they won't camp out right next to Alpha 7 the whole tournament. I've got my eyes on that. But now we take our turn with straight out of Nepal, getting caught out early. Wolf knocked, and Team Liquid on the warpath early, straight out of Nepal. This time, though, won't get the respawn. They were fortunate enough to get on Rondo. This is Erangel, this is PUBG Mobile, and Leon is around to hopefully deal some revenge, 7.
I mean, both of you guys' picks decided to just go up against each other. PB had Team Liquid, and then Enigma had straight out of Nepal. They're like, okay, you know what? Let's just fight it out. Let's get it out of the way early on. And right now, Team Liquid is the one that's actually coming out on top. And I was surprised to see not that many hot drops coming into today. I was expecting to see a little bit more, at least 2 to 3. But the fact that we're only getting 1, it's not bad. Gatsby being able to get a bit of an off angle right there, forcing Chief to move up. He's not going to be able to connect there with the second player, but he should be able to pick up this elimination. Enigma from Mythic being in the middle of the road. If he's able to get it, oh, he might not be able to.
Oh man, yeah, y'all are just playing so much pressure, as well as Kayowski getting up close and personal, trying to prevent the thirst going through on a Team Liquid and Chief. Oh my goodness, just the pre-fire almost with the pump, putting Leon down. Now just the Gatsby, and look at this Team Liquid understanding the situation immediately. Back up, allow the reset to come through, and the teammates will follow to give the support. Yeah, we do get the knock onto Ayala, but we can see the rest of the squad coming around onto the roadside. Team Liquid, even with that knock into the roadside, able to keep all 4 players up. PB, your pick is looking hot right now.
How did they manage to save the player that was knocked in the street? He had 2 HP, was pinned by 2 different Shredder Nepal players. Team Liquid clutches and gets it done in the streets of Milta. I thought they had no chance there. And honestly, while they did build some momentum and picked up 4 quick points, I felt like they played that kind of recklessly. I mean, they were charging across the street after getting only 1 knock, no helmet, pump shotties, absolutely no armor. Somehow, some way they come out on top. That's just skill and experience speaking for you, although they might be playing it a bit fast and loose, 7.
Yeah, I think maybe if that other player from straight out of Nepal had a different weapon with him instead of the baby gun he was shooting with, he might have been able to connect. He might have been able to continue to challenge that. But I like Team Liquid. I'm with you in regards to PB. They were just playing that so aggressive and not really thinking about it, that they were able to just fully adjust to it and be like, oh, there's still one more player that somehow he's been able to get off angle. Let's focus on him. Let's make sure he's not able to finish our other players. So the way that they were able to like regroup after that, it is quite impressive, especially being here on the second game of PMSL America's Fall Split.
They made it work. You know, that was, again, maybe not the most ideal situation, but that's what good teams do, right? They find ways to get out of sticky situations and to convert those situations into points on the board. That's what Team Liquid does. And again, after a decent game 1, they are the team that's built the most momentum here in game number 2. All 4 eliminations early belonging to Team Liquid over in Milta. But now it's Everest that's in play. Royals of War are defending champs from game 1. They're going to try to stake out an early claim on this mountain, and for me, Enigma, this is an interesting play. It's always good fun up here, but it's almost like do or die once you go up to this point, because you're either hanging out until you know, the zone ultimately collapses and you've got to defend the hill, or the zone rotates away from you and you are trying to work your way in. Give me your thoughts on Everest and how it kind of works into the gameplay.
Well, it works in a sense if you get that circle shift down south. This first zone is essentially 50-50 on the water side. We see Influence Rage up there to the northern side, that sort of God compound on the bridge. But if I was Rose of War, I'd be trying to split, honestly, to the other compounds around the circle. Maybe even rotate towards Hospital, hold a huge spread, because all these players, we're talking 9Z, Loops, even Wolves, they'll understand that, hey, since we're rotating so late, Everest is going to be taken. And the Rose of War, if you don't get that southern shift, you want to make sure you're able to rotate immediately up to the north. So not seeing that just yet out of that squad. Looking at my sort of map screen, but United 4 Gaming now being the team, one of the squads actually in the circle zone here on the far eastern side of the map 7. I'm interested in seeing if they're going to opt to maybe rotate all the way up to the north into Severny, or if they'll maybe try to gun it through Yasnaya and across that bridge line.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a tough one, I think, especially with the current transportation that they have available for them. They might end up playing it a bit slower. They might end up just waiting and possibly playing a bit of the blue zone. There you go. The blue zone is going to come into effect already for them, waiting for everybody else to pass them. The one thing I would have to worry with that squad, if they do decide to wait a little bit longer, is that Team Liquid, if for some reason decides to wrap around, they might run into each other. But one team that is going to be running into each other, none other than VIP Esports against Maryland. And there you go, VIP Esports, Saman getting eliminated very quickly away from his squad and getting caught way off guard here. I don't think VIP Esports was expecting anybody to be here towards the north, but with the crewing circle that we're working with, PB, you gotta expect, especially this early on.
It was a brilliant play from Maryland here. This was a set play from them. You could tell that they expected somebody to be dropping in Zarki, and with this northern circle, they left their drop spot in Severny and camped right outside. They posted up one player to kind of scout, and they had VIP run straight into them. You saw the quick rotation come in. They were able to take advantage, getting that quick knock. VIP now at a little bit of a weakened strength, but they did avoid disaster there. 3 of their players just left Zaman out to die, and they will rotate to circle. But man, that could have been awfully bad for VIP. The bad news for them is if they're going to get camped out by Maryland and they've got Alpha 7 to their south, that for me makes Zarki kind of a no-go zone from here on out, because they've got 2 massively difficult squads to deal with. I got to keep my eye on that for sure, Seven.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's one team that they'll have to wait and find out. I'm pretty sure they'll go back, look at the map feed too, after all the games, and be like, okay, were they actually set? Yes, they were set. They were waiting for you. Let's see if we can maybe end up working something out. And it's funny that we talk about VIP Esports. You said it. I've said it as well. This is a completely different roster, but for them to just decide to keep that same drop, they might want to switch it up. They might want to go with something different for them. But the thing is that with everything, and depending on the playing path, everything might be taken. They might be forced into a hot drop.
Yep.
And that is something that you just don't want to end up doing. As we take a look here at the playing path, Alpha 7 is going to be looking pretty. IG as well. VIP, even though they have 3 players, they might be looking to get into a compound a little bit closer towards the center of the circle and might be able to edge out Enigma just some placement points.
Yeah, you got to look for it. They do have 3 players up, and with them being in that North George section, they could potentially hold off a squad on the pull-up. Definitely a hard slam going into those apartment buildings, but as soon as you allow people to get into your building, the cockroaches just start coming out, right? You just start having to deal with S12, smokes, frag grenades, everything of the sort in these buildings, and that's why we see Alpha 7 opting to leave a lot of the apartment buildings in North George, trying to hold a bit of a split, because we saw it last game, right? 15 or whatever eliminations they got. They're wanting to put up double digits again, having this sort of bridge camp. And I'm honestly a little worried. A lot of these teams here, Powerbang, I was making note of it earlier towards that Yasnaya side, all of them rotating either up north or all the way down south. So everyone having the same mindset shows that the play could work, but if everyone's doing it, you're going to start having action early on.
You really will. Wolves getting a little plinking action here from range. They're going to turn around and run straight into Jaguar here. Might not be great news for Jaguar because they do not appear to have the numbers, but up on the high ground is Maryland, still continuing to push the action. I will say, though, about that position from Alpha 7, I do like the split. Oftentimes, I'm a little bit hesitant. No one runs a 2-2 split as well as Alpha 7, though, in this region, and especially with a northern zone, that particular compound they were occupying really owns that whole bridge choke point, and it basically prevents anyone from coming north without them seeing it and being able to put pressure pressure on it. Again, with only one squad above them off the drop, it really kind of limits the potential to be overwhelmed. So again, this is a spot on the map that I like from Alpha 7. But now it's time for that mountain to get a little bit of a challenge here. It's Team Liquid continuing to try to build on that momentum. They're scouting it. They might have seen something there, 7. They're going to retreat.
I think Kayovsky might have been able to spot somebody there from row and say, you know what, boys, we might not want to end up taking this. We might not want to end up fully crashing this. Let's just go look towards hospital. Let's see what else is available for this squad. And going back to what you were saying with Alpha 7, I'm with you. I absolutely love their 2-2 splits. And I think with the current roster that they're having, we're going to end up seeing a lot more of that 2-2 splits, trying for them to get comfortable. The thing is, if for some reason they don't get the circle, as we're getting a fight here between Team Jaguar and Xforce, you know what? Let's go to that real quick, because right now, Xforce is currently being able to come out on top of that fight, getting most of it, and they are currently outside of the circle. This is going to be massive. They are able to clear Jaguar. That's another team that you're not really going to have to worry about. There you go. 24K is going to crash down onto the compound. Fake trying to jump out and barely survives. Enigma.
Yeah, and for the most part, you got to be worried. The damage there, he's given the comms that, hey, you potentially could take that 1v2 inside the compound, but Fate trying to collect himself. Will get the reset as well as a revive from his teammate. I'm a little worried, though. We're too close and personal, and he actually makes the cross on foot, getting one onto the Xforce players. Down to just Fate, getting the one initial knock, making this a 1v1 situation. S12K versus DBS. We're trying to get the shots down. Actually, a thirst coming through, and Fate, he's only got one sliver of health. The shots reign supreme. Xforce, I thought they had it there with the opening knocks, but unfortunately, the off angles from Jaguar PB allowing themselves to salvage the fight. 2 players up, few eliminations to their name, and that north side looking all clear for the taking.
It really is. This is interesting. We've got all kinds of squads piling up right now in North George. You can see 5 of them on the mini-map right now, and they are not having to fight just yet due to all of the cover that is available. You know, rewinding back to that fight we just saw with Xforce, I thought if they were able to take out Jaguar, which they had the numbers, they should have been able to win that fight. They had unfettered access to that whole northern part of the circle, and it's just unfortunate that they missed that opportunity because, man, that could have been a really incredible, place to build some early success for Xforce, but unfortunately for them, they're out in 15th. Now we take our attention to Maryland. Maryland's got their eyes on Influence Rage, but it is so hard to fire shots right now because from every angle, bullets are whizzing through the window. Third-party action is going to be crazy, and it's going to come down to the zone to see who's going to get pushed and who's going to have to make those urban rotations, 7.
Yeah, usually Maryland, you would want it to be just a completely different team that's not from your region. But with them now being forced to fight Influence Rage, they're going to be thinking about it a couple times there. Like, they're going to be familiar with how those teams are going to be moving, and they're also going to be familiar with how you end up moving. VIP Esports were able to find that nice spot within the circle, a little bit closer towards the center, with those 3 players gonna be looking to just clutch up those placement points. We'll see if that ends up happening, as Saman did end up getting eliminated early on by Maryland. And a bit of a stall here between this squad. Somehow they end up being next to each other again, Enigma, even though they weren't expecting it, as 9C Globant is now decided to crash onto Loops Esports. Gonna jump out, gonna see if he can connect with one. He is able to, but there's just too many players of Loops.
Yeah, now we see it as well. Wolves Esports even getting some third-party shots down. 9Z having 2 players knocked, and it's not going to be just these 3 teams, PB. We've got iNCO Gaming pulling up. Everyone trying to make the motions happen in the ocean. All these players looking for the knocks, and unfortunately, it's really just essentially 5 of now Royals of War even coming in. So this whole eastern side is just a cluster.
It really is. 9Z looking a little bit disjointed, if I'm being honest so far. Reyes trying to make a play. Got Milos rolling, through the zone right now, and it's just up to him and Kolgo right now to try to make things happen for 9Z. They're in salvage mode early on in this Erangel matchup. And Royals of War, again, with good position. You can see that mini-map in the top right. They've got, like, a good wrap around the edge of the zone. They are gatekeeping right now against iNCO. iNCO having players down, and it looks like Royals of War is going to push the envelope. Will this be a mistake as they kind of explore this low ground? Erangel, though, with great angles from the back line. He's going to get shots down, and as we see, at the same time, Loops goes out elsewhere, 7.
That's right. Loops looking to make sure that they save themselves. I wonder if Loops was able to pick up that player that ended up getting knocked out by 9C. We'll have to wait and see and take a look at that now. Wolves being aggressive, deciding to take on the fight here with iNCO, making sure that they don't overextend as there's just so many teams. You were talking about it earlier, Enigma, a big cluster. That's exactly what this is it right now. As Ro now looking at iNCO players too. iNCO's currently just not having any fun. They're getting fought not just from Ro, but also from Wolves as their players just continue to go down. Nenebete trying to see if he can maybe stay alive. Bruno's in the elimination feed going down as well, and there you go. Nenebete iNCO gaming out, Enigma.
Yeah, and Rose of War just really playing the split to perfection. Yeah, they lose one player, but Demeno are picking 3 eliminations to their name. And with that circle shift, we didn't get to see it on the full screen, but it pulled all the way down south, southeast. So Rose of War being able to control this hillside. Unfortunately for them, they've got to deal with Wolves Esports, but they're actually getting the aggression on, trying to take control of their hill face. Doran now being the first tested from David, now getting the 1 knock, 1 HP, but Igor, he's on the back foot, does find him through the buggy, actually now looking for the thirst. Rose of War, the 3v4 fight coming through, but it's not just them. 9Z peeking over Erangel, picking up 1 knock, actually, excuse me, Kolgo, but 1 player still remaining. There's too many angles that Wolves has to deal with, and the nades are starting to come through, the knocks as well, and Igor, yeah, you gotta make it in for the zone. We're talking 12th place if you go out of your power bang. You're getting 0 placement points on this match if you go out.
Tough breaks for them. I will say that nade that Kolgo got out right before he got shot and finished, that really wreaked havoc on Wolves. It connected with multiple players, and they just had nowhere to go with the blue zone at their back. Igor's able to make it out of the fight, but again, Wolves down to just 1 player trying to make their way to the final circles. Last time it was Doran, this time it's Igor. So we take a peek at North George and see how crowded it is. Everyone's got a neighbor, it seems like. And interestingly enough for Alpha 7, they haven't had to move the entire round. So this is their hometown. They've got central position and they are prepped to defend it, but they do have intense game moving in from the east here, 7.
Alpha 7 saying we got 15 eliminations last round. Okay, we're allowed to take a bit of a breather here, man, as the circles on top of that gonna be going on their favor. Intense game as well. All those teams there towards the north. Igor, the last player standing from Wolves, is gonna have to find a way. By the way, if it was Coops, the last player alive from Wolves, Enigma, I wouldn't hate it that much because we've seen what Coops has been able to do for this squad whenever he is the last player alive. But the fact that Coops ended up dying there, trying to be a good teammate, trying to go for the revive, it just hurts even more.
Yeah, and I feel it's just these sort of split-second decisions. They get the eliminations on one of the squads there, and they just ultimately get caught looting in the open. Not really a situation you want to expect, even with it being only that stage 3, stage 4 circle shift now, though. With it pulling all the way down southeast, we're talking VIP, Maryland, Team Liquid even, having to make the rotation into the Alpha 7 4-stack as well as Jaguar. So this whole western side, I'd actually be interested in seeing how many of these teams try to just full send through and play the gamble game of the center spots being free, but doesn't seem to be the case. A lot of these teams making these rotational scout plays, but Influence Rage now, PB getting caught out by the solo Milos of 9Z. You got to get this player back up. 3 players remaining now, actually just make it 2. Influence Rage getting caught out in the open.
I will say 9Z had, again, just 2 players left. They had Kolgo and Milos, and both of them kind of wreaking havoc on the lobby right now. I'm not going to lie, they're rolling up solo and putting pressure on entire squads. Currently, it's Influence Rage that's getting gunned down. That's problems for them. This is the fight that I want to see, though. Team Liquid versus Alpha 7. Mafioso down. Team Liquid looking to push. They are full sending it right now, but they do have Mythic hanging back, watching the rear as VIP Esports moves in. Things are a multi-front battle for all of these teams. A7 tries to defend. You can see Mythic in the kill feed right now, defending against VIP. Absolute chaos right now breaking out in North George 7.
And you can see how important Mafioso is for that squad, making sure that they go for that pickup. Such an anchor player, maybe one of the best anchor players in the world for PUBG Mobile Esports. Alpha 7 quickly recovering from this play, making sure they back up, but they're going to have to be careful because Resilience is also going to be close by. Team Liquid now slowing down. Team Liquid up to 4 eliminations. Remember, they were able to get some early eliminations against straight out of Nepal. But now having to take a bit of a chill pill. Maryland gets eliminated this early on as well, Enigma. Not being able to bounce back with what we saw out of Rondo, getting eliminated early once again.
Yeah, and I felt they had a pretty good position to potentially take control of the north side with Influence Rage losing players early on, but that's not really going to be the case. And now we see United 4 Gaming. They're actually going to pull up right into the Team Liquid split. Mythic getting one, if not, I believe, 2 players there. So big knocks coming out from the Team Liquid squad, but they've got to be careful. Not only is it this squad, they also have VIP full, I believe, 3 or 4 man swimming in the water down south of them. So everyone really just congested on this western side. Jaguar now as well, actually getting a double knock onto Team Liquid. Ayala being able to potentially salvage the situation, but the problem is that's a different team here, Powerbang. You've got to realize the situation and say, hey, we've got to back up and play for the next circle shift because they're not even in it.
Okay, they're absolutely right, but look at this action right here. You've got Intense Game leaving the compound. They have the zone, but they are chasing those eliminations on the flank. Pedrinho going all the way to the edge. He has his eyes on Law potentially, but the others building a front inside of the city. Right now, they own North George, and crazy Elam coming in here for United 4. That's going to keep them alive. Slanson and Joako still trying to get it done. Man, though, I'm very interested to watch Intense Game and their strategy here. You can see them. This is the front. They've got eyes on everyone right now. Every other team in the lobby basically fighting it out on that side of the street.
I actually love what they were able to do early on in regards to just moving out of the compound a little bit, going towards the north, gaining that knowledge that nobody's going to be up there, and just now fully focusing on those teams towards the west. The one big question mark that I will have here for Intense Game is, are they aware that there is just one player left from Row, and it's none other than Erangel that's going to be chilling right behind them? You can see Intense Game is going to be straight down the middle of this circle, so they're going to get easy pickings here. They should be able, technically, Enigma, to pick up a lot of eliminations from everybody just moving side to side, or at least cause some damage.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Silence. He's got the whole roadside. These players would have to cross into him if it does circle down southeast even more. We're talking it's only stage 6, so if you're sitting pretty in the center of the circle, you're going to be the ones laying down the law. And we obviously saw as well their angles looking, knowing VIPs there, knowing where Alpha 7's at. Nice shots onto the solo of United 4 Gaming from Alpha 7, but the issue is there's 18 players remaining, 7 total teams. You're essentially getting those 1 or 2 plays from points here if you were to go out in this circle shift. But fortunately enough, for a lot of these teams, they're already in this circle shift. They're, I believe, waiting on either getting more of a centralized spot. Oh, and look at this. Or just playing for those eliminations in the next circle shift. So with there being a minute left, PB, I feel there's going to be a little bit of a slow period here, but it's more a matter of how these teams choose to move like Seven's expecting.
Look at this split here from VIP. They've got people all the way in North George still, and they've got some swimming trying to cross the river right now. Got Animal and Prince all the way back in the city, and you've got Batman, who's making his way around that circle. He's going to be end up flanking Erangel here if Erangel isn't careful, but again, Alpha 7 now owning the western part of this circle, and now Intense Game sitting dead center. I know Intense Game, especially Silence, looking to make up for last game, some of those whiff shots. They've got fish in a barrel right now. They just need to be patient and make sure they convert when inevitably those players are going to have to try to run for safety in the open streets from building to building, and it's going to get absolutely chaotic. But yeah, got stage 6 just about to wrap up, and then we'll see where this circle's going to go, Enigma.
Yeah, unfortunately as well, Resilience, they were able to lose a player early on. I believe it was on that slam early on, if I'm not mistaken, into North George, but thankfully being able to stay alive a bit longer compared to that Rondo match, right? Not being the first team eliminated, but oh man, look at this VIP. They actually weren't even in that safe of a spot. I'm not sure if the revive even is going to be able to come through, but the circle shift, it pulls back to the west here, 7. I'm seeing a 50-50 on the roadside here. Alpha 7, Intense Game. Got to see where this next circle pops to see who might take this win.
I'm just kicking myself over here, boys. I'm over here telling myself, why did I try to go different? Why did I want to support NA in this game and go with Wolves when deep down I wanted for it to be Alpha 7? But nonetheless, I'm actually impressed with the way Intense Game continuing to just be passive, continuing to keep an eye out on the back end as well. They do have one player just looking towards the back, so it's good to see that out of them. Influence Rage, maintaining one player alive there towards the north. He's going to be outside of the circle. You can see him there briefly. It's going to be none other than Law, waiting for the right moment. And right now, I mean, this is just going to be an absolute standoff until we get towards the next circle, unless Batman, with the crazy Michael Phelps rotation that he was able to do earlier, maybe he ends up surprising Intense Game, but I highly doubt it.
I like that. Michael Phelps rotation. That's going to go in my words of wisdom here. We've got a nice little zone circling up. It still really hasn't given us a clear favorite in this game. Is it Intense Game? Is it Alpha 7? It's got to be one of those two squads, though, that has that superior position. Alpha 7's been camped out here the entire game. Not their choice. I mean, this is just where the circle's gone, and this happens to be their home drop spot. And Intense Game moved in early, and the circle has worked its way back to them. So I think Intense Game has the best zone control, and they have a moat essentially around this compound. That street is an awful wide obstacle to cross. So I want to see if that zone continues to kind of circle up with that street being kind of a 50-50 divider here. Everyone else is just trying to secure some elims, man. You get a knock, you got to try to finish it right there to see if you can secure some extra points for the squad. I will say I did predict Team Liquid in this one. They're out already, but they picked up 7 eliminations in this one. Not a bad performance from them. Again, I like what I'm seeing from Team Liquid so far.
Yeah, Team Liquid as well. They made that crazy rotation right all the way down in Milta, coming through the South George Bridge on the west up into the bridge line, and then obviously taking that early engagement into Alpha 7, getting a knock. Unfortunately, not the Thirst, but now with it happening, we see these teams, the 3-mans, the 4-mans, the squads that have been able to hold on to their buildings on these early rotations, now pulling up north, with this being the stage 8. After this, I'm seeing a lot of it going into nothingness in here, 7. And my question is going to be, for a lot of these players, who's going to be able to hold on to the utility? Who's going to be able to really land their mark when it's that stage 9? Because when it reaches that zone and you get a knock, you're never getting that reset.
You're talking about utility. The smokes are already starting to come into play too. Jaguar's going to be one of those squads that has to use the smoke. And Influence Range just waiting patiently here, waiting for them to just move along, seeing if they could possibly end up third party in this fight. And that is honestly the right play for Law to do. Right now, he's just fighting to survive, fighting to see if he can end up surprising anybody. And if, oh my goodness,
here
Law,
it is.
Yes,
Here it is.
Be aggressive. Maybe be able to strike here with this nade, but don't get spotted there by Potro, because Potro might end up giving out some intel. Oh no, he waited too long and he's not able to steal the elimination, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, it's just waiting. You should have just gone for the nade at that point if you were to hit it. And unfortunately, Jaguar as well, with them losing the player, he's forced into the 1v1 situation himself, but the roof's not safe. Resilience being able to catch him off guard. Was that a gas can?
He didn't get him. Oh my goodness, that one was stolen as well. Law coming up empty-handed out of that. He had the position to get both of them and didn't get either. So Influence Rage not able to capitalize, but now Alpha 7 momentum building with this circle shift. We're in stage 8 now. We still know nothing about who owns this circle because the road splits it directly in half. You've got Intense Game on one side, Alpha 7 on the other, and we've got both at full strength right now. Intense Game going up the stairs trying to take down VIP Esports. VIP just with one member standing. It's Batman trying to save the day, as he always does. I don't know if he's going to have enough, though, in this 1v47.
How the hell did Batman get there? How the hell did Intense Game allow this player to just leapfrog him in a way and just be the one that ended up being closer there towards the road? Now they're having to panic a little bit. And luckily for them, they don't have any other teams also being on their side. And you were talking about who's going to be the winners here of their circle. Well, we don't actually know, because the circle is just going to start closing in. I think Intense Game is more than likely going to be looking to see and send somebody towards the other side and maybe play a bit more as an anchor. That we're trying to do that in silent, gets absolutely shot down, and Batman decides to drop down and lay the law as one of the players ends up getting eliminated. Now Law starting to get a little bit active here against Alpha 7, another player that ends up getting knocked. Alpha 7 looking to react here to what's happening with Intense. Batman not going to be able to survive that grenade right there, Enigma.
Yeah, and for the most part, Intense Game, they took too long to clear the solo out, allowing Alpha 7 to reign supreme on the wall, but the nades are coming through from another solo Law. Every solo in this match has been raining havoc on all these teams, and now Alpha 7, they did get the reset on Gazal. 3 players up. Creo is the one knocked, but Intense Game has to somehow storm onto the wall, only leaving him 1 HP. Another knock as well onto almost Alpha 7. And for all these players, you got to be looking for the eliminations onto Alpha 7, or else, yeah, the nades, they're going to start laying in. We're talking 2v1 situation now, PB. I think Alpha 7's taking it.
I don't know. It's a 2v1, but one's low. He does have the high ground, but maybe it's time for Law to be on time with the shots. Maybe it's time for him not to whip. The flash comes out. Mafioso not able to connect. It's a 1v1. Gazelle versus Law. Who is it going to be? Will Law be able to jump shot his way to victory? This is Influence Rage's dream right now. Can he connect? The push is on. He's going to have to make his way in there. Alpha 7 going for the revive right now. And they get it.
Wow.
7. It's 2v1 again.
Law deciding to wait a little bit too long there, getting flashbang like everybody else was during that segment right there, during that fight. Even more flashbang. The flashbangs are just going to be coming through. Law doesn't know what's happening, and Carrillo just comes through and finishes off that elimination in Alpha 7. Even though they didn't win the first match, they show up here in the second match and stomp in their home ground. So Georgia Pole getting that win. This team is looking good. Now, okay, PB, I'm trying not to get excited on Alpha 7, even though they're currently performing really good.
All right, I agree, 7. We got to calm down a little bit here. This is a game that a good team should win, right? When the circle centers up on your home turf and you literally don't even have to move out of the building that you dropped on, that's a game you should win, right? The good news for Alpha 7 is that they delivered when they should deliver, and that's the hallmark of a great team. So again, this was a game where you didn't know who had zone control until the very, very end. Intense Game, not quite able to get it done, but you're absolutely right. And then when the solos wreaked havoc that game, let's take a peek back at it, and we can see the chaos start early in Milta with Team Liquid going at straight out of Nepal, and a bit of a reckless charge, but they were able to get it done, 7.
That's right. I mean, these two squads, I said it earlier, that you guys were talking about teams to pick. They might have hurt you guys, and they were like, okay, let's just fight it out. Let's make them hate each other there for like a split second. 9C Remix being able to hop out of that hovercraft, connecting with Rondo by not being able to finish it just because everything was going on. Overall, this is the Erangel that I was expecting here. A bit of a surprise there in regards to where the circle ended up going. One of the circles, Enigma, to be completely honest with you, I don't think we see quite often, especially finishing up there all the way to the north.
Yeah, we usually see it go to that 50-50, especially when the river's in that center spot, usually converges down onto one of those compounds. But every single team either opting to cross that far western bridge and play where Alpha 7 was at, as we see on the screen, or just fighting it out on that eastern ridgeline. But when it hit this stage 6, stage 5 range here, PB, the solos, like I said, I mean, every single squad, it seemed, including Alpha 7, they were taking casualties from them.
They really were. You know, I will say Law at the end of the game did everything he could. Intense Game just couldn't cross the street, but he catches Mafioso in the air. And this, for me, was the moment. You gotta make this push. And Law just seemed like his timing was just a tiny bit off, but props to him, man, for getting to the top 2. They were eliminated nearly earlier on the outskirts of town, and somehow, some way, Law able to fight his way all the way to a second place. But again, big performance from Alpha 7. They pick up 10 eliminations. Hannibal leads the way with 5. He's trying to stake his claim that he is still MVP of this region. Alpha 7, though, you're absolutely right, 7. They're looking mighty fearless early on as they finish second and then first.
They are, and I'm happy to see Gisao there being able to put up numbers for the squad right away, and Rebels just looking massive on this picture. 20 points for this squad. Influence Rage backing it up there with 14. I mean, it's just Brazil, Enigma.
Yeah, last game it was what, that Latam into 4 Brazils. Now it's just 3 Brazils up in the top charts. Maybe it was just that Rondo changeup, but you only play that once, right? We got 3 Erangels. This one first Erangel we just finished, and I am liking seeing VIP up there. Obviously, a lot of that off the placement points, being able to snake by, but can't be doing just that, right? You got to get the elimination counters up. We see the teams below them, team slots in 6 and 7. Their team Jaguar and Rose of War both getting 6 eliminations to their name. So for these squads, I'm really interested in seeing which of the teams will be able to consistently get these eliminations right, including obviously Team Liquid. We see PB 7 eliminations to their name. With 3 Erangels, you got to keep putting up numbers.
They really do, you know? Again, not the placement that Team Liquid wanted, but you gotta feel encouraged by winning a couple of fights there. And ultimately, I don't really fault Team Liquid, right? Because again, this zone centered up inside of North George where they did not drop, and they had to work their way compound to compound, not able to push through Alpha 7 as many teams aren't. That makes complete sense to me, but we take a peek at the overall standings, and it's Alpha 7 on top with 21 points in game number 1, followed up with a 20 in game 2. They've got 41, and right behind them is Influence Rage with 28. Royals of War sitting comfortably in 3rd place, and then it's everyone else right now. So again, a little bit of a gap developing early. Alpha 7 off to some great momentum, 7. What do you think of the overalls here after 2 games?
I feel like that meme, the kid holding the stick, you know what I'm talking about, and just poking out something and saying, do something. That's how I'm feeling right now with the NA teams. Come on, Xforce. Come on, Wolf. Straight out of Nepal. We got to see a little bit something here out of you guys, especially going into the 3rd match. It's going to be a 2nd Erangel. This squad, 6-5-4 points so far. I mean, not what we want to see out of NA, especially coming into the first day. And with the way that Brazil's performing here so far today, it makes me a little bit scared, PB. Makes me a little bit scared.
Rightfully so, and I gotta ask you, Enigma, biggest surprise from this list for you?
It's got to be Team Liquid. I was expecting them to be a lot lower, to be honest. After that last performance from last split, they didn't really do well. Maybe the offseason, a lot of changes as well, like Seven was mentioning with the coaching staff and players. I was thinking they were going to be a little rough, but coming into that last match, being able to really work into the zone. Obviously, you mentioned it, that circle shifts really just plays it hard for you to be able to consistently get placement in those matches, but being able to show that, hey, we can still work as a squad. We can still take some of these engagements, and they were going to take that engagement onto Alpha 7 until those 3rd, 4th, 5th parties came into play. So unfortunate stuff, but love to see it out of Team Liquid.
It's a great pick. I like that you focus on the positive there. I thought for sure you were going to go Maryland. This was the team that you had hyped up to potentially win it, and they are nowhere to be found so far. We'll keep an eye on them and see if they're able to turn it around here in Game 3. I, for one, am surprised by 9Z. This is a top 5 team and currently sitting in last. So, again, 2 games are in the books at this point. Crazy action, absolutely bonkers performances from some of the familiar faces, but we're just getting started, baby. We've got 4 games to go today. We're through 2 of them. We've got Erangel coming up once again. Why don't you go get your guys a snack and come right back for Game 3. We'll be back in just a moment.
Marked a location. Marked a location. Marked a location.
Recently, we've received a lot of feedback regarding unscrupulous individuals impersonating customer service to steal information and accounts. Please be cautious. Official customer service will never ask for your personal information or account details outside of the game. Please remain vigilant and don't trust scammers. Get rewarded for assisting teammates in Ranked Classic mode. Earn co-op points by rescuing, recalling, or healing teammates. Reach 100 points to redeem co-op supply crates at any shop and match. Open them to get random supplies. Work with your teammates to claim victory.
And welcome back to PMSL America's Fall 2025. My name's Powerbang, and we've got 7WG and Enigma here kicking it on the desk for some amazing action so far. This tournament has not disappointed. We've got 4 games to go. 2 more Erangels are left up, and so far the story has been Alpha 7 out of Brazil, a partnered team, but playing like they're just used to winning 7.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing exactly what they did during Split. This is why I keep telling you, man, I don't want to get too hyped up for this squad. Something I do want to see with this squad, I know we've been talking about that previous game. They really didn't have to move that much. Something that this team has struggled with, especially what we saw out of them from PMWC, was being able to rotate early, rotate quickly. For some reason, this team was struggling during PMWC, and I'm hoping that we see some circles away from their landing spots, because I want to see how quickly they do end up rotating. Right now, we're not getting a chance to see that. With what we saw at Rondo, they were just being insane. With what we saw here, they didn't really have to move. So PB, I'm hoping this next one, you know what? Let them land Giorgio and then send us all the way down to military base.
You mentioned rotations, and we talked a little bit about it last game with VIP Esports. Again, being a new squad comprised of new members, still electing to drop in Zarky in the Northwest. I'm going to be watching Zarky specifically because I want to see what VIP Esports does. The meme in Spring Split was essentially VIP did everything Alpha 7 did. They just did it 30 to 60 seconds too late, right? And so Alpha 7 continuing to dominate tournaments and play super well. You had VIP as kind of like the little brother following him around everywhere. I want to see if that rings true again, even with different players kind of suited up, because at that point, I'm looking at VIP management saying, okay, what's the directive here? Tell the players like, hey, just do what Alpha 7 does and maybe do it better. So I want to see them develop their own identity, but that's an area of the map that I'll definitely be watching here in Game 3. I honestly didn't expect to see it, but because there's so many teams that are, you know, they're not newcomers, right? 12 out of the 16 teams have been here before, and even 2 of the 4 teams that are newcomers have been here before under other banners. Drop spots are kind of already divvied up for the most part. People kind of have their real estate already claimed, so maybe there's just not a lot of real estate out there to go grab if you're somebody new. I don't know if you have a similar take, Enigma, but excited to see what happens here in Game 3.
Well, especially after that first Erangel, SON, we got to find a new drop spot. Team Liquid making light work out of you cannot happen on the most played map of the tournament, especially with it being day 1. I gave you guys the hype of Rondo with those eliminations, the resets, Erangel. You don't get that option. You got to be able to play the match like everyone else. And what I'm really interested in looking at, going back to that Zarky discussion here, Powerbang, is going to be what Maryland decides to do. Are they going to look, if it is that southern or eastern circle shift, are they going to look to camp VIP again? Are they going to look for those early elimination knocks, thinking that, hey, we could take this 4v4 fight in circle? Or was it maybe just a North George kind of circle shift? We're going to allow these teams to maybe go for these early rotations, but my eyes are all set on this first circle shift coming into Game 2.
That's a great point. You know, as we saw that really northern circle in Game 1 on Erangel, I don't expect a similar one here. I'm thinking military. I'm thinking somewhere else, maybe 50-50 in the center. But a team that I'm looking at off drop is the Wolves. They typically drop down there near the bridge on that eastern side of the circle. If it goes south, are they going to rotate soon? Will they hold that choke point? This is a team that needs to get something going. They've been, wiped out kind of early in both games so far with just one player clinging to life, trying to get something done for the team. I want to see Wolves at full strength in the warm-ups today. They were delivering pain. The guns were warm. I want to see that come together and that chemistry build in a real match where it counts 7. But so far, we just haven't seen it from the Wolves.
Yeah, for Wolves going into this next couple matches, I want to see rotation, location. Please stop getting those early players eliminated, because you just hate to see it. As I was kind of jokingly throughout that last match saying, if it was Coops, okay, I would kind of allow it, because he's been able to perform in the past when it is just him by himself. He's been able to do what Law was almost able to do there in that last match. But for this squad, yeah, focus on where you need to rotate. Focus on just maybe finding a compound or something along those lines, Enigma, because if you can get Coops, if you can get the squad, especially with Doran in there as well, into a compound and catch some teams rotating around, you're going to be able to hopefully pick up some eliminations, and that's just going to bring up the morale of the team.
Yeah, the vibes got to be keeping it level, PB. You got to be able to get those eliminations. And we've seen Coops and Doran, the vehicle rotations, especially beaming players out of vehicles. It's not just 1 or 2 shots connecting and having to switch for the reload. No, it's 5 or 6 shots, and that's a knock under their belt. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see that yet. Obviously, we haven't seen the first zone here yet, but now we're seeing it, of course, the load into Erangel. Hopefully, Wolves can come out here.
We'll be watching. Hopefully they can turn things around. North America needs a shot in the arm at this point, but I will say it hasn't been all negative for them. So far, we've seen some obvious zones go to some teams that quite simply just defended their turf, and the gunplay has been pretty good so far out of NA. There's been some gunfights that have been won, but ultimately it's time to start rotating, getting that location, and maybe if they grab a boat, we can do that flotation. You know what I'm saying, Seven? So game 3 starting. It is Erangel coming at you for a second time today. We'll see if Alpha 7 can get it done once again, but we stay to the east this time rather than the west, and I think that's going to shake up the drop spots a little bit, Seven.
Ooh, that is going to be shaking up the drop spots there as VIP decides to drop off early on, and I'm thinking they're going to end up just staying there within Nobu because they're not looking to rotate around at all. 9C gonna be forced a little bit more there towards the north too, and I'm gonna be also paying attention to what you were saying, Enigma. It's straight off in Nepal. Team Liquid, are they gonna be going for that one again? Because with what's been going on for this squad, I don't want to see it, but if that's correct what I'm seeing right now, I think the hot drop is gonna be happening again.
Yeah, we don't want to see it. Please at least make it a 1 or 2 eliminations under your belt. You can't allow Team Liquid just to continue getting 4 points themselves, and it actually looks like they've got a solo already ISO'd out on this northern edge of the road, making sure that they're able to get the damage themselves. But looks like the gun selection not the best for Team Liquid, maybe not getting blessed so early on off drop, but difference is SON likes these split plays while Team Liquid always plays as a 4-man. So it's really a battle of the play styles, I feel, here with the circle shift as well going up north. You've got to go for these eliminations, and my question mark now, PB, is if these two teams fight again, is Wolves or maybe even VIP gonna look for a third party?
They very well might, and I will say you got to be a little concerned if you're Team Liquid, because straight out of Nepal, they're rocking AUGs, right? That's not what you want to go up against this early in the fight as we get a knock and flush. Team Liquid, the first to drop a member from this lobby, not what they were hoping for, and now straight out of Nepal, looking for their revenge. You got Leon with a pump shotty right now, rocking no vest and a level 1 helmet, while we got Sun KC rocking the level 1 vest and no helmet. So again, gear is a little lacking, I would say, from both of these squads, and that for me is the one thing that I wish would change if we're hot dropping and trying to kind of go at each other early. I wish we'd have a little bit more, I don't know, gear or loot to distribute between both squads, because it's kind of I don't know. It leaves a little to be desired when you've got like pump shotties going up against AUGs at range, right? It's a little weird for me, Seven.
And you're going to have a Yala there with the DBS. Going to be seeing if he could maybe end up spotting somebody. But this is the beauty here when it comes down to those hot drops. You're going to have to work with what you're given. And right now, Ayala's been putting in that work, being able to get another one there with the help of Mythic. But he's going to get caught. He got a little bit too overzealous as one of the players there from straight out of Nepal, being able to get the off angle and almost catching Mythic as well. Team Liquid's going to have to recover from this. They already lost one. And you were talking about it earlier, Enigma. You want to see Wolves maybe wanted to hot drop this and maybe wanted to third party it. You might just get that as they're starting to look towards this fight.
Yeah, but it's just Coops. He's actually looking for an elimination seal, actually a knock on the Mythic. So really just raining the shots down from range. And Gatsby's trying to cross for the revive. He actually doesn't even have meds to his name, so he has to play with the man advantage here if he can. Wolf being the player of choice going on the reset. Team Liquid as well, trying to opt for the wide rotation in Chief. He's so close to it, but look at this. No helmet, and he's not able to hide behind the sandbags. SON, both players being in 1 HP, coming out on top, and this is the issue at Team Liquid. You allowed them to go for the revive. Everyone playing this sort of solo play, while SON, they opted to stay together. The swap of mindsets, it seems, from both of these squads, and now Coops, oh my goodness, he's getting bright and active onto the roadside. This is what we wanted to see, Seven. A player like Coops being put into the driver's seat, tee it up at least for him to get these knocks, and that'll give him the momentum he needs to pop off this game.
That's right, but now they're going to know that he's around. Now they're also going to know that he has, especially the DP23. He was able to get a knock. He wasn't able to confirm that into elimination. Now Igor's going to be rotating around as well, as we have a bit of a standoff here between Wolves, Team Liquid, and straight out of Nepal. They're waiting patiently. Their squads are not looking to be where they're wanting to be, PB, because they thought it was going to be maybe an easy cleanup for Team Liquid once again. That's not the case, as now Wolves Esports has all their 4 players in Milta wanting to hunt down this third party.
You're absolutely right, but what I like here from the Wolves is they're rolling into this kitted up, right? We've got Scars and Augs and DBSs going up against Honey Badgers and Pump Shotties. This is the value of actually prioritizing loot off drop, then rotating quickly instead of the hot drop. So I look for Wolves to come out on top here, but again, with the skill of Team Liquid, they might be able to clutch, but we don't even have heals for some of these players. It is a tall order right now, but Wolves starting to sweep through Milta, breaching, going door to door. Igor gets caught out by Mythic, and Mythic finishes him. That's going to be 1 down here for, oh, it looks like Wancho's got 1 HP left as well with no heals. Nade in, Mythic down, and it's up to Ayala right now for Team Liquid. But
yeah, and I'm really interested in seeing here, Seven, is the fact that Wolves just full aggression. Even if they lose Igor, they get the 3 elims, and just like PB said, the Meds coming in hot, trying to at least get the aggression onto Gatsby, but with it being just 1 player, this is all for naught, right? You got to go with at least maybe a knock in elimination. That's not going to be the case. Wolves finding signs of life for elimination, Seven. That's the third party you like to see.
It is a third party you like to see, but I'm going to have to nitpick it because we've been talking about this after 2 games too, and it kind of happens again here once again. At the beginning of the game, they end up losing unnecessarily a player right there, getting a bit too aggressive for that squad. Yeah, you do end up with the 4 eliminations, but man, I was really hoping that this squad would not end up losing even 1 player. Maybe it's something that they can definitely go back and work on, Enigma.
Yeah, and for the most part, I really wonder on the fact that this is another fight that was happening while we were watching Milta in the engagements. Is going to be Resilience Esports taking out iNCO Gaming, unfortunately being down a player now with United 4 Gaming taking the 4v3 fight, but got to be careful. We see Xforce off in the distance looking for third-party shots, and Saz trying to find a little bit of a cheeky angle with his teammate through the window, but now understanding he's inside. He can't look both ways at once, even with the rear view mirror potential from a teammate. That's not going to be the case, and I'm looking at all this stuff, PB. I'm really interested in knowing if Xforce now might be a team that looks for a third party here.
They're hovering on that hillside right now, looking their way down. You got 24K and Klaus up there, peeking down the hillside. I like this scout from them, but again, too many players, I think, alive right now from United 4 and Resilience. Neither really has the upper hand at the moment. Resilience still with 3 players up. But interesting early action for sure. I agree. Mentioned, you know, the Wolves losing 1 in Milta. I was really sad to see that as well. I thought for sure the Coop scout calling in the backup. Yes. Thought for sure they'd be able to work through that city and leave with all 4 members. But Mythic, like I said, these are guys that you can't count out. Even if they're under geared, no health, no ammo, no armor, they can still put a hurt on you. So you can't count anybody out at any time right now. But this fight has been developing for a while. Resilience versus United 4. And United 4 seems to have no idea where Resilience is. So look for them to get caught out here real shortly, Enigma.
Yeah, and Resilience, unfortunately, he's actually been posted up onto the gas tank there all compound long, it seems, but his teammate now, the Bison knock, actually through the window, finding shots connecting onto United 4 Gaming, the squad that opted to take this third-party fight with 4 players up, now only getting 1 knock, not even any, actually. 3v4 situation, 7, more eliminations under their belt, and we can see the circle shift. They're still in play, but I feel they're very comfortable going into this next zone.
Man, PB, you gotta tell me how much UC I'm gonna end up with tomorrow, because that man just called that hit by hit, play by play. He is the GOAT. He was saying Resilience gonna watch out. Man, he ended up working out that exactly like that. Now you have Ro and Loops Esports just driving around trying to see if they're going to actually be engaging or they're just going to be filling each other out in regards to do we want to fight? Do we want to actually take this fight? Or do we just want to move on? Because Ro does have different angles here. They could end up working into some kind of bait here, PB, and forcing those two Loops players that are into a vehicle to engage and catching them off guard.
Lots of sharks in the water right now, just kind of circling the compounds. Vehicles abound. Got a good split right now. Royals of War's been controlling a lot of real estate in all games so far. They've had a nice little spread, but I do see they've teamed up in this vehicle. We're not quite clown carring it yet, but we do have a couple riding along with Demonor. Loop's going to decide to defend the compound, but you can see Erangel off on that western flank, still kind of cruising around. Wonder if, you know, they need to make a decision here, because as the zone continues to go north, this is a compound that could see a lot of rotations, actually, with teams coming up through this compound. So I think they either need to move along or take the fight with Loops, but circling around might get them into a bit of trouble here, Enigma.
Yeah, and the trouble, unfortunately, we're talking it's only stage 2, and we're bringing it up because so many of these teams are just actively looking for the engagement. So maybe that's the difference when it came to that last sort of POI drop spot, North George finish, as well as the Rondo, as these teams, they realize, hey, these early zones, we can always be actively looking for a fight. If you get that early knock and elimination and you're able to keep pinpoint on where that squad is, that's a man advantage you have. That's an engagement that you surely should be coming out on top of, even if you lose a player or two. But for the most part, all these teams now opting to just play it a little bit slower. It is going to be that sort of shooting range, Severny, circle shift. We also have that eastern warehouse up on the hillside, I believe Xforce is currently holding. But a lot of teams here seeing so many engagements go on 7, they're opting to play the splits now.
That's right, off the 7 there towards the north, just going to be chilling. We do end up getting another northern circle, and I'm hoping it ends up going towards Severny with the way some of these teams are currently setting themselves up. Either that or in between Severny, maybe towards shooting range. That would be a fun one because you just end up seeing absolute madness. Jaguar, a squad that's been able to put up at least some points on the board. They're currently coming into this match, they had 9 eliminations too. I'm hoping that they continue on that form too. And then seeing some of these other teams rotate, Resilience. Where are you going to be going, Enigma? If you were here in this situation, where would you go, Enigma?
You got to go all the way up north. I'm seeing that gas station, even a crate maybe along the way if you spot it good enough. The north side completely free for the taking, but looks like they're actually going to try scouting inward towards Jaguar. The beauty of their position, though, 7, is the fact that there's no one around them. All that fighting early on prevented the other teams from really congesting down. It wasn't like last Erangel, where every team's making the same rotation. People have learned their lesson here now, and unfortunately, intense game they're getting dealt with from Royals of War. 1 knock and elimination onto Padrino, the superstar of that squad. Royals of War, man, they're keeping up there. There's a reason why they're in this top 3 bracket right now, PB.
It really is. You know, they're starting to move out from shooting range here. That is where I thought the circle was going to go, where you get that shooting range finish, no one inside it, but every squad huddled to the outer fence. And that's always a fun one, but it is cool to see it kind of go a little bit further east, out to those open fields just south of Severny. A team that I'm kind of looking at right now in the circle is Xforce. So far today, Xforce sitting currently in 13th place, but their rotations have been pretty good. They've been central, and now it's up for them to hit the shots and actually be able to defend the positions that they've been able to get so far. So again, props to Xforce for moving into the right spots. And now we see Wolves starting to arrive on scene. And this for me is a pretty telling fight. They need to actually have the upper hand and make it into these final circles for 1-7.
That's right. I mean, you have Juancho feeling himself with 2 eliminations. Scoops currently has 0, but we know that he can definitely bounce back from it too. Let's see if this one. Remember, I was saying they just need to set themselves up, find a nice little compound, wait for the right timing, and wait and see if they can maybe get some of the other teams rotating around, because we know they definitely have the gun skill. I mean, this was a squad that finished in 4th place. They were one of the closest teams, honestly, to making it to PMWC, to making it to a global stage just on merit from North America in a long time. So I'm hoping that continues on. But now 9C just turning up the heat here as Niasalda just gets caught off guard, and 9C turning it up with 1 elimination. A team that's surprising UPB, and it's honestly surprising me as well, with currently just being in 15th place. It could be completely different after this match though.
Let's hope so, because 9Z, again, is one of the most talented rosters in the lobby, and they've shown it again, tournament after tournament. They're getting a bit of a slow start there. That elimination actually ties them for 15th at this point. So, again, you know, not where they want to be at the moment. They've got every opportunity to turn things around. They were late rotating into the circle, and you see them and VIP right here on your screen, both very late rotating, coming up from the south, but they wrapped around the left side of the zone and into the north, and now Zaman catches out 9Z, and they're in a bit of a pickle. So 9Z gonna have to support the team, but VIP has chosen to engage from the blue zone, and look at how far these guys are from zone. This fight is gonna have to wrap up because, again, somebody's got to emerge victorious here and make it to zone. VIP in trouble, 9Z in a bit of trouble, but I'm also looking to see what Coops and the crew are gonna do when they rotate back here to that eastern side. It seems like they're on the march that way, but again, that whole eastern side of the zone pretty wide open right now, as most of the compounds are in the west. You can see it's about to get really hairy there in the middle, Enigma.
Yeah, for the most part, 25 seconds left. Stage 4 circle. The blue zone is going to do a bit of damage. It's not like you can't sit in it for a few seconds, but you got to start making decisions now. And Influence Rage making a decision. Full slam onto Alpha 7, but getting the knock and elimination onto 1. It's going to be just Carrillo with the DBS. Rose of War now as well, looking for the third party. 3 teams all battling it out for this one little Shack and Ridge. Federal living at just a sliver of HP. Revo actually opting to stay in Severny, so just a solo for the Alpha 7 boys. Rose of War now as well, having Erangel go down, and a thirst potential off the nade, just missing the mark on the damage meters. But for the most part, 7, we wonder how these squads are going to end up, and everyone is taking casualties on that battle track.
So many teams just currently getting eliminated. Wolves is out. Same with iNCO. United. I mean, there's just keep the list going and going. Right now, Mafioso, one of the only player right now is standing for Alpha 7. Gonna be moving around and just gonna be that anchor player. See if he could maybe end up collecting some of the placement points here. I think he might have been able to spot that player there from Row. Could he connect? We don't know. Meanwhile, though, Influence Rage, a team that we know they can be strong. They're currently up to 4 eliminations, and they're looking to flush out Red1. I think this is why we're seeing a bit of an urgency there out of Mafioso. He's seeing if he could possibly end up going and picking up Red1, because that's a player that you just don't want to end up losing, PB.
They're going to get him. I have faith. Ooh. David gets a little pressure. Nade comes from somewhere. I don't even know if he knows where that came from, but Mafioso coming with that grenade from range, lands it perfectly. Doesn't quite get the knock, but that's enough to put a bit of pressure on them. They will not be able to pick up Hevo, and just like that, Mafioso all on his own, trying to get things done. It's about time, though, that Alpha 7 doesn't take the win or close to it here. Some of the other teams will have an opportunity, and maybe it'll be the likes of Influence Rage. They're creeping their way up the standings as well. Royals of War still dealing damage despite having only 1 player left. An intense game starting to make a mark as well. I will say this game, pretty wide open. Most teams are weakened at this point, having dropped some members, but you still got Maryland and Jaguar with a full squad at this point. Enigma.
Yeah, and for Jaguar especially, they're actually holding a bit of a split onto the eastern side of the circle. 2 compounds and the full ridge line to look for the engagements. Unfortunately, the Resilience, they did lose that player early on, but 9 total eliminations for this squad. Definitely a pop-off game potential for them, but we're still talking 10 teams remaining. This is going to be going into stage 5 in 20 or so seconds. I'm interested in seeing if this is going to center up onto the Xforce boys, or potentially we might see a lot of these teams having to rotate towards the edge. 9Z, though, really being the team of focus right now. It seems 2 players remaining, but nice shots from Coldgoat. Really going to be sending the message here, 7, of do not challenge us. We're waiting for the circle, and we'll battle you out for it.
I like it. I like exactly what 9Z is currently doing. We wanted to see a little bit more out of this squad. We were not expecting them to be towards the bottom of the leaderboard, play like a top 5 squad, especially when you got Colgo. That is a MVP out of Americas in the past between, I think it was the fall split, if I'm not mistaken. So we know that they definitely have the skills. They have the fragging power. They have had now time to work with each other to maybe create some more strat. Milos being able to find a player there from Resilience as well, and Resilience just currently getting caught and popped off guard. Milos and Colgo, the current 2 players left alive. They're currently in a good position too, making sure that nobody gets near them. Now, I'm intrigued to see what Xforce is going to be doing, because Xforce right now, they have the full squad and they don't have any eliminations. They could be just looking to play that end game, PB.
I think that's what they have been trying to prioritize. You know, honestly, they've been getting center zone, hunkering down, and trying to wait out some of the chaos happening on the edges. And maybe that's not their intended strategy, but that's kind of how it's worked out for them so far. This is the first game where it looks like they've been able to defend successfully. They do have that full squad at this point, and that's something that I got to keep my eye on. They've got Maryland and Jaguar with them, each with 4, but everybody else kind of suffering some damage at this point. Intense game still out there. You know, they're playing confident. Just 3 members left up, but they're driving around trying to make things happen. And they have an opportunity to move up this leaderboard right now. Finally building some momentum, though, is Resilience out of Mexico. They've got 9 eliminations this game. That makes up the bulk of their points. 7. Resilience finally showing up.
That's right. Resilience at least putting up some points there on the squad, on the board for them. But Maryland, this is another squad. I mean, really not good 2 matches. The first 2 matches that we saw out of the squad, but now at least maintaining themselves alive. And if hopefully maybe they can figure out their name situation, because boy, it's hard to determine which one's which in regards to these teams and players' names. At least you, boy, you know, we know it's you. I'm gonna assume that this one is Sanab. And Squash is gonna be the last one that's currently knocked. But intense game. Wanted to just make sure that they send Maryland back to the lobby as they're being really aggressive here. And you can see Influence Rage there towards the north as well. They might be looking to third-party this fight, Enigma.
Yeah, and the big thing as well is Rafa spotting that player. Even though Adrian goes down, this should be a cleanup onto the Maryland player, but it's actually getting a little bit too lackluster, and he actually loses the 1v1 through the smoke. The DP28 reigning supreme from Mafioso, and I'm surprised either of these teams made the rotation. We're talking Xforce was all the way up on the hillside, but we wanted to know what happened. This is exactly what happened. Team Jaguar just 4 for none here, PB. Taking the warehouse, taking the hilltop, and taking out Xforce.
Getting position is one thing, defending it entirely another so far, as Xforce proves once again getting run out of town by Jaguar. Jaguar still maintains a full squad at this point, picking up 4 points. And, you know, the other squads, they're leaving a lot on the table for old Mafioso, rolling in from the side, cleaning up on intense game, and now he's looking to do the same potentially on another squad. Maryland over there, shorthanded with just 2 left, man. Alpha 7 does not need the help. So, again, a fumble there by intense game, if you ask me. They had Maryland dead to rights, but unable to finish the job, and now it looks like it's Influence Rage with dominant position, Compound in circle, and you've got Jaguar also with dominant position on the other side, literally owning that whole southern side of the zone with 2 different compounds. So again, Jaguar looking in prime position to win this game. So we'll see if they can get it done. Mafioso, though, gets one, but not the second. Senatexo with a little bit of a revenge kill here.
Yeah, but that wasn't even him. That was the Maryland teammate. Oh, man, and that's it?
Action, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, Influence Rage, you might as well give him the knocks there, right? But it wasn't even Mafioso getting that PB. It was just the teammate coming through. I was really hoping that would be the demise for Maryland, but thankfully winning that 1v1 in the end, only for that sixth place finish in placement points. But man, I mean, we haven't seen too many of squads like that having reputable names, having team nades on one another. That's usually out of the squads like SON or maybe VIP, even these inexperienced players in the lobby. But seeing a team like that, Maryland pulling out a team nade, really is not something you see. But now 5 teams remaining here, PB. The zone's starting to come in, and VIP, unfortunately, down to just Prince trying to make the moves happen again.
Man, SON catching strays out here
for
Enigma, but man, oh man.
They down at the bottom,
Prince eliminated. VIP out of here. We enter the top 4. It's Resilience, Influence Rage, Jaguar, and 9Z. I gotta say, 9Z with the late rotation in and dropping a couple players in that fight out in the blue zone with VIP. I'm impressed that they've made it to this position in zone. They've got great defensive position, and they're holding it so far. Saz, man, what discipline from Colgoat not to stand up here. He's going to try to get the finish with the grenade, and he comes through with it, and now it's just 1 more left from Resilience. Wonderful play here from Colgoat 7.
Oh, as he gets just caught by Influence Rage, little boy being able to get that angle. Now it's going to come down to Milos, and the thing is that Milos doesn't really have that much utility to work with, so he's going to have to be careful. But Influence Rage is helping 9Z in a way, as they were able to take care of Resilience. Resilience, a team that we wanted to see a little bit more out of. Not going to be the case, but at least they ended up securing a top 4 in this match. Now Jaguar going to be moving around. By the way, boys, I've been scratching my head the whole time thinking, how the heck did Jaguar just not lose anybody onto that crash with Fate and Xforce? We'll go back to that at one point, because right now Colgold in 9C just looking to stay alive from the grenades of Little Boy and the rotations and the angles that Influence Rage is about to start getting. There you go. It's too much for them to handle, Enigma.
Yeah, 7 eliminations, just completely dismembered from Little Boy. I was thinking they were actually going to rotate up north, but instead coming right into him, going for the nade shots, and Federal hitting some nice shots onto one of the Jaguar players. This is actually coming down to a 3v3 situation, so given that opening knock onto M2M, PB, that's not something you want to give, because Influence Rage, they've been moving already in their cars. They're looking for this thirst to get the man advantage.
They really are. This is, again, my pick to win the entire tournament. Influence Rage, they're not a team to take lightly right now. They are showing up in a big way, aiming at Alpha 7 at the top of the leaderboard right now, but they've got to get through Jaguar first. They've got them in their sights. M2M down, and it's up to just a couple more players. We've got Carlin God off on the flank right now. Good visibility and sightlines onto the battlefield, but will he be able to take advantage of it? We got Law and Federal on the offensive, trying to make things happen, and it's got Splat for Jaguar on the other angle right now. This is a tough one. They've got both Jaguar players isolated, not in a position to really give support, but both still have good positions. Low Boy finishing the job on M2M. It's now a 3v2-7.
And Little Boy right now just putting up a performance. This whole roster is, honestly, Federal, a new player into this squad. A long time. It's been a long time since we've seen Federal here at PMSL Americas too, because he wasn't able to participate during the spring split. But good to see him being back, and good to see him being able to perform too. And not a bad pick, honestly, PB, for this squad to win it all. They have been performing well. They did really good as well in Spring Break. We'll see what they're going to be doing here, as Jaguars just looking to deny the point. And this is something, Enigma, that we see towards the end of events. For them to be able to do this right now, that's a big surprise.
Yeah, and for the most part, I think it's honestly a pretty good call from Team Jaguar. You see the circle shift. This whole ridge line is just completely under Influence's Rage's control, and now actually going for the shots. They're actually going to potentially give them an elimination. So a little bit of a counterintuitive play. Should have really just gone for the zone knock, but does get one with the S12, but giving him the point. I think they both should have been on the same page, but nonetheless, winner chicken dinner for the Influence Rage boys. Your pick, BB, to win it all, and on the first day, getting the win definitely feels good.
You know, this is a strong squad, and you mentioned it, Federal, a new pickup coming in for the squad, and he's replacing Lorenzen in the lineup right now, and that is a guy that was third in the MVP ranking in the spring split. I mean, this lineup is no joke. Influence Rage getting it done here, and they did it with 3 players alive for the most part there. Coming up when it mattered, getting those shots placed, taking down other big hitting squads like 9Z towards the end there, and ultimately they get it done. I like the play, though, by Jaguar that heads up to deny some points. Again, you pointed out, 7, that normally happens later on in the tournament, but every point matters, and they matter today, too. So we take a peek at the action that went down early on in this one. It was chaos in Milta once again, 7.
Yeah, I was with Enigma. I was actually pleasantly surprised as one player deciding to deny the point, but then the other player deciding not to deny the point.
Yeah.
It did seem, Enigma, a bit of miscommunication there from the squad, because usually when we see that, okay, everybody says, you know what, let's back off. Oh, what's that? The sniper rifle? Okay, it's been a minute since I've been able to see it here on the highlights, but maybe something that they'll be able to talk to about it in the future and be like, okay, next time, let's be on the same page, Enigma.
Yeah, you gotta be shown the inexperience at some point. Act like you played competitive before like all these other squads, because you doing something like that day one of the event is making me put a little bit of a red flag next to your name, saying, hey, you know, this team maybe is not locked in on the same page, because if we compare it to Alpha 7 and the likes of that, they're always working together. They're never doing something alone. They're always playing for the aggression and the knocks. And I mean, talk about a team that was doing that. It's just a two-man here. 9Z fully here. They actually had 3 players of Resilience Esports being able to whittle them down to just a solo. So being able to wreak havoc on the zone. And this is the part at the end here, of course. Carlin God getting the knock and the elimination, unfortunately, from the Molly. But the winner chicken dinner stats, PB, I'll let you say it. This is your team right now.
Hey, I like it. Little boy picking up 7 eliminations and Federal adding 4 to his total here. 12 coming in for Influence Rage. And I will say Federal leads all players right now with 10 eliminations. So again, solid pickup Influence Rage. You guys are looking pretty good. They win game 3 fairly convincingly too, having an opponent just bow out and decide they didn't want none in the final circle. So with that, we get through the halfway point of day number 1. We take a look at our MVP from the game, and it's none other than Lil Boy. 7 eliminations will do it every time. Over 1,000 damage for one player, 7.
That's right, an insane amount of damage, an insane amount of eliminations too for this player, considering that last split, it was Diego the one that was able to come out MVP. But overall, Influence Rage, I really enjoy how they just took full control of that circle. Whenever they saw a chance to just crash into a team, they were able to do that. Whenever they saw a chance to just crash into a third party, they were able to do that as well. And you can see them 22 points for that squad. But honestly, Team Jaguar, I'm happy to see them there as well, Enigma, as they end up with a total of 10 points. And that's something that Xforce could have been on. Instead, Xforce ends up with just 1 point.
Could have, they should have been on that wavelength. They should have been in that top 2 scenario. As soon as I'd seen that rotation from Maryland, as well as I believe it was 9Z Globant coming around that western edge, allowing a team to get around you when you should be the one applying pressure is just not what you want to see. And unfortunately for these teams down on the bottom section as well, SON's the team that stands out, man. We're dropping at Milta. We're giving initial knocks to Team Liquid. I get it, you know, we got 1 or 2 under our belt. We can chalk it up as maybe it was just a Wolves third-party diff, but I'm not liking what I'm seeing. I feel Team Liquid's taking that over and over, time and time again. We pull up the overalls right now. Influence Rage taking first place over Alpha 7.
Absolutely. Influence Rage sitting in first with 50 points. Alpha 7 not getting it done that game in game 3. They take 46 home, but there's a gap now between the top 2 and everyone else. We've got another kind of a second tier developing with Royals of War, Intense Game, Team Jaguar, Resilience Esports, and then you got the rest of the field right now. One of the things that I did see in game 3, though, was a little bit of a resurgence or rebound from teams like Resilience and 9Z. They climb quite a bit up the leaderboard, and it's still at a point in the tournament where you can do that. You can have a big game and completely turn your fortunes around. So that is what each of these teams is looking for. For those at the bottom of the table, looking at straight out of Nepal, Xforce, iNCO Gaming, Wolves, all NA teams. That is a tough one to look at. They need to get things moving and at least get into double digits on the points. So with that, those are your overalls. Impressive first half of the day, though, gents. We've got games 4, 5, and 6 coming up. What are you looking forward to here on the last Erangel match 7?
I'm going to be looking at Latam. Latam has actually surprised me in a big way, especially this team's the way they've been able to perform here after 3 matches. I'm hoping that momentum continues on because it's not just Brazil there towards the top. Earlier we were seeing just Brazil, not anymore. Latam is up there too.
All right, and Enigma, what are you looking forward to in our second half of today?
Looking at 9Z right now. That last game, doing that much work as a 2-man. I want to see it maybe with 3 or 4 players up, but if they can get that into the last Erangel, they'll tee themselves up real nicely for those last 2 Miramars tonight.
9Z, 4 men, take them to the final circles, get it done. Gentlemen, we have more action coming up in just a moment, but the story of the day so far has been Alpha 7. They've been strong, and we've got Kaya standing by with Mafioso to hear a little bit from him.
Hey guys, so I'm here right now with Mafioso from Alpha 7. They just got a win, and they got top 2 in the first map, which was Rondo. So right now we are seeing a different roster that you guys are playing, and what changes can we expect from now on in your gameplay? Então agora vocês mudaram um pouco o time, né, Mafioso? E eu quero saber que mudanças a gente pode esperar no jogo de vocês também.
Acho que o nosso jogo vai ser, a gente vai trabalhar os 4 bem junto. O Guizão se encaixou muito bem no time e estamos confiantes para levar essa PMSL para casa.
So they're very confident to this time win the PMSL Americas, and they're going to play together, the 4 of the players, and that's probably something that is going to change a few things for them. And right now, I want to know also, how are you feeling for the split this season? Are you more confident with this new changes, new roster and all? Como você está se sentindo para esse split? Como está a confiança do time para agora com essas mudanças?
Todo mundo do time tá muito bem, a gente treinou bastante no telefone que é o próprio do campeonato, que é o Infinity GT30. Então a gente está confiante, a gente treinou bastante e sabe que a gente tem potencial para ser campeão.
So all of the players from Alpha 7 are very confident right now. He said they trained a lot in the new phone and the Infinix GT 30 Pro, and that's why they feel they can get the wins and everything.
And welcome back, everybody, to the PMSL Americas Fall Split. We are in the regional final stage. I'm so excited. It's League Stage 1, rather. It has been insane so far. 3 games in the books, and we still have so much more to look forward to today. Erangel coming up once again. We're off a fresh victory from Influence Rage, and they've got some new players doing work, and they've got some old players doing work as well. Looks like someone's finally shown up to give Alpha 7 a Challenge 7.
That's right. I was not expecting anybody to pass Alpha 7 this quickly, especially with the way that Alpha 7 has been playing in the first 2 matches. But here, making sure Influence Rage takes advantage of it, overcoming in regards to placement points and on top of the eliminations. That's the big one, the eliminations, because we know Alpha 7 tends to be very frag heavy Enigma. And for another team to be out-fragging them, even if it's just by 1 elimination, that tells a lot.
Yeah, and for the most part, it came to, I believe, just 5 total points from Alpha 7 that last game, really coming down to that slam play, maybe getting a little too over-eager to rotate out of Severny into that Influence Rage position. Unfortunately, really only sending, I believe, 2, if not 3 players, while Influence Rage, they send all 4. They lose 1, but ultimately get the winning position in the zone. And the difference between some of these squads like Influence Rage versus a squad like Xforce even is, even if they get the zone, they understand at some point you got to get active. And for Influence Rage, we saw them driving around, going for off angles, the nades, and the long range shots, being able to reign supreme. So I'm hoping with this last Erangel coming up, PB, we're able to see some of these other squads, especially the NA boys, be able to replicate just that.
We're gonna see it. I'm confident. Kind of. We're gonna see it turn around maybe for some of these squads. Honestly, it hasn't been like the tale of two different calibers of teams so far today, at least in my opinion. It just hasn't gone their way. So we'll see if they can turn it around. But again, I am a bit nervous for the Wolves, for example, who seem to be getting kind of knocked out fairly quickly out of their fights. And that is a skill that the Wolves in particular out of NA, they are pretty good behind the rifle. And that so far has not been a strength for them today. So I want to see if they can turn it around, start to play as a team, get those rotations on point. But let's go ahead and take a peek at the maps that we still got left for today. We got ourselves a nice little Erangel coming up next for match number 4, and then we'll wrap with 2 Miramars out in the desert. That's always my favorite time in PUBG Mobile. But you can see our winners so far, varied thus far. Alpha 7, though, picking up game 2, a second place in game number 1. But they have been matched and exceeded by Influence Rage, taking home their first chicken dinner in game number 3, Enigma.
Yeah, and for game number 3, coming into match 4, we're at the later half of the day, and I don't want to be this guy, but I haven't seen NA up on the win column yet. I'm needing to see the signs of life. We're only seeing, I believe, VIP being the furthest reaching NA squad, and they're making it with a solo man. They're not doing it as a team. They're getting skated by. I know it's only 3 games, we've played 7, but I'm needing to see more action out of our teams. I need to see more plays out of the boys instead of just sitting like a duck in the water.
Yes, that specifically, as we're looking at the top teams here on Erangel, going into the last one, going back to what you were saying, man. Yeah, even here, no NA teams. And I was just so shocked at the ending of that last match when we had, I think it was maybe 8 teams left, where Xforce was just chilling in the compound, and somehow, Enigma, they allowed Jaguar to just pull up on them, eliminate them, and not even eliminate any of the players from Jaguar, which is wild. Because you should have been able to see that coming. You should have had some eyes around. And this is the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it's something that happened also during Spring Split. This team, for some reason, would end up getting just tunnel vision on certain things. And it sucks that it's currently happening again here in Fall Split.
Yeah, and I believe a lot of that comes down to even if they take an engagement, a winning fight, Wolves as well comes to mind, they forget that there's 16 total teams in the lobby, 15 if you exclude themselves, and especially PB, you are obviously their last split as well. Are any boys forget that the game continues to go on even after you get the zone, even after you get some eliminations under your belt?
That's very true. The game rolls on, as always, all the way to the very bitter end sometimes. I will say Influence Rage averaging double-digit eliminations on Erangel. That is a nice trend for them to see, because obviously they did well in their win. But man, even in the game they didn't win, they're still delivering in a big way. So eyes on to Influence Rage this time around to see if they can keep up the great work. It's been a story of zones for me a little bit too, with the plane pass kind of being hard shifted either to one side of the map or the other. I want to see if another part of the map gets used, and if it's going to be those squads hunkering down. We mentioned Xforce kind of getting position and somehow letting teams crash onto them and not defending at all. And I think that's the point of taking those positions, right? Is you want to defend those hardcover compounds, not just hide in them. So we'll keep eyes on that also. But again, getting ready for our next game. Lobby is just about ready. But boys, let's get some prediction. Or we got an interview, actually, I'm hearing. So why don't we go hear from somebody about something?
All right, guys, here we are with Federal after third match. They got the winner chicken dinner. Federal, first off, congratulations, you're playing great. Everything's looking great. How are you guys feeling at the start of this PMSL?
A gente está se preparando muito, estamos trabalhando duro desde que eu voltei. Antes também os moleques já estavam trabalhando muito esses um ano que eu fiquei fora. Então, agora é focar nessa Américas aí e buscar a PMGC, se Deus quiser, ser campeão também da Américas. Estamos trabalhando duro para isso.
We've been working really hard. We're working really hard, especially since I came back. I was out for a year, and now I came back, so we're working very strongly. Our goal is to win PMSL and go to PMGC. Let's talk about that year that you were out. How did you feel then, and how are you feeling now that you're back?
Bom, estou muito feliz pela volta, né? Infelizmente esse ano que eu fiquei fora foi só derrota, foi ruim. Mas agora estou muito feliz, estou com a família de novo aí, família roxinha. E é isso, vamos embora pra cima, ganhar tudo aí. E, se Deus quiser, ser campeão da América, é isso.
Yeah, it was a bad year. It was a year of defeats, but now we're back with the Purple family. We're really happy. I'm really happy to be here and focusing on getting that victory on PMSL. Bro, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
And a amazing. Back to the action. Getting ready for our next game. It is Erangel. We'll see if Influence Rage can deliver. Once again, they got to feel confident, right? But we've got some standout players so far, a couple on that squad. We've got Alpha 7 with Carrillo kicking some serious butt. Guizao has been making a name for himself, but also we got Royals of War. Royals of War is getting it done, and we got Deminor, who is crushing it so far from them. 7, what do you make of Royals of War's performance thus far?
I'm happy with the amount of eliminations they've been able to put up. I'm happy that this team was able to get the win. But ever since that, we just really haven't seen that much placement points out of this squad. If we were to look at the overall from them, they had only 11 placement points. And 10 out of those placement points is coming in from the win that we saw earlier in the first match of today. I want to see them pick it up a little bit more. Carry that momentum. Don't just let that win kind of fade away, because if not, they're just going to keep on trickling down that leaderboard as they have to the more stronger teams, to the more aggressive teams like Influence Rage and Alpha 7.
You definitely see that, and we'll see if that actually is able to turn itself around here. They're solid on Erangel. We'll see if that's a team that can deliver in match number 4 today. But while we're waiting here for this next game to start, would love to get your guys' thoughts on some predictions for this match and see, where we think this cookie is going to crumble here in our 4th match of the day. I went with, I think, 7 first the first time, then me. Let's go Enigma. What do you think is going to happen here in 4th game?
4th game, the last Erangel. We haven't really seen too much out of the NA boys, but I don't want to let my confidence kind of unwaver from our squad, especially with it being the first day, right? So I'm going to go back to it. I'm going to say Wolves for the last Erangel. All the other teams, they've made mistakes. Wolves, we haven't been able to see do that yet on camera for us. So hopefully, if we do catch some of the action from them, it will be taken, winning, engaging. So for me, it's got to be Wolves on this Erangel.
All right. Wolves it is for Enigma. What about you, 7?
Let me throw this curveball real quick. Yeah, come on, VIP Esports. Show me what you got, because right now you're currently the best performing NA team, sitting in 8th place. Meanwhile, the rest of the other NA teams are 13, 14, 15, 16. Just count it up. But yeah, I'm hoping that this team able to react a little bit better. They've been able to get those placement points. They've been able to get those eliminations. Not up to par of what Brazil, the top 2 teams, is currently doing. But I believe in this squad. So far, I mean, they've been able to show us some hints here and there.
It's all it takes sometimes is a little belief from 7. And, for me, I've picked a couple of teams so far that really haven't done me any favors on the prediction front. I won't go as far as to say it's cast or curse, but in this game, I'm looking for Loops Esports to come through and deliver a big win. This is a team that they can always get hot at any time. They've got a consistent roster that they continue to put out each and every tournament. And this is a team that's done pretty well so far today. They haven't topped the tables just yet. But again, they've got really standout players who are continuing to deliver. So I got my eyes on Loops to take this one. But again, I'm hoping they can do it in a southern circle, a little military zone, if you will. And that's what I am hoping to see here on Erangel.
Have you switched on us? I'm starting to feel a trend right here. Picking NA, Enigma's picking NA as well, and you're over there sitting with Brazil. Hold on, what's going on here? We got some time to fill, so let's have fun with it.
I'm just picking who I think's gonna win this particular game, right? If you really
Not
want
from
to
the
know,
heart. Okay.
If you really want to know, I'll give you my actual predictions for the tournament, and I've got the Wolves finishing in 3rd place. So again, I got belief that they'll come back. That's something that I feel may happen. I got to see more than what I've seen from them so far. If you really want my prediction, I'll put it on record now. Influence Rage in the 1st spot, Alpha 7 in 2nd, and Wolves in 3rd. 9Z in 4th, and they haven't delivered either. So again, I'm off the mark on a couple of them, and I'm happy to say that I've got number 1 and 2 spot on right now. So again, that's where I'm standing. 7, I don't know if you're gonna pick Alpha 7 each and every game, but I like that I'm seeing you go with VIP Esports in this one. I'm a fan. I hope they get it done.
Yeah, I'm saving my Brazil picks for whenever we get a little bit later on. That's when I'll end up picking Brazil. But funny thing, though, with those picks that you do currently have, mine are a bit... They're kind of the same, but not really, because I do have Alpha 7 finishing in 1st place, and I also have Influence Rage being in those top 2, with Wolves being in 3rd place, too. So a bit of a switch there towards the top.
Oh man, you guys are lame.
Enigma?
You guys are lame with some of these picks. Now, Alpha 7, I want them dethroned. I want Wolves in top 2. Team Liquid come out maybe into first place, and I get it. You know, first day, we're picking NA. We have the faith still, maybe, and it'll wean on as the tournament goes on, maybe less and less. But I need you guys to have more faith with the Wolves. Put them up more in the top 2. I want to see that squad move forward. Obviously, maybe off of the PMGC points, but just off performance alone in this tournament. And everywhere else, 9Z, I agree. I want to see them in that top 5 range. They're a team, especially with having Remix, one of the NA teams. That's a team that I want to see perform well with a player like him, because no matter which team you're on, if you're an NA player, I'll always give you the love and support.
I'm surprised by that Team Liquid pick actually in first place.
Get them
What
up
made
there.
you want to go with that Enigma? I'm
new
intrigued
coach,
actually. Let's deep dive a little bit into this.
The new coach, we saw the play onto Alpha 7 on the Erangel. Yeah, they got third-partied and stuff like that, but the total aggression almost mimics what Alpha 7 was doing in their games. And they got to get that sort of information going maybe a little bit sooner, maybe not have a player get knocked and thirsted so early on in the matches to play for positioning. But Team Liquid, if they clean it up, I feel they got a good shot at it.
Let's go hear from our tournament sponsor here, Infinix. Would love to catch a quick word about what makes this tournament so great. And there you have it. You know, I will say, back on that Team Liquid conversation, I've been happy with the performance thus far from them. They still need to get that zone blessing, you know, to see if they can get it done. But Seven, you said you wanted to go a little deeper dive here. Tell me more about Team Liquid and why you think that's an interesting pick from Enigma.
My boy. Yo, PB, what side of the bed do you sleep on, man? Because I feel like you and I are thinking the exact same thing today. The thing is, this team was known for getting that compound, getting that zone blaze, and then just being able to just frag out everybody, as we're going to be jumping into the last Erangel of day 1 of PMSL America's fall split. But going back to Team Liquid, the main factor for this squad and the main struggle, especially for this year and for last PMGC, is this team. If they don't end up performing well, they get into their heads, Enigma. And it's something that their previous coach wasn't able to fix with them. And I'm hoping that whoever the new coach is and whatever the mentality is for this squad, especially with Kayovsky now being in part of this roster, I'm hoping that mentality is going to be changing and they're going to be able to readjust and not just stay on a funk like they have in the past.
Yeah, the funk, that's honestly the hardest thing to break, and I feel a new voice, a new set of blood, set of hands almost in your matches, in these sort of LAN events is something that's desperately needed, especially representing an organization like Team Liquid, and this playing path is going to favor them. They have actually been opting to drop Milta instead of that military base we had seen last split PB. I'm interested in knowing if that's just because they haven't been getting the zones maybe too much on the south side as of lately through the scrims, or maybe it's just we need to fully switch things up. We need to break the ice early on in this tournament to really perform into that top 2 realm.
I don't know. All I know is I'm going to stare at the battlegrounds and try to figure it out this time. Maybe scratch my head just a little bit. But this is the plane path that I was hoping to see, that southern, hard-shifted plane path. But what will the circle do? Will it cooperate? Will it be all the way up north? Are we going to get something maybe a bit more central or even south? I know VIP, with their shifted drop spot at Novorotnoye, they are going to hope it goes south. So, again, we've got the central to northern zone here. It looks like the Alpha 7 squad, instead of going to North George, they're going to go to Lipovka, their secondary drop spot, and loot up there. They got free reign to rotate up north. So that's going to be interesting for me. Who will rotate first and go take up that ground that obviously no one will fill off the plane path because it's just too far south, 7?
I'm just happy to see Team Liquid and straight out of Nepal not fighting each other in Milta, because this would have been the perfect plane path for them to actually go for that fight, and for them, Team Liquid decides to stick with Milta, and then you have straight out of Nepal, just going to Milta Power. So good to see that these teams are just not going for it. But something that you were mentioning there, Enigma, as we were looking at the playing path, is that Xforce might end up hot dropping.
Yeah, and Xforce, they always have that secondary drop into Primorsk. Now it actually looks like it's going to be iNCO Gaming yet again having an early engagement. This time going to be an off-drop fight just north towards that sort of roadside compounds that lead into school. But with M2M, he's got to deal with 2 players inside as well as the rotation from the squad mates. Coming in with the pump, getting one, but McGrellin's there, able to clean it up. Now Potro trying to find the shots himself, but the problem with iNCO, 2 of them landed on the hillside here, Powerbang. They do not have weapons in their hand yet, but Jaguar, they got to group up. They got to take this 3v4 before the resets happen for iNCO Gaming.
I think they can stand there without weapons and just be physically imposing. That's, I think, the move at this point. You can see a couple of shotguns there for iNCOs. They get another drop here. Potrov is down. Carlin God rolls up on the scene. The unfortunate thing for Jaguar is they continue to show up one at a time, and one at a time they are out of the lobby, and just like that, Team Jaguar eliminated in the blink of an eye. Unfortunate for them, they both land at a house in the middle of nowhere. It was a valiant effort from M2M, but as the team came to support, it was just too disjointed, not well connected. They would have been better off abandoning the fight, but hindsight's 20/27.
That's right. Meanwhile, we're going to be switching over to Xforce, as they are going to be having Maryland very close by. Fate having to lay down and wait to see, just relay the information of what Maryland is currently going to be doing, because Maryland playing it very close, making sure that they're not going to end up getting surprised by anybody. And if for some reason they do stake out in the open, Fate might end up with the perfect angle to at least catch somebody, knock one, and then give the advantage there to his squad. Shotguns are going to be at the ready, though. You can see Fate now readjusting for his squad. He should be able to call out all of this information. This is the perfect time for you to get up and go for that knock. He decides not to. He's waiting a little bit too long. I wonder if that might end up backfiring for that squad, as now we're going to be switching over to Alpha 7, rotating around, getting shots at. But I really want to see what's happening there with Xforce, because it looked like Fate had the perfect opportunity to strike Enigma, but he decided not to. There you go.
Yeah, he got the one, and I was actually hoping 24K would be the first to shoot, having that off angle onto the ridgeline, force them into the center part of Fate, but now we see it Xforce with the knock. Klaus now taking the initiative onto Maryland, having only 2 players here with the shots from downtown on the ridges. 24 now actually getting another opening, so Xforce really just dismantling Maryland. And I mean, look at this play. Fate realizing, hey, my teammates are winning the fight, I'm just going to completely ditch the building. We could take this 1v4 afterwards, and for the most part, Xforce, they're starting to collect together. Obviously, Fate, no helmet to his name, but as long as he's able to get the trade from one of his teammates entering the building, should be a clean wipe for the NA boys, and this is desperately what's needed. The last Erangel of the day, Powerbang, on your drop spot. We saw a lot of our NA boys, especially SON, not winning those fights off rip, but now, hopefully, Xforce, they do take one knock here, but hopefully they can clean this up.
Great shots through the window. It's going to weaken them, and a little bit of a scare there for Xforce, but they're going to be in time to shoot some boxes. Not sure they've earned that right just yet, but hey, Maryland out of the lobby, and Maryland with another early exit, still unable to crack double-digit points after 4 games of play. So not where they want to be at all. They are ahead of the Wolves at this point, which is not where the Wolves I thought would be, and I'm kind of keeping my eye on them. The Wolves had kind of centered up in the middle of the zone. They're near Alpha 7 at this point, so that's going to be a fight that I'm watching develop. We'll see if that actually happens, but Team Liquid about to roll on top of Wolves as well. So again, we keep our eyes peeled for these fights developing on rotation. Straight out on Nepal, Leon rolling through. Here's Liquid. They're right on top of Wolves. Peeking down, see if they can get a little action for us started here, 7.
That's right. Team Liquid they're going to play this very smart. If they don't see an opening, they're more than likely going to end up backing off, continuing on here with the hovercraft and seeing if they can maybe find an opportunity to actually get into a fight, or to just take some shots at another squad, and they're just going to be collecting hovercrafts here. You know, you want to go for it? They're like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, go for it. Why not? Let's just have 2 while we're at it, if it ends up working out for this squad. Because hovercrafts, if for some reason, Enigma, we do end up out in the open, when they end up blowing up, you could end up making your own little compound with how much cover they can provide.
Yeah, and they also had 2 monster trucks. That's definitely one of the vehicles you don't want in the open with how leveled it is off the ground. The suspension, I guess, really playing a part for the monster trucks. But actually looks like they're going to opt for a UAZ swap. We'll be able to keep 1 hovercraft to their name, but I'm all for it with you. What's better than 1 hovercraft? It's always going to be 2, if not 3. But there's not much water. They also did drop towards Milta, with SON being towards that Milta power side, so not too much potential in finding those vehicles to use. But with this being centered up towards this Yasnaya field, a lot of teams opting to hold splits. Wolves and Alpha 7 both being players I'm thinking of, and I'm not sure if I'm too much of a fan of this PB. Wolf trying to play this dip spot a little bit too overzealous, with Wolves having a spread all around them.
I couldn't figure out what you were saying there. Wolf playing Wolves,
Wolf playing Wolves, Wolf.
I was like, I don't know if he likes it or he hates it, but no, Wolf comes straight out of the Paul, hitting the dip, and I'm like thinking the same exact thing. He is kind of camped out right between the Wolves' 2 flanks, and he decides to get the heck out of Dodge. Probably the smart move there as we take a peek at Influence Rage. They rotate up north as well. They're one of the first squads to make their way north of the river. They join Adrian up there from Intense Game, but Intense Game only has 1 member north of that river at this point. So Federal and the crew prioritizing that early northern positioning. We'll check back to them in a bit and see if it pays off. The circle about to close and do something. Where's it going to go? It hard shifts, and that's a long rotation now for old Influence Rage. They gambled on the north and lost.
It would be a long rotation, but it could end up working out for this squad, just considering with how open at the moment right now places like Mansion is. Obviously, they have no idea about that, but with the scouting that Little Boy is going to be able to do right away for that squad, it might end up working out for them. Something that I am wondering what's happening here towards the south is VIP. Batman, you can see him debating whether they actually want to stay in the bridge, maybe go for a bit of a bridge camp. That is not the case, Batman. Focus on your zone. Focus on an area, because right now the south is free, but all those other teams are going to be moving up. We saw Xforce in Primos for the longest time. That's a big question mark for me as well, Enigma. Where is Xforce going to be going?
I think they're going to try to rotate south, really try to play this sort of edge circle that they love so much, especially I believe Fate was looking for a hovercraft. So really Xforce making their mark on using the vehicle that's made them get here so many times, but my question mark as well has got to be, is 9Z going to look to potentially edge camp them? The rotation coming in. It is only stage 2, so it's not like we won't be seeing maybe more bridge camps or rotational plays like we saw from Maryland on the first Erangel, but a lot of these teams opting, hey, we're going to center up, we're going to play for these circle spots, and we have seen Loops actually pick off 1 rotating player from a squad. I believe it was Resilience Esports being able to get something under their belt, but with it being so early on, the problem factor I'm seeing here, Powerbang, is if it shifts to this eastern side towards prison, this whole open field that SON has control of, because there's not much for you to play. This isn't Rondo where you've got the deployable cover flares where you can destroy the terrain and make a divot. You're forced to play in the open, and with it being so early on, I know it might just caster curse me and go all the way down south or something crazy, but these players got to deal with these zones early if they want to make it into the late game.
They do. And, you know, this spot that you were talking about was straight out of Nepal. You know, Wolves, Team Liquid, everyone in here. It's a pretty solid front between these squads. They don't have to fight each other. They don't really have the sight lines for it, but everyone else trying to rotate their way in. Looking at Influence Rage coming in the backside right now. They make a play for prison, because it is wide open right now, but they're going to have to beat Team Liquid, who is working their way that direction. The zones continue to hard shift to the east, and as they close here, it's going to be really interesting to see what exactly happens. VIP did give up the hard shift, or they did give up the bridge camp, and looks like United 4 will be making their way north. So, again, things getting a little interesting as the zones shift and the circles continue to move on. We've got 12 more seconds to see what this next zone will do. Everyone in cars, it seems like, or hovercrafts. We'll see exactly what this thing does. Oh, look at down in this area. We've got a big mess between 9Z and Xforce right now. It does hard shift south. Good news for United 4. But Klaus trying to stay alive, 7.
That's right, and right now, I mean, they already lost one of the players with that late rotation that this squad was doing. 24K trying to get away from this fight too, and it looks like they're wanting to take this fight. It looks like they're wanting to set up here, or they might be getting forced to take this fight with 9C, as 9C was just waiting for them. They were waiting for the longest time to see if anybody was going to be rotating, catching them on the rotation. At least they were able to secure one elimination. The new circle has popped, and in a way, it's going to be blessing those teams that were towards the south, especially towards the eastern bridge. United for Gaming is going to be one of those teams. VIP as well, as they ended up moving towards the north. Meanwhile, straight out of Nepal, taking care of Team Liquid here, and they should be able to get a full reset unless Influence Rage just crashes Enigma.
Yeah, and I believe Influence Rage, they're not going to allow the reset to come through. One thirst onto Leon, actually, from Law, and Little Boy actually going to be full sending up with Diego, the buggy, reigning supreme. But SON, they've got the bunker to run to PB. The shot's got to connect, and the molly just cuts him off, leaving him 1 HP. I'd like to imagine almost if he got that knock, maybe even just send a vehicle through the Molotov. But SON, they win the fight. I believe they actually full slammed potentially onto Team Liquid there, because TL, they had this shelter position since Zone 1, so not sure really what happened there. But SON getting away with the skin of their teeth, 3 players to their name, and unfortunately for Team Liquid, going out early with my pick.
You know, it was interesting. Straight out of Nepal, came from the north, and they were actually able to bisect Team Liquid, caught them off guard, was able to take care of them one at a time, essentially. And that's never where you want to get caught out, is kind of with one player trying to defend a full crash. Straight out of Nepal, getting it done. And that's good for North America, right? Seeing signs of life, winning fights against really good squads. Team Liquid's been performing so far, and again, not able to get that zone blessing and not able to defend it this time either against Straight Outta Nepal. Loops, though, coming in, and they're looking good this game as well. 2 elims already to their names, and full squad to boot. Klaus in big trouble, though. He's on fire, 7.
He just barely being able to get away from that vehicle as IG decided to stop shooting at him. Now they're waiting to see if he's going to end up picking Claws. Actually wanted to challenge this. He's going to be able to get some shots there on Padrino, but not fully connect with that, as now he ended up just getting absolutely baited by IG. Made him stop, and that was easy pickings for that squad, as Xforce is going to be out. Reliance, this team is currently positioned. Hold on a second. Okay, all right. I was making sure that is the right team. It is. They're going to be straight down the middle there, waiting to see what the next circle is going to be popping. There you go. And then you got Alpha 7 towards the east as well. VIP, so many squads just waiting for the next circle. And meanwhile, towards the north, you have Wolves Esports Enigma with just a lot of terrain, but now they're going to have to make a move.
Yeah, but Wolves, thankfully, they have that God compound, that graveyard spot, as well as potentially the dip on the road to be able to kind of spread and hold. While Intense Game, they had a 2-2 split towards the center of the circle. And Intense Game, they're actually going to opt to center up towards the circle shift. So whoever wins this fight, Rose of War versus Loops, if they go north afterwards, they could potentially have a free spot in this stage 4 circle shift. But we're seeing it still. Some of these players still looking to potentially have that aggression factor happen. You got to be careful, though, especially Rose of War, I believe, just down south. 9Z, the team that was gatekeeping Xforce, and that Circle 2 shift, now looking for the third party here, PB.
I was looking for Royals of War and Loops to come together. They kind of need to get rid of one another in order to make it safely into zone. Not a lot of places to hide. It looks like Rafinha from Loops is going to prioritize zone first. We take our attention over here to Wolves. They're still over at the shelter, trying to get into zone safely, but they've got Wolf still camping nearby them. Wolf is trying to, I think he's got something to prove here, 7. He's trying to take on the Wolves as a solo, a lone wolf, if you will.
He might be trying to, but right now the Wolves are currently having the 4 players set up. As Ro, I was talking about the squad not really being able to follow up on the performance that they had in the first game and continuing on this bad stretch that they're having in Erangel, as they're just gonna be moving down even lower in the leaderboard, especially once everything is said and done. You have IG just 1 point away from them, and with the way they've been able to play, they should be able to secure it. Meanwhile, Brudozen with iNCO very close here to Wolves. Wolves still 4 players alive, and you can see them working with that 3-1 split, PB.
3-1 split coming in strong. We've got iNCO still alive in this one, still with 4 players alive also. And one of the things that's interesting to me, 7, is as I look at the battle tracker on the right hand side of the screen, we've got some serious point sponges at the top of the tables right now. Influence Rage 52 points, Alpha 7 46, and no one else has even touched 30 yet. I mean, we only have 3 teams in the 20s, so crazy gap right now developing, and this is a fight where if Influence Rage is able to pull it off, this is going to bode really well for them. But now they have 2 down, and it is like shooting fish in a barrel. iNCO on the drop. They get the couple of knocks they need to start the fight. But can they finish?
One remaining, it's just Diego in the smoke. Actually, a nade tagging him up to 1 HP. But look at the angles they have Bruno's in. Just reigning supreme over top. McGrellin cooking the nade just inside circle. And I was worried about iNCO Gaming making this rotation into this fight. But if Influence Rage just allows you to take the angles, it's always free shots for the taking. And with Diego, it's only a matter of time. The pre-fire's got to come through. Yeah, thank goodness. iNCO Gaming 4 for none on the trades. I believe going to be able to get that reset going off. But just down south here, VIP, the team that you wanted to see perform, 7, unfortunately having to deal with one of the top 2 squads in the lobby. Your favorite team for the most part, Alpha 7 right next to him.
Yeah, hear me out, Batman. It ain't gonna be working out for you, buddy. You're currently gonna be stuck in the 2nd floor, and on top of that, Alpha 7 knows exactly where you're at. The nades have been raining down. It's just a matter of time as we're just gonna be looking at the new circle popping up. Resilience Esports still within that circle. IG as well. Meanwhile, Wolves Esports towards the north. They're gonna have to fight Suns straight out of Nepal, and then you have Alpha 7. I mean, yeah, Enigma. It was just a matter of time for Batman.
Batman, you gotta hate to see it. Unfortunately for them, imagine they were able to keep that 4-man up. They could have had a nice short drive into the circle, but everyone else now, we see it on the west side. It's not gonna be Loops versus Rose of War. It's gonna be Loops versus 9Z now, making it in from the west side. And I'm liking your pick, PB. Loops Esports, I believe, coming into this with 0 placement points, but 13 eliminations. So showing that they're still able to have the fragging power. And if they can make it just 1 more placement, PB, they'll have at least 1 on the board for placements.
They'll get there. Actually, I'm not confident that they'll get there. They've got to take on 9Z right now. And so they could be... Yeah, they could be the next team out of this lobby. We will see if that's the case. But Wolves still kind of holding this edge on the northern part of this circle. Wancho's holding the off angle. But yeah, the Loops 9Z fight is the one I'm kind of watching right now to see if that's going to develop, because the winner gets to play intense game. So we'll see how that works. Igor's taking out Bruno's in the kill feed. This is the fight right here. They've got to figure it out, because if 9Z peeks over, it is trouble. But now, at the shelter, straight out of Nepal, still hanging out, trying to get things done here.
It's just going to be one of them left alive, trying to see if he can possibly end up connecting there with a grenade. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 has been turning up the heat. The eliminations are up for them, and straight under Nepal not being able to connect there with those shots. But now Rebel's going to be forced and baited here, as he's going to end up overextending and almost getting caught there by Wolves. Great play by that squad. Didn't end up working out, but now they at least have an idea of how many more players could be there with Alpha 7 and straight out of Nepal. It's Alpha 7. This is a team enigma that you don't want to allow them to set up. No matter if you have the numbers advantage, we've seen just 2 players in the past run through the whole lobby and get a win.
Yeah, I was really just hoping Wolves would at least be able to land the shots there. Some shots maybe missing almost for Loops, and finally clutching it up against 9Z. But back to that Wolves engagement, if they got that knock there onto Alpha 7, they could have had this full control all the way from the sheltered bunkers all the way west. But instead, Wancho, he gets caught out by the solo that should have been knocked from Alpha 7. Now it's just, unfortunately, this domino effect for the Wolves. And I wanted to see the action from a PB, but this play right here is not it.
Well, we did see the 9Z and Loops fight. It did go in favor of Loops, but the winner, as I mentioned, will get to fight Intense Game. And here we are. Intense Game has the upper hand, and they will wipe Loops from the lobby. So Loops will take home 1 rank point, but importantly enough for them, they pick up 8 eliminations as well this game, and that moves them all the way up to 5th place, at least for the time being. So not a bad showing for Loops. Intense Game, though, has to like their position right now in this circle. Everyone else is really kind of preoccupied and thinning each other out.
See IG now taking on some shots there to everybody. Anybody that's close to IG, they're just going to be forcing them to back off. We haven't really seen IG fully pop off and show what they're capable of in regards to eliminations. This could be the game here for this squad, as they're now up to 7 elims. And they're just keeping a close eye here on iNCO. They got to be careful, though, because Resilience Esports is going to be towards their horizon. What's going to be happening there with this squads? And then you got United for Gaming too. Just so many squads still alive with more than just one player. You're not going to be having to worry, at least for right now, Enigma, in regards to those solos that we had to worry in the first Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, I felt it was just the POI spot, right? North Georgia just allows solos to really just kind of catch you off guard. But one team that I'm really interested in seeing, I'm glad we're showing them right now, is going to be United 4 Gaming. 4 players up. They had to rotate through the farm field all the way up into these circle shifts, while Resilience, who somehow having the dead center spot, losing 2 players without having an elimination of their name. So I'd like to see United 4 Gaming potentially take this engagement fight for the south side of the hill. I do believe there is a bit of exposure coming from that shelter side on the east, but nonetheless, you're a team that needs to make a move now, especially being in this 11-point total, 13th place range, PB. This is the last Erangel of the day. You got to be able to put some more points up than just 1 or 2.
They're hoping for all the points, I think. I think Intense Game, though, this is a great opportunity for them. They've already secured 3rd place in the lobby. They're chasing a team that's still alive in Alpha 7, but at least one team is out right now in Influence Rage. So Intense Game, they're doing a great job taking down United 4 right now. Gone out of the lobby they go. They delayed their rotation up north all the way from that southern island, but the second they meet some opposition, they get smacked. Intense Game, 11 eliminations so far. Full squad. They're the only team at full strength. Look for them to have a massive game here, Seth.
It could end up continuing for this squad up to 11, like you were saying. And on top of that, the aggressiveness is there. They're making sure that they don't concede any ground to any of the other teams. Resilient Esports being one of those teams that's very close by. They are currently within nade range, and I expect those nades to start coming through. Intense Games just needs to make sure that they don't end up getting caught here, even in their vehicles. It has happened in the past, and right now, with the way they're currently working this match, honestly, they could end up being 15+ eliminations. Playing this very patiently. I actually don't mind this at all, Enigma.
Yeah, I feel like the smoke grenades, you understand you have the better position in this circle. Maybe even later on in the next 10 or 15 seconds, send one of your players up north to try to get an off angle, kind of find that sweet spot in between iNCO Gaming and Resilience. But if you got Rafa on your team, he's diamond it down over the hill, no look almost onto one of the Resilience players. And yeah, this is the moment you full send it. Silence with the P90 in hand, full teammate sending. And this is something I love seeing out of here, PB. The players that use the vehicles, even if you're late game, I understand you got 4 vehicles, but it's always nice having someone in the passenger seat. Shoot them while you're pulling up, because everyone tries to go for those knocks on the drivers, and this allows you now to apply the pressure you want. And now iNCO Gaming having their sights turned on the knocks.
Filthy third parties coming in. iNCO is just stuck. I mean, they did a great job holding off the push of Intense Game from above, but they can't actually push and finish the fight because they're getting shot in the back. So they got no choice really but to hunker down and try to pick up some more grenade kills. We'll see if they're able to hold on to some of that utility here and make use of it. But so far, it looks like Intense Game is going to narrowly avoid disaster here. Keep the squad at full strength, while Alpha 7 and Wolves are kind of chipping in shots from behind. McGrellan goes down. Vitali on the trade, but it's a 1v3 at this point.
It could end up happening. Vitali, one of those experienced players, but right now, with the way that IG has been playing, Molotovs are going to be coming through. Vitali being the last one alive. It is going to be a 3v1, taking out the DBS, and on top of that, he's getting shot from the back, being able to connect with one. But with this performance and with this area right here, Intense Game should be able to get a full reset with the high ground, unless Wolves decides to send it a little bit closer and start throwing those nades. This would be the time to do it, Enigma.
Yeah, but the problem is they lost Juancho so early to Alpha 7. They're too afraid to make that aggression. You're the squad that only has 1 elimination to your name, while you're seeing Intense Game light up their names in the elimination feed. And we actually see it even now. Alpha 7 potentially making the rotation in. That's not going to be the case. And Wolves, thankfully, Coops was able to steal 1 elimination, but this squad's already got 16 here, man. And it's not stopping. 3 elimination potential. They're just short of reaching that 20 elimination mark on the first day, Power Bang. But still, being a squad where you were having that gap between first and second, you coming in with a win like this potentially, it's boosting you right up into top 2.
It really is. Higor's hanging behind right now. He was a bit pinned down by Alpha 7, who's now out of the lobby. But Higor's, I'm wondering if he will be able to contribute enough to this fight. He's going to have to come up big from the back line here if Wolves want a chance of winning this, because Intense Game, quite frankly, they have a ridge they can hide behind. So we'll see where the circle goes. Will it go to the south, favor Intense Game, or will Intense Game have to come over that ridge and give Higor's an opportunity to participate? They do get a bit lucky here, the Wolves do, because Intense Game is going to have to come on down. Unfortunately, though, for the Wolves, they had an opportunity to capitalize on that third party with 2 Intense Game members down. They just didn't have the right timing. So it's going to be an intense fight here to the finish, but this is North America's time to get on that leaderboard, start working their way up, and this is Wolves' game to win if they can find a way to get some clutch genes going on, 7.
You can see Higor there on the off angle, just hoping that somebody from Intense Game is going to overextend and show their heads, but they also know where he's at. The smoke grenades are going to be coming through. The rotations are going to be eluding. Can they actually do it, though? Because Intense Game, with the way that they're playing right now, they're just so aware of everything. They're keeping an eye on everything that's going on. Even if it's over the grass, there you go. Shots are going to be coming through. Grenades are also going to be coming through there from Wolves Esports. The smoke's blocking the view from Intense Game and hoping and allowing Igor to maybe push up towards them as the nades start coming through from both sides. Nobody fully connecting just yet, and Igor, with those smokes that his squad was able to set up, not just defensive but also offensive, working out perfect, and they close the gap. Now, do they have enough utility, PB, to maybe make it an even ground, maybe make it a 3 versus 3?
We'll see if they can get it done. I really like the coordination here from the Wolves, smoking for each other, not just for themselves, and able to get Higor back into the fight. Who knows if it's going to pay off, but on the front line, you still have Coops, you still have Doran, 2 of the strongest players in this tournament. Higor's now rejoins the squad. It is a 3v4. This nade looks good. Lands just to the right of Rafa as the push comes on. Silence and Adrian push up to the edge. Who will get the first knock? That will likely swing the momentum of this fight, and so far, Intense Game wrapping around. Coops on the retreat. Doran goes down. Intense Game now in control, Enigma.
Yeah, and they've got the whole ridge line. I was hoping Dorn wouldn't be the first one caught out, being so separated from Coops and Higor, but instead, full sending the players the level 3 gear, as well as that P90, just applying too much pressure onto the Wolves. And yeah, they're a 2-man. They've got some angles to work with, but it's only a matter of time. We can even see Silence as well, trying to get a little cheeky with it onto Coops on the tree. And with this being stage 9, they could essentially just play for the zone to come in the blue zone, but they're not even going to wait. The full slam on the vehicle, 1 for 1, but if you're the Wolves, you're needing it 1 for none. That's going to be it. Intense Game, the winners of last season, coming in with a winner chicken dinner on the last Erangel. And with a dominant fashion like that, 7, that's something you love to see.
Definitely something you love to see. Reacting to what the other top 2 Brazilian teams were doing. You can see they're happy, and on top of that, PB, we were talking about how a gap was being created between first place, second place, and third place. Now that gap for Intense Game is going to be a little bit closer, baby.
Yeah, I think they might have just joined the party. You know, it was a party with Influence Rage and Alpha 7 having the only invites, and I think Intense Game might have just punched their ticket into that group, finishing with 19 eliminations and a chicken dinner. You saw them bring 11 eliminations to the final circle, and they got basically all of the elims to wrap up that game. Huge clutch performance from Intense Game. They needed it, and it was at a spot where they might have been in a bit of trouble when they pushed onto iNCO Gaming towards the end of that game, but the third party coming in from Wolves and Alpha 7 ultimately helping them out. The action started early in this one. A house in the middle of nowhere, actually right near the final circle, is where it all started for iNCO. They take down Jaguar early, and Xforce getting into the mix as well, Seth.
Yeah, Xforce, I mean, we thought that they were going to be able to do a little bit more. I'm looking for the NA teams to just show a little bit more of a performance. Straight Out Nepal was one of those teams that was able to get and take the fight towards Team Liquid, win that fight, and then kind of hold up. I think it was Influence Rage whenever they tried to third party them with a smart Molotov that they put on the entrance of those tunnels. So little plays like that is good improvement that I love seeing out of this NA teams, Enigma.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just SON how to deal with Alpha 7 being the squad to pull up right as the shelter spot gets taken. Really just unfortunate stuff to see from our NA boys, but also shout out to the Wolves being able to control all of that northern side. We saw a lot of teams potentially looking for the contest onto it. Losing Juancho early on, that sort of stigma you and I brought, Seven, of that individual player making mistakes like that. Nonetheless, top 2 finish. It's definitely a change that we want to see from North America and getting up in the placings, but it's all about intense game, right, PB? That squad just absolutely dominated that lobby.
Intense game. Getting it done here for game 4. That'll wrap Erangel for the day. Not before some pretty sweet action. We saw zones in the north, in the central, and in the south. So really good, diverse gameplay today. And again, I don't know what to make of it so far. I feel like, again, we're starting to see that gap develop towards the top. Obviously, we'll see some scores here in a moment, but intense game. Joining the ranks of Alpha 7 and Influence Rage thus far. Wolves, though, finally waking up a little bit, making the final circle, and I think they did what they could. They got Hegorj into the fight. I like the coordination I saw from them, but unfortunately for Wolves, they didn't really score a lot of points there either. So we'll see how it wraps in just a moment. But Seven, what was your take on Wolves and their performance in that game 4?
I'm with you. I love the coordination that they were able to do there. I think it just comes down to, okay, now you've been able to make it towards the end of the match. Let's see if we can maybe get those 4 players alive towards the end of the match.
Well, great. Well, good news. Erangel is cooked. We're done with it for today. But we have some Miramars coming up here in just a moment. We've got game 5 coming up here shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Time to dig in.
Hold on!
Oh, you want a photo? I got you.
No, to the right. Oh, no, left.
Left, like here?
A little bit lower.
Victory!
Yes! We've got this!
What are you doing?
It's Crazy Chicken Day! Play PUBG Mobile together! Push your rank, get valuable rewards, and complete missions to win cash prizes!
Crazy Chicken Day! Be my best teammate!
Chicken killer, 삼계탕 dinner.
Skibidi Toilet will randomly appear in Livik and Erangel. It can summon Skibidi Toilet minions, fire laser beams, and smash the ground. Skibidi Toilet will deal ranged attacks to the nearest player in its vicinity, or a player that is currently attacking it. After defeating Skibidi Toilet, it will drop rare supplies, and the team that defeated it will have their ID broadcasted to the entire map. In Metro Royale, Skibidi Toilet can spawn randomly on any map. Defeat it to get rare drops, including gold toilet paper, gold toilets, gold toilet plungers, and other valuable sellable items. In World of Wonder, Skibidi Toilet will be included as a new monster. Creators can use it to design unique gameplay experiences. Go to the event page to play the minigame and earn points for awesome milestone rewards. Use perk vouchers version 4.0 to redeem themed event items, including the Skibidi Toilet costume, cameraman cover, cameraman graffiti, and more. Redeem great rewards. All toilets will die. Official PUBG Mobile and Skibidi Toilet collaboration. Take part in exclusive gameplay to get tons of collaboration items.
And welcome back, everybody, to the PMSL America's Fall. We've got the fall split active right now, 4 games in the books, and we are cruising towards a 5th happening right now. Sorry, I was so distracted by Skibidi Toilet that we saw during the break that it just makes me want to get out in the battlegrounds and deal some damage. You know what I'm saying? So with that, we have a newcomer into our top teams, and it's going to be intense game. I love what I saw from them. Wolves making their appearance at the top of the tables for the first time today. As we kind of turn our attention to Miramar, we're going to continue to tally scores in the background here and bring those when we have them, but we'll turn our attention to Miramar. Things are going to be a bit different in the desert, and I want to know if you guys think any teams have a particular advantage, or you feel like where this is their map or their drop spot or whatever the case may be. Seven, I'll throw to you. Miramar, who's looking good on this map?
I'm not going to say one team. I'm going to say one region, and that is Brazil. Brazil usually just something about Miramar that they absolutely end up dominating. It used to be the likes when it went to Sandhawk, and I mean, right now in Erangel, I felt like it was just Brazil. But usually when you think about maps, Miramar, Brazil just kind of stands out. Team Liquid, a team that you guys were talking about earlier, they tend to stand out in this map as well. And I'm hoping that that's going to be the case because I want them to also have a performance of the likes of what Intense Game just did. Maybe have a pop-off performance. Be one of those teams up there just fragging out, getting over 15 plus ilms. Why not?
Flexing on them. All right, Enigma, what about you? Who's looking good on Miramar in your opinion?
Flexing, it's got to be Team Liquid. We're going right back to the well. After what Seven just said, my hope is at an all-time high with that squad. I'm needing to see it action come into play. And with it being Miramar, obviously we started with Rondo, the huge hyper-aggression, and then it's slowly gone downhill throughout the night. So I'm hoping Miramar, with it being a bit larger of a map, a bit different of a terrain play, these teams like Team Liquid, who like to kind of play things a little more slow and meticulous, they're able to hopefully come out with a lot of elims.
I like it. I like the pick. Liquids look decent today. My pick is going from Brazil, and we're going to shoot a little bit further north, right? We're going to go a little bit north of Brazil, but not quite to North America. I'm looking at 9Z to take this one. I feel like the momentum is building for them. They started super weak, and the last couple of games starting to see him pop off a little bit. Now we just need that full 4-man effort instead of just 2 or so trying to get it down in the mid game. But 9Z would be my choice to take it here in our first Miramar game. Look for Remix to pop off, and maybe 9Z gets things rolling for him as well. But yeah, I would love to peek at the stats when we have them. But remembering back to the previous game, there was a massive chasm, right, between the top couple of teams and everyone else. What does that mean strategy wise? I mean, are you just trying to go out, win a big game and get back in the conversation, Seven, for these other teams that aren't maybe in the top 2 or 3 right now?
I think it just varies depending on what day we're on, and now we're on day 1. So you're not really going to be overly aggressive trying to go for those points. You're still going to be playing your game. Now, if we were towards the end of the phase 1, then you would maybe start seeing a little bit more aggressiveness of these teams, depending on where they are on the leaderboard too. Because if you are currently in 3rd place or 4th place, there's really not going to be that much of a jump up when you go to bonus points. You want to get the bragging rights, Enigma, when it comes down to finishing the 1st place out of phase 1. But besides that, I mean, these teams are just going to continue on playing their style.
Yeah, it's about perfecting the craft, make sure that you're able to perform when it matters most. And for these teams, with it being the first day, it's just testing the waters. We got to play it nice, slow, calm, cool, collective, whatever terminology these players want to say to have them sleep at night. But for the most part, those top 3 teams that we were thinking of, obviously Alpha 7 being one of them, and now Intense Game being shooting up there in the runnings, those are the teams that have it down. All it is now is just perfecting the craft and getting the consistency up there. And with it being day 1, obviously, we've only got 2 more for phase 1, but you definitely don't want to be anywhere near that bottom 8 of the leaderboard still. Those head start points add up over the 2 phases. And we saw last split PB, some teams were having a whole game difference between them and first place, and you can't allow that to be repeated this tournament.
That's so true, and I'm really glad you brought up head start points. I was actually thinking about it last game, and I was like, we need to talk about that a little bit, because what is on the line, right, for this particular week of play? We are in the first league stage of PMSL America's Fall, and so the first league stage is going to go basically this week for 3 days. We've got 18 total games, and obviously all these teams are trying to compete for the top of the tables, but eventually, at the end of the week, these points are going to reset, and we start all over in league stage 2, but there are head start points on the line. 15 points can be secured by the top finishing team this week, and those head start points are taken into the finals. Now, the higher you finish, the more head start points you get, obviously. So the likes of Influence Rage, Alpha 7, Intense Game now, they're looking to bring a little bit of a head start and an advantage into the finals. And so that's something to keep in mind here, 7, as we get ready for game number 5. But again, we saw last season Alpha 7 picked up, I think it was 27 head start points out of a possible 50. So again, that is not the advantage that you're trying to give one of the best teams in the lobby, and they're trying to do it yet again.
Yeah, and it's ultimately what ended up qualifying them, because that team was non-existent when it came down to the first 2 days of the finals in American Spring Split. Thanks to those bonus points, somehow they just ended up doing crazy plays on the final day and being able to clutch it up. Something we got to keep in mind too, it is just going to be the top 2 teams out of this PMSL moving on to PMGC. And then you have to worry about PMGC points depending on the region. We don't have that at the moment. Hopefully we'll be able to get it for phase 2. But that's very important because, right, we just saw it happen last weekend in PMSL Southeast Asia. It came down to just 3 points. Teams that weren't even going to qualify via PMSL, but they were fighting each other. I think they were in maybe 8th and 11th place, if I'm not mistaken, between Bigatron and Alter Ego. It came down to just 3 points on those PMGC points from the region. So little things like that we got to keep an eye on because of Intense Game being able to outperform Alpha 7. What happens if Alpha 7 slows down like what we saw in spring? Then there's going to be even of a bigger nail biter towards the end.
That's right. It really makes these head start points that teams are competing for during this week and next all the more important, because you need every advantage you can get going into those finals, because once the finals hit, you're absolutely right. It is literally the top 2 that are going to have their spots secured. There may be one other team that gets to go from each region, but we'll have more information on that soon. So why don't we go ahead and take a peek at the match standings? I do believe those are ready for us to dive into. As we get ready for our next game, we'll take a quick peek. Massive performance here from Intense Game, 29 points, but Alpha 7 also putting up 13. That is going to probably keep their margin at the top, whereas the Wolves finally showing up, but not too many points that they were able to get that done. So let's take a quick peek at page 2 and we'll head into game. So yeah, 9Z placed 9th, but only 1 point. So quick peek at the overall here. Boys, take a snapshot with your eyes. We're going to blink, take a picture, and there's that. So yeah, top 3. Definitely a bit of a gap here. Alpha 7 in first at 59, Influence Rage second, 52, but just 1 point behind now is Intense Game. And with that, let's go to game. It is Miramar Game 5 action. So excited to revisit this here shortly. But boy, howdy, we have ourselves a game. Players are dropping already, and I'm excited for it. So Enigma, take it away, my friend. We are live in the desert. Adrian in the buggy, and Intense Game trying to repeat back-to-back chicken dinners.
And they got a bit of a spread going on as well. Overneath Power Grid on that northern circle. Actually looks like Team Liquid taking another engagement. Unfortunately, going to be iNCO Gaming, the only NA squad in that top 8 bracket. When we got a snapshot of that overall results. And for Team Liquid, this is another scary moment. Last time they had elimination starts again, straight out of Nepal. They were able to get close to that 8th range placement or placement points that start to add up. And Looks like right now, actually, Team Liquid has another player isolated potentially. Actually, no, it's going to be 2 players upstairs into the cement stack, so looking to potentially group up as a 4-man. But Mythic not paying attention. Nenabete getting him with the SLR and the aggression coming through. Chief, he doesn't even have a weapon right now, 7. 2v2 really going on in this stack. They've got to be careful because iNCO Gaming, they're feeling it.
That's what tends to happen here in hot drops. You never really know what's going to be happening, what you're going to be equipped with, but you're going to have to work with it as iNCO Gaming, even with a pistol, whatever you can get your hands on. You got to take the fight here with Team Liquid. It's not like you're going to be able to just really hop into a vehicle and just run away. That's Ayala moving around, going to be going up against the pistol. Vitali being able to clutch up at the pass, but there you go. Chief with the Vector just putting in the work. They're going to be going around. Kayovsky running away for his life. Another connection there for Ayala, switching it around. iNCO Gaming is just starting to fall down, and the knives are coming now, PB.
Oh my goodness, look at this. 2 down from Team Liquid, and we're seeing the knives flying right now. It's not usually the first option that you want to go for, especially up against an SKS in close quarters, but hey, makes for a good highlight, am I right? We're going to see that on Fails of the Week, perhaps, but at least Team Liquid will live to tell the tale. Joako taking down Doran, and this is exactly what Wolves need to try to avoid. They just keep getting picked off one by one. And once again, they are in trouble over near Monte Nuevo. And that is bad news for them because Alpha 7 drops at El Pozo and they are already on the rotate and they smell blood in the water. They're circling. And Higors, you probably don't want to fire those shots. I'm just saying, 7.
Yeah, you already lost one. This is the same thing. You just said it. I'm going to have to repeat it because we keep telling this squad, we just want to see what you guys are capable of. If you actually have the 4 players alive towards the end, you just showcase that you can actually make it towards the end of the game, and that was with 3 players. Now, if you find yourself here in a situation at the end of the game again, guess what? More than likely, it's going to be with 3 players again. Wolves Esports, that's one thing that they definitely need to tidy up, and I'm hoping that it's gonna change, and I'm hoping it's gonna change by tomorrow. I really want to see a quick change for this squad in regards to this, because it's something that's been going on for quite a while, and it's just such a massive pattern for them, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, they say it, old habits die hard, and that's something that you definitely don't want to have in this sort of lobby, because not only do we have some star seller teams like Alpha 7, like Team Liquid, if you were to make it to PMGC off PMGC points alone, you're going against even crazier and more dominant squads in the whole world, for that matter. So for a squad like Wolves, we got to be seeing the cleanup. We want to see NA represent, even if it's just one of us there. Be able to perform, put our name back on the map like it was back in the day, but fortunately now they're still having to iron out those kinks. Hopefully, like you said, they can figure it out during phase 1 to be able to dominate, because we can compare them to Alpha 7 and those teams, right? Intense game squads that have been able to, if they lose a player, they're able to continue being a dominant force, or if they even have someone knocked, they prevent the thirst from coming through. But now we'll have to take our sights to a power bang. It looks like Team Jaguar looking to actually potentially rat out one of the Brazilian players, able to get one on the lean peak. No one expecting the pump to come through, and M2M, he's playing this very passive for the most part, playing really collected, and the nade's actually looking pretty good here. 2 knocked, PB. This is something you love to see.
Oh my goodness, are you serious? M2M with the jump out the window, gets the pump shotty. Absolutely clutch performance. M2M continues to deliver. This is a front runner for MVP at this point. I know it seems like a little bit of an overreaction, but I was just about to say M2M averaging nearly 500 damage per game right now and keeps getting caught in 1v squad situations and continues to perform well. This time though, actually clutches it out, and that was just an insane play.
Insane indeed. Let's look at the replay. Gets one, being able to connect with another one there with the grenade, looking like a Falat grenade. Jumps out, quick 180, and sit your ass down, because that is an easy cleanup of 3 illims. What a play there from Jaguar. And Jaguar, honestly, a team that has surprised me so far today. They've been going into this match. They were sitting in 7th place with 21 eliminations. They've been able to put up those illims, Enigma, and we just saw exactly why they're being able to put up those illims.
Elims, that's what matters most. I love seeing the elimination tally higher than the placements, especially with it being only 10 points rewarded for the first place team. And the averages, you got to be shooting them up more and more. If we're after 5 games here after this match and we're still only having 3 teams up in that top running, you got to start performing better. And some of these teams have yet to really find their mark. Luckily for Jaguar, they do have someone like M2M who can perform when you're wanting it, but these other teams like Alpha 7, like even Team Liquid, we can look at their roster names and say 2 or 3 of these players can hit plays like that. That's the dominant force of Brazil, and unfortunately for the likes of even, let's say, Wolves or iNCO Gaming, we can think of that with maybe 1 or 2 players, PB, but we haven't seen it yet.
This is a great little play here from Alpha 7, trying to get Mafioso in the buggy and escape. We'll see if it pays off for them. Good shots in from United 4 Gaming. Joaco from distance. And just like that, Alpha 7 saves the day. We've got nice little pressure coming in from the top. Hevo and Carrillo trying to put pressure on Joaco, and now they've got somebody kind of caught out with only 1 player supporting him from distance, and now pressure out onto United 4 as well, who seems to have bitten off maybe more than they can chew. But Alpha 7 looks to be able to fight another day here. That looked like trouble for a moment with Mafioso stuck in an open field, and really a quick smoke there to smoke him off and actually get him back in the fight. So really heads up play here from Alpha 7 to rebound and, turn the tables a bit, 7.
Yeah, something that we usually tend to see this squad do is that they don't want anybody to just get fully eliminated. If they're able to just go for that revive, they're going to go for it. They're going to waste some of that utility and make sure that they have those 4 players, or at least try to have those 4 players towards the end of the game. And an anchor player like Mafioso is not one that you want to get eliminated, as we're going to be getting the new circle. And a bit of a shift there. A little bit more towards the southwest. This should end up benefiting Alpha 7, as it's going to make it even closer. But 9C, I think it was one of you guys. I can't remember who ended up picking them, but hey, they should be sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, you like this this coverage of the circle. They're down there by themselves, but they do have to watch out for Alpha 7 coming in behind. That should happen in the next 15 to 20 seconds, but we'll see if it actually comes to pass. Influence Rage on the other side of the circle, trying to finish off straight out of Nepal. Shots coming in from the third party, though. From distance, it looks to be the remaining member of Resilience. Just 1 solo player left up after the 3-man wipe against M2M. Still trying to deal some damage over there is Resilience, and Loop still getting into the action as well. So again, trying to make some noise. It's wide open when you look at this this leaderboard, basically on the right-hand side. I mean, everything from here down, literally win 1 game, you're back in the mix, because top 2 are going to be able to move on. As straight on Nepal here loses another. Influence Rage still on the warpath, Enigma.
Yeah, and they've got 2 elims. I was actually expecting the vehicle explosion, but Lil Boy's saying, no, I'll just headshot him right on the weapon swap, being able to get the knock himself through the vehicle. And for these teams, the scary part about it is when you allow these Brazilian squads to get these early eliminations, they just keep going more and more. They don't stop. Look at this. Influence Rage opting to actually just start spreading out, saying, we just cleared out one of the squads on our side of the map. Let's just start taking more control. And that's the name of the game with PUBG right now, right, 7? Is the fact that you need to have control of the situation. If you allow someone else to make the plays on you, you're going to be the one suffering. And unfortunately, we're seeing the same teams be in the pop-up performance.
Yeah, controlled. I'm glad you mentioned that, because it does come down to control. And if you don't have that control, at least being able to react quickly. And that was something that Yangon Galacticos, the champions of PMWC this year, were able to do so well. I'm pretty sure a lot of the other teams are going to be looking to mimic that and adjust their playing style to that. Whenever we end up going to PMGC, we're starting to see flashes here and there already in PMSL Americas, as Influence Rage keeping a close eye on Loop's Esports, making sure if anybody over peaks or overextends, they're going to be able to connect with them, but making sure that they don't end up overextending, because right now this is not a place where you want to get knocked, Influence Rage, especially with what we've seen out of the past from you, especially considering you now have intense game hunting down that 2nd place spot.
They keep losing their vehicles, this Influence Rage squad. They lost 1 on the way in. Now they lost 1 going to pick up their homie, but at least they're able to pick up their 4th player, and it does look like it's starting to, kind of define itself here. The zone coming in, very interesting, as everyone kind of has their own little spot on the map right now. So waiting to see where this goes. It goes dead center onto Intense Game yet again. It seems like a central theme today. Intense Game has been in the middle of many a zone, and it will be up to them to try to defend it. And now 9Z, which looked good before, they've got to work through probably 5 squads or so. They're still safe for now, but this is not going to bode well for them if the circle keeps going north, 7.
That's right. Let's see if that circle is going to continue to go north as VIP Esports. I mean, we saw what they were able to do earlier in the day. Right now, they're just sitting at 14 points. A team that I wanted them to get a chicken dinner in Erangel. Sadly, for me, it didn't end up happening. Maybe they're just waiting. That's what I'm going to guess with. That's what I'm going to be going with here, Enigma, that they're just waiting for the right time. They're currently calculating everything as Wolves cannot allow to lose another player. There you go. Nice save. And Wolves kind of gets lucky there as it ended up being somebody else. Meanwhile, Igor is the one that's going to end up collecting that elimination, Enigma.
Yeah, a little bit of a late rotation maybe for Wolves, but nonetheless, winning the 1v1 definitely gets 1 point at least under your belt. But one team that neither of you guys really made mention to is going to be Team Liquid, centered up right next to Intense Game, the squad that I wanted to see, hey, get into the circle, give yourself some breathing room, and let's see if you can perform or not. And this is exactly that game we want to see. Actually, 4 eliminations already to their name off of that iNCO gaming fight earlier on. So already having the eliminations, already having the godlike positioning in my eyes, this is a team that I want to see make it into that top 2, maybe even win it out with that double-digit elimination count.
I just can't stop looking at Maryland on their 9 points right now. That's a team that, you know, I'm not going to mention names, but one of us thought was going to win the whole thing. And, you know, it's just not panning out. I mean, hopefully they can come back, but I'm shocked, honestly. Loops, though, taking it to Influence Rage. Rattleboy, the new pickup, coming in and showing why he belongs right now. Lil Boy can only look on from range here. Rattleboy's going to try to take it and finish the job here against the other Influence Rage member. Diego buying time right now. The squad has rolled up. This is looking pretty grim for Diego.
There was ever a chance for a highlight play, I mean, it would be with Diego, but that Molotov is just going to be blocking where he's going to be going, waiting for the right moment, making sure he inches up. But that grenade, my goodness, VT, he wasted no time. He just fully set that nade, locks it in, and that is Diego going to be out, and now is down to Little Boy, and I think he's just going to be looking to get some placement points here at this point, PB.
I like how he was looking at all this happen through the scope and he's just like, oh, I'm going to go look over here now. Like, let's just ignore what just happened there. My bad, Diego. Anyway, Diego catching an unfortunate nade right in his teeth there from Vitin, and Loops able to get the better of Influence Rage. There goes the zone north, and it is going to be a tough rotation, but I like where Alpha 7 is right now. Look for them to kind of potentially play those, you know, that hillside over there. That could be interesting. If they do choose to dive in, it likely is on top of Xforce. So Xforce, once again, in good position, but dang it, they got to defend. And I'm hoping they can do that one time in a row today, get that momentum churning. But so far hasn't been the case for them.
One team as well, needing the momentum. You wanted to see it, PB. 9Z having all 4 players up, trying to maybe find the solo resilience, actually taking shots onto Reyes, not realizing that that player wasn't even looking in his direction, but still questioning maybe going for this elimination or not. 10 seconds left on the circle pop, and it does look like 9Z is going to push the initiative onto the solo, trying to maybe bait the shots out, but playing spoiler, making sure we're going to regret you even pulling up on this ridge line. And Reyes, you got to wait for a teammate potentially. We need to clear this out now to make it into the circle, but the shots aren't connecting. Almost maybe even getting thirsted. Will be able to get the knock and down in. Reyes not thirsted just yet, but with the circle coming in now, 7, you got to wonder, are you even able to get this reset going?
They might be able to just barely in time there. Ragers gets away as 9C. I mean, they have all 4 players alive. 9C right now sitting in that 11th place with just 15 points coming in. I want to see that squad honestly be closer to the top 5. I think PB, I think you had them on your top 5 whenever we end up everything with PMSL Americas. For phase 1, I would love to see them in the top 5.
Which team are we talking here?
9Z.
9Z, I have it. I think number 4 was where I projected 9Z to be sitting. So, you know, we'll see if that comes to pass or not. I don't know. Maybe. But 9Z, I predicted 4th and Intense Game in 5th. So, you know, a little bit off on some of these so far, especially Wolves. But maybe they'll do something surprising this game. You know, they've got 3 players left.
Wait, you're predicting that for finals, right? Not for just phase 1?
Not just for phase 1. I'm the whole thing.
Okay. Oh, you're good, bro. Your picks are good then. You ain't got nothing to worry about.
Right? It'll shake out in the wash. The averages will pan out eventually, right? Like, it's just statistical, at this point. We're just seeing a little valley. We're going to see some peaks later. No big deal. But here is Wolves. They're down in this little compound. Reyes looks on, being patient, but waiting to maybe launch an attack here as he's got some reinforcements and Milos rolling up behind him. I don't know if they're going to try to take this fight or not, but I kind of hope they do. I want to see him mix it up with Wolves and see who comes out on top of this one.
Oh, man, but look at this little boy playing spoiler, and I think Remix, I think he just got turned on the prone spot. Remix just realizing, hey, I think there's that sixth sense, that feeling of someone's looking at me the wrong way, and unfortunately for Influence Rage, that's going to be a 13th place finish. The squad that is second place currently on the leaderboard being out, so as we always say, that opens the door for other teams to perform. Unfortunately, with having Intense Game and Alpha 7 both having 4 men strong in the circle, there's still the possibility of them maybe making another gap. But the circle shift happens here, 7 up north, centered onto Team Liquid. This is the match I want to see this team be able to perform. And unfortunately, some other squads that need to perform, VIP, they're taking the action.
Going to be taking the action there with Maryland as well. Maryland crushing in, and they're going to be collecting some of those eliminations as VIP might have not been able to react just in time. 2 players left alive here, and they're going to be looking to crash. Great reaction time, but is it just enough as Anmol taking a little bit too long there? They're also getting just the angle that Senab currently has on this rosters. It's what's working out wonders for them as the Molotovs are going to be coming in. Saman's trying to see if he can maybe get the angle here on some of those players standing on the window, but it's not going to be going that way. Senab overall, I think it's what ended up saving it. Oh my goodness. Maryland. I honestly thought Maryland might have ended up losing a player or two with that crash that VIP was doing, but Senab, that great off-angle Enigma, I think it saved them.
Yeah, it's all the way up north, and we're actually even able to take a little bit of a peek as well. All the way to the east of this fight, by the way, completely free for the taking. Team Liquid has not opted to rotate out, so if Maryland can clean up this solo within the next 30, 40 seconds, just wait for that circle shift to kind of push them out into the open, they could potentially have full control of the north side. And we know a lot of these teams, they have these big name players, they're able to start performing when it matters most, even if you're down near that 15th, 16th place on the leaderboard. But another team we wanted to see perform, unfortunately, going against the NA boys, Wolves getting the knocks, and it's actually going to be Xforce now picking up another 9Z player. So putting yourself between a rock and a hard place here on the roadside. Unfortunately, down to just a duo here, PB. Not sure if they're going to make it on the circle.
Tough hill to climb, that's for sure. 9Z back against the wall, quite literally here against this cliffside. They will try to get out as Loops are starting to lob in shots from range as well. And here we got Adrian from IG rolling through the foreground here. And he looks like he's going to pull up. He wants to party a little bit. 9G does get eliminated. Jaguar takes him down on the escape. And that's bad news for 9Z. Not able to build that momentum at all so far today. But it looks like a nice little compound here for Intense Game. They've got the warehouse. They're going to hold that down for the moment. But again, I'm also staring at Xforce and Maryland right now, just battling for that cellar spot, trying to each get above United 4 Gaming. And Maryland finally putting together some elims this game, so happy to see them starting to build some momentum as well in Enigma.
Yeah, and unfortunately, while we were looking at the other squads, Alpha 7 Revo was able to get the knock onto Coops. They opted to play that old spot Jaguar was holding on this dip, and they actually didn't even make it in. Wolves now down to just Juancho, full sending into the circle, but it's really going to be all for naught. Not really any eliminations to their name. He will be able to slam next to the Jaguars, but not even able to get out of the vehicle there, 7. Going out 11th place. Wolves, man, just... You had the placement, the positioning, even a few elims, and just not able to even make it past stage 5.
And the thing is, this is why we talk about it and why we harper so much on just them having 4 players alive, because then you would have been a 4v4. It would have been easier of a fair fight for that squad, but then just having one less player, not being able to fully control everything, not being able to fully cover your back, Wolves Esports just became easy pickings there for Alpha 7 as they ended up getting within nade range. I'm telling you, it's something that I'm hoping by tomorrow this squad will be able to readjust and we'll end up seeing them with the win, if anything. I'm pretty sure a lot of us will be happy if we see that. Meanwhile, Loops Esports, we saw that something that he was not happy with was that front flip that the vehicle ended up getting. And now Loops Esports having to switch it around against Erangel, getting knocked as he was looking to get an easy elimination, PB, but it turned out not to be the case. But Tonka with the nade, is he going to connect?
It's in, and it lands just a little long, but it does connect on Nilzada right after he gets revived. And it looks like Intense Game rolling up from behind. This is bad news for Loops. Their days are numbered at this point. It looks like Rondo Boys, the last hope here, going to try to hold off the push. And it looks like they've retreated, though. Intense Game has peeled off, but Viteen taken down by Rosa War. They're just getting shot up from every which way. This is tough to watch right now if you are a Loops fan. So Enigma, can they make it through this and persist to fight another day?
Yeah, unfortunately for Loops, Vitin was going to be knocked and eliminated, but it might be a saving grace being able to just ignore trying to get a reset onto your teammate. Now they have to deal with the Maryland split. That's actually only going to be 2 players here. They were able to reach the ridgeline, but Intense Game going to be having shots potentially on them from inside center circle. Radaboy, not even a helmet to his name, trying to take the initiative, try to take the ridge fight potentially with Rafina, but we see SNB here recollecting with Maryland. Might even see a 3rd player from Maryland rotate around to try to clear out Loops, but the issue is 7 is Nizelda is still far back. The blue zone gonna be forcing him to come in, and if you're a Maryland fan, you're wanting to see him win this fight because you want them to go right up the leaderboard.
Oh, when you were talking about Nizelda, they're trying to make a move, but then Intense Game keeping a close eye on them as well. Rafinha going to be very close here against Maryland players. Not going to be able to connect there with his DBS. Now we're going to be switching over to Radaboy. We know this players can definitely put up a performance, but not being able to fully connect. And Maryland just comes out on top of that fight. Loops Esports gets eliminated with 8 Illims, but Maryland starting to wake up here, Enigma. This is a team that you were high on. You wanted to see more out of them considering that they have a lot of experience. Can they react? And can they defend against Intense Game?
Hey, it's looking a little rough because we see 47 knocked. He's actually in the vehicle, but you got to drive it into circle to save him. He's catching the blue zone damage right now, and we see Gooey Boy having that off angle, but Maryland having to force themselves to back up here, PB. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to even keep 3 players up.
It's a tough one. They are eliminated, it looks like. Ayala getting the shots. You know, you called out Team Liquid here, and I got to say, I was looking at their position in the compound in the circle. It looks really good. I mean, they're right here, and we'll see where the zone goes, but I mean, that is a fortified position. Everyone else kind of having to fight their way in. They do get circle, and somehow, some way, Alpha 7 has made it into zone as well and has control. That was a spot. There is no way they should have made it there. There were people in both compounds, the shack where they currently are, and Xforce had the gatekeep on Alpha 7, and somehow Alpha 7 is now gatekeeping Xforce. So opportunity slips by Xforce, but now Intense Game rolls in as well, and this is getting real interesting from a positioning standpoint, but I gotta think that Team Liquid has the advantage here, 7.
They definitely do. I mean, if there was ever a blueprint for Team Liquid to be able to get the win, this is how they usually end up getting the wins. Getting the compound, getting the center of the circle, letting everybody just kind of crash onto them. And VIP Esports, Saman, somehow staying alive here as players are just driving by him. Okay, there you go. I was wondering if Maryland was going to be able to spot him, even though he was trying to be a bushwhacking. But going back in regards to Team Liquid, I'm glad that they're also being proactive. I'm glad that they're currently up to 6 eliminations as we're going to be going over to Alpha 7 versus Xforce. Aleem on the off angle, but my goodness, you can't stay still, Aleem, like that when you're going up against Alpha 7, Enigma.
Yeah, we're leaning in the open. Our teammates getting pulled up on a sweet seat swap with the S12K, and for Alpha 7, that only happened because they got the initial opening knock. Look at that. They rotated away from the circle. They're saying this is the squad we cannot allow staying in the game. Doesn't matter if it's the 16th place or the 2nd place. Alpha 7 will treat you all the same. And for 8 eliminations, 5 of them being on Revo, which, by the way, Powerbang, he's one of those 2 remaining players left in the lobby. If I was any one of these other teams, thankfully, IG and Team Liquid have 4 players, because any other squad in here, I'd be worried taking on this duo.
That is a formidable duo. They're not out of the stretch of the imagination. Is this guy form at an all-world level? He's averaging 550 damage a game. Leading all players right now. He's got 12 eliminate lobby, and you know, not counting this game. So add this game, it's 17. So homeboys waking up for sure. And this is again a scale 2-man. So intense game, trying to get the win in a row. This is trying to take over first place right now. Alpha 7 team that they're chasing. They've already made influence rage this game, and you know, we could have a shakeup in the standings right now towards the end of this game. But you know, if you're Team Liquid, you still got to like your position in the circle with cover, and we'll see if they're able to capitalize on it.
The Team Liquid's going to be happy that they should be collecting at least some points here, regardless of what happens. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be aware to see if there's an opportunity for a third party. They might end up going for it. But earlier on, we were talking about what are we expecting here when we go to Miramar. One thing that I ended up mentioning was Brazil. And this is exactly why, as we get into a top 4 situation, it's just Brazilian teams. I don't know what it is about this map. I don't know what it is about these teams, but they absolutely love it, and they tend to perform at just another level. You boy from Maryland staying alive. Sinab as well staying alive. As intense game, wanting to spot anybody out in the open. And I am glad that Influence Rage is not here. I'm glad. Oh my goodness. Sinab ends up getting picked up by Junior. I was going to say, I'm glad that not all the top teams are currently still alive, so they don't continue to just fully sponge up this point. At least Team Liquid, at least Maryland is around as well as they get eliminated. And now we come down to a top 3 Enigma.
Yeah, that's just a bit of misplays, even going for a saving grace with silence, just putting you down in the sand, not even able to make it halfway across that open terrain. So showing why, and I feel like you asked that question, why is it Brazil? They keep getting hotter and hotter and hotter as the night goes on, 7. So for these players to be able to play Miramar, that slow pace, that sort of, I can make the plays that I want to, this is why we see these teams dominate, and we see it now, even with Team Liquid, they're trying to get active. Unfortunately, having one player knocked, but Alpha 7, they're looking to contest the Ridgeline Chief, and a 1v1 has to win it out. Thankfully, a bit of support from the teammate, but he gets blown up by the vehicle here, Powerbang. Having 2 players knocked on Team Liquid, you gotta salvage it.
Gotta make it happen. I was thinking, man, if Team Liquid and Intense Game continue to chip at each other, that's going to open the door for Alpha 7. Chief now down, and out in the distance, it is just one more Team Liquid player. Guizhou has a shot here. Like, it's an outside shot, but he's got one, because if Kayowski can continue to chip away, which he can't, it's going to open up the door for Guizhou. But let's see the clutch gene here. All these players are lined up. There is no off-angle flank at this point. Will the nade land? It doesn't, and that might have been the moment where this kind of wraps up, because all 4 players now about to get back into the fight. The angles have been got, but Silence is going to have to deliver. He overextends a little bit, gets headshot, but the elim does not come through for Guizhou. That'll do it. Intense Game picks up their second chicken dinner in a row, and that likely will put them all the way to the top of the standings, but not if Alpha 7 has something to say about it. 7, how do you react to that game? That was insane.
Absolutely love what we got a chance to see there out of Intense Game, especially towards the end. They saw that Team Liquid wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, which honestly, I was not expecting Team Liquid to even come out of that compound. Usually a team that decides to wait it out for their last minute, Enigma, I was pleasantly surprised for them to even be proactive. Even if they didn't go their way, I'm seeing why you're picking Team Liquid in your top 5.
Yeah, and I felt like maybe 10 seconds sooner on that rotation, they absolutely clear out Alpha 7 on that rotation. But, you know, timing is always going to be the factor in this game, as well as the positioning. An Intense Game, obviously we saw it last game, right? Winning with their 4-man factor still up. This game, of course, replicating the same thing. But with Alpha 7 still being up there, top 2 performance from them again, which you can't be allowing this team to have that sort of consistency, right, guys? Everyone else in the lobby is needing those eliminations, and you're just giving it to Alpha 7, PB, every single game.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth on that one, Enigma. I was just going to say, if you flash back to about 10 or 11 teams remaining, zone maybe 4 or 5, Alpha 7, there was no business that they had getting into that zone at all, getting any sort of position. They were gate-kept by multiple teams, all open terrain that they had to choose from, or they had to crash on somebody, and they were allowed in, and they took a weakened roster and made it all the way to the final circle and finished in 2nd place. And it's when you don't have that that zone position, you have to make sure that these teams don't finish in the top 2 or 3 with a bunch of eliminations. You see a nice little front flip there from Nilzada. Extra style points on that one from me. But you got to capitalize and keep Alpha 7 out of the points. But I will say, the fact that they got into the points and into the top 2 in the lobby, again, with crappy positioning, that's trouble for the rest of this lobby. Everybody might just be cooked, 7.
It is. I mean, talk about consistency. Intense game there with the back-to-back chicken dinners. Saying Influence Rage off the 7. We see you guys. You know what? We can definitely catch up. We can catch up to you guys in just 2 matches. Moments of flashes there. I was talking about with Team Liquid. I was honestly expecting them to win. I was happy that they were being proactive. I was happy with the way that they performed here, and hopefully they'll be able to follow it up. But right now, I mean, Brazil is just on an absolute tear. And the crazy part, too, is that Intense Game was able to do it, Enigma, with not even super flashy elims. They already showed that. In this one, they're able to win it with just a total of 6 eliminations.
Yeah, in some games, it's just other squads fight over you. You're not always getting those freebies in the open, especially with Miramar and the positioning they had, having to fight through that far eastern edge. But some games, you know, there's always going to be those placement points consistently up for grabs. And 10-point back-to-back, which I'm surprised, PB, we actually even saw back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners already in the tournament. I was honestly hoping we'd wait a few days until we'd see that.
Yeah, man, it's funny. I was thinking Intense Game might do well, but the back-to-back surprises me, honestly. Like, you know what? Let's go nuts instead. But Intense Game saying, hey, we are here. And maybe those pre-rolls before the tournament started were right. We saw a lot of Intense Game hype, a lot of hype screaming silence his name, and maybe it's warranted, right? Adrian coming in with another big performance yet again. They pick up a winner chicken dinner, but as you can see, they don't close any ground on Alpha 7, who actually secures more eliminations and has more points. So here's the second page of the rankings. 9Z, Wolves still hanging out down there in the bottom. Influence Rage having an uncharacteristic off game. And with that, all of these teams looking to do better in the next Miramar match. But if we take a peek at the overall standings to see how things shake out, my imagination tells me that it's about to get spicy at the top of this table. We've got Alpha 7 and we have Intense Game battling it out for first place, but Alpha 7 still maintaining their lead. But for our first time, we have 2 chicken dinners on the board for Intense Game. 7, what do you make of the standings?
I was joking about PMSL Brazil. Boys, it seems like it's still just that, at least with what we've seen so far. Luckily, LATAM has been able to at least keep it close, but the gap that these teams at the top are starting to create, especially when you look at the gap between first place all the way down to 5th place. Team Liquid, even with them reacting, it's just growing and growing, and I'm hoping that these teams will be able to readjust, Enigma, because this is not what you want to see, as now we start seeing some of the other teams from North America go down the leaderboard.
Oh, don't tell me that, please, 7. We don't even have an NA team on the left side here. Wolves is the team, 9th place, and by the way, right under them, Maryland after that game, they're moving up, and that's the only, obviously, Brazilian team that needs to keep moving up if you want that PMSL Brazil tournament going on. But everyone else, I'm looking at it on this right page, man, and I have yet to see any signs of life out of Maryland in that last game. Everyone else, for the most part, struggling to get past one initial fight, whether they're winning it and just dying immediately, whether it's them not even winning the first engagement. Those squads on the right side, I understand we've only played 1 day technically, but it's 5 games. We're coming back to the last Miramar. I need to see the signs of life, PB, and I need to see it now.
The good news is we have the top 3 teams that have kind of separated themselves. We've got Alpha 7, we've got Intense Game, and we've got Influence Rage. Those 3 teams, definitely it's PMSL Brazil. But everyone else, despite Brazil being in 4th and 5th as well, any single team all the way down to 16th place, if they win a chicken dinner next game, they could be all the way up to top 5. So it is still anyone's game right now. Every team needs to do the work required to catch those top 3. That work is going to start now. One of those teams needing to do work is the Wolves. And so we're going to hear from Coops during the break to see what they might be doing to change things up.
Hey guys, right now I'm here with Coops from Wolves after this top 2 and Erangel. And I want to ask you about the first half of today. Of course, it wasn't great, not for you, not for the other NA teams. And what do you think changed now for this top 2? It was something from inside, it was the zone, it was something else?
I think it was a zone mainly because in North zones previously we do bad in North zones, so I guess now it was a different zone and we did good with the rotations.
Okay, and also I want to ask about the PMGC points because you guys are ahead from the other teams from NA. Do you feel like this gives you more pressure on the game or it makes you feel more relaxed? Do you think it impacts directly?
We're not really focused on the PMGC points. I think no one should be, but I mean, we're just calm, relaxed. I guess today the first 3 games were just nervousness, but today this game now we got second place, so hopefully we can do better in the last 2 games.
And also we talked to Jaguar in the backstage, and he said that you guys work like diesel, like you warm up. Do you feel like that's true?
I don't know what. Maybe, I don't know, maybe.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations for the top 2. I hope the next matches are better.
Okay.
And welcome back, everybody, to PMSL America's Fall Split for 2025. The action has been hot and heavy so far. I'm your host, Powerbang, back with 7WG and Enigma. Boys, it is crazy so far. And one of the things that we haven't really talked about a lot yet, we've talked about the team doing well, but Hevo, or Revo, is doing Revo things. He has, by far, the most damage out of every single player in the lobby. He's got 18 eliminations so far, and it looks like he's literally almost 1,000 damage more than the number 2 player. So again, it's not shocking to me, but what does that mean for the rest of the lobby if you got this guy starting to pop off this early here on day number 17?
Not what you want to see. That's what you're thinking. If you're one of the other teams, you're like, oh, come on, man. You guys, I thought you were going to maybe at least have a bit of a buffer with the new roster. I thought they were going to end up switching some of the players. But Revo, even though he got eliminated early on in one of the matches when we're looking at Alpha 7, he's still being able to put up the numbers. And the crazy part, too, is that everybody else for Alpha 7 is currently putting up numbers as well. I mean, you got Carrillo currently sitting at 12 eliminations, Gizao 2 with 12, and then Mafioso with 6. These players are currently popping off, and I'm hoping that it continues on. I'm hoping that there's no slowdown in regards to now, and we go to phase 2 because I want them going into the finals just hot and steady. and consistent. That's the main one. Please be consistent.
Love to see it. We talked about the number 1 damage dealer in the lobby. Any guesses on number 2 right now, Enigma? Might be a bit of a shock.
I'm thinking Lil Boy. Give me INF. I'm saying someone random up there. Oh, yeah.
Lil Boy's crushing it. Lil Boy is he's sitting probably top 10 right now, but it's
okay.
Jack top in the line. Now, as far as damage dealt, we saw the insane clutch play, the 3v1 at last game. I'm watching M2M to see what kind of shenanigans continue to develop games here. Impressive for Team Jaguar. That puts this me as kind of like a burst. Like, are they going to do something? Poke them with the stick? Do something? We'll see if that happens. But again, shout outs to M2M so far on the performance this particular split, because it's been super, super impressive. Again, we are just about to hit into our final game of the day. We're in the desert once again for Miramar. Game 6 action for our first league stage. And I'm going to come to you for first. No picking regions. You can't just say Brazil. That's not going to cut it. Give me a team who thinks going to win this game.
I'm like, it worked out perfectly in that last one.
Yeah, it did,
but in this one, I mean, I would be lying to myself if I ended up picking a team not from Brazil. So let me lie to myself. Come on, Wolves. I believe in you.
I like it. We're riding with the Wolves. We'll see if they can get it done here. What about you, Enigma? What do you think is going to happen here in our 6th and final game of the day?
Yeah, a little white lie never hurt no one. I get it with the Wolves pick, but I'm not going to be lying to myself. Okay, Maryland, let's get them back up there. Let's just have top 6 Brazil. Let's have NA really get that kick in the ass of saying, you guys need to turn up tomorrow, because evidently today they're not worried about anything.
Okay, I like the pick. I am going with Influence Rage. They had a couple of weak games in a row after having a banger start, really kind of keeping pace with a really hot Alpha 7 team. I can't see them having a third weak game in a row. So I look for Influence Rage to bounce back, take a team full strength, go up against some of these competitors, and ultimately win the game and make it a really interesting top 3. Alpha 7 starting to distance themselves even from, third place potentially right now. So teams are going to have to try to compete, because again, the top 2 teams are the ones that are going to be punching their slot into the next stage. Now, this week is the first league stage, which means we're competing for head start points. The points will reset going into next week, and then we'll do it all over again for another week and collect some more head start points. But again, 7, the head start points are potentially the game changers, right? Because as we've seen so many times before, that just 1, 2, 3 points can mean the difference between advancing and your season being over.
That's right. I mean, top 2. We just heard the interview too that I was giggling at when we were listening to it. Enigma with Coop saying, not really worried about PMGC points. I mean, honestly, with the way some of these teams are playing, you might need to be worried about those PMGC points. You might need to be worried about getting as many points as you can, because if Brazil continues to be like this, more than likely it could end up being 2 Brazilian teams as well, moving on to PMGC via the PMSL, and then you would have to really worry about those PMGC points. So that's why I'm picking Wolves. I'm picking them just for them to be a little bit more proactive, and I will continue to sound like a broken record here. I want this team to just fix that issue that we all have noticed and keep 4 players alive into the match.
Well, here is the recap of our Miramar match last time. And as you can see, a lot of distance travel with Alpha 7. And for me, that's one of the hallmarks of the squad. A lot of time spent in vehicles on the outskirts, traveling around the edge of zone, and really kind of going from bottom to left to right and figuring out where they need to dive in. And that is something that reflects in the statistics. You also see some throwables coming in big last game from Maryland. We'll see if they can continue that once again this round. But interesting stats overall. Xforce showing up in the top of the standings for at least distance traveled here. So again, hopefully they're alive long enough to travel some of that distance. I don't know if I have high hopes for them based on what I've seen so far, but what do you think about this, Enigma?
I feel like you don't get points off distance travel. That's more of just the survival time showing into play. And for the utility usage, the only team I respect really having low counters up here is going to be Team Liquid, getting that zone blast up into that top 3 finish. But everyone else. I mean, we can't ignore the fact, obviously, Xforce made it into that late game, but they got absolutely steamrolled by Alpha 7 in a 3v3. And I know that's what you're thinking of, 7, is the fact that, yeah, even though they're up on the leaderboards, we can't ignore the fact that the skill differential was evident for everyone to see.
Yeah, at one point we see that player leaning. That boy looked like how I played the casual lobbies, and I get absolutely smacked. There's a reason why I decided to do this right here. You don't want to see me playing the game. But you could just tell the difference in the quality of play that's right there. Being able to just pop up real quick, knock him. And the crazy part, too, is that this is just America's. If this team, for some reason, was able to qualify to PMGC, you're going to see a whole nother step up of level of gameplay.
Well, here we go. It is time. Game 6 of our first league stage is live. We're flying in now. And don't forget, you got a winner-winner champion deal with Infinix in the GT30 series. You can level up with the Infinix GT30 Pro, built for gamers and made for champions. Guys, don't forget to check out Infinix, the GT30, for all your PUBG mobile gaming needs. The plane is filled, the players are ready, and it's time to get that final game of the day. See who can outplay the rest. 7, here's the plane path right down the middle.
Ooh.
Where's this zone gonna end up?
Very generous playing path. Okay, if you want me to be toxic, hear me out. The best finish that I've ever seen came down in PMGC last year, and it was those islands all the way towards the east. So that's what my heart tells me, but I know it's not gonna go that way. unless Enigma.
Oh. Hey, listen, the west side, cliffside, all the way west of Monte Nuevo, I feel like we've seen that a good bit. So what's the chance it just goes to the east side, right? But I'm all for it with the island finish, right? But one spot that you guys have maybe only seen once or twice is if we're looking at those islands on the east. You go just north of that, there's that weird divot area southeast of El Azhar. That spot completely in the open. I've only seen it once in competitive play, maybe back in 2020 or something. The squad that holds that cliffside is able to reign supreme, and unfortunately that spot I'm making note of is out of zone. But your islands, they're in right now.
I'm always rooting for this island finish. Yeah, 7, this is my dream finish here. Again, at Worlds last year, this was the deciding game of the tournament, and it couldn't have been more cinema. And hopefully we'll see that here today as Chief under pressure. Team Liquid seems to have their hands full off the drop each and every game. This time, though, it's iNCO that they've got to deal with. Can Chief find some armor or find a teammate to help him out of this situation? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, but Mythic already eliminated.
Not like this. Team Liquid, now they were able to prolong the fight long enough for the other players to be able to move up as well. We'll see if anybody's going to be connecting here as iNCO having to slow down the play even more. And where is the rest of the squad there for iNCO as well? Oh, that's right. They're currently eliminated because Team Liquid was able to eliminate them early on. Here comes the shots. M249 at the ready. Is he going to be able to connect? Kayovsky deciding whether or not he wants to make a push there. I don't think like that's going to be the right idea, especially with Ayala not really being full health, Enigma.
Yeah, I'd honestly be asking Ayala to drop the helmet and vest. Kayowski's the healthy one, but he has neither thing to his name, no meds either. So if you're Team Liquid, you really got to play this slow and meticulous. You're not in a spot to even get a heal reset going on.
Oh, no.
Franco Gaming,
Maryland's
one of
rolling
the
out,
Team
boys.
Liquid players last game got caught out on this off angle, and if Maryland's pulling up, now you got the timer on you. Now you got to start going for these elims, or else you're both going to be completely wiped.
You can see out in the distance, Maryland will be rolling up. They're just south of Hacienda del Patrono at the moment. And this is the timer slipping through the hourglass right now for both of these teams. Again, neither of them has really had a chance to loot at this point. So whoever wins this fight, they're looting scraps. And they are going to be a bit crippled when having to take on Maryland if that does indeed happen. But both in a bit of a stalemate right now, at least an M249 on the side of Team Liquid. Kayowski has it in his hands, and this is looking interesting. I want to see if Maryland commits to this fight and pushes the action here.
Waiting patiently. iNCO delaying the gameplay too, opening themselves up for a third party. And this is just, I mean, this is just going to be a bit of a standoff unless another team decides to just come and make it go a little bit faster too. Maryland, I know that's a team that you guys been talking about. We've seen them being aggressive. It could end up happening. And as we're waiting for a pause there you go. Now they're going to be making the switch, and they're just waiting for the right timing. One's going to be going down. Can they connect with this last one? And there will be, as Team Liquid comes out on top there, securing all those players from iNCO Gaming. They do end up losing Mythic between that fight, but overall, not bad for Team Liquid considering what they were able to do in that last round. And going back, boys, to what we were saying in regards to that finish at PMGC with the islands, the only reason I feel like why that finish was so good was because Regnum Karya decided to just run at everybody. They knew that they weren't going to get into the island, so they just started crushing everybody in the main island and just going for it.
It was super cool. I wish we could talk about that more, because it was like one of the best games I've ever seen, and it was so much fun. But we've got Royals of War, though, taking on United 4 Gaming. U4 down up top, and it looks like David on the push right now. He's going to go for the high ground and maybe low toss that grenade down there, see if he can get a nice little finish. We'll see if that actually happens. But Devinor in from distance with his grenades. Utility is strong right now for Royals of War, and he finds some other players, and this is looking really bad right now for United 4 Gaming.
Yeah, they're just getting wrapped on completely, just off angle to say the least. Erangel winning the 1v1 trade, almost getting knocked, but no one from United 4 Gaming being able to help. And luckily Erangel, he does get traded out, but Demenor is able to just run completely in the open, looking for the knock, will find it, and with it happening, it actually looks like United 4 Gaming now finding extra knocks, and we're actually seeing Jaguar with a knock on the Winchester. Oh yes, baby, this is what we love to see. The third party coming in, spoiling both of these squads on the white, but now the Cliffside, I mean, you're playing for that 15th place spot, right? You can't be doing that.
Royals of War had the position. They fully wrapped on United 4 Gaming. They had them dead to rights, and out of nowhere, the third party, Potro Winchester 94, coming in from range, and he takes down the flank of Royals of War. They lose both members of their squad, and it leaves everyone to focus on the hillside, where Royals of War will eventually fall. They're going to want that one back. That is a tough way to go out in the final game of the day, 7.
Yeah, Royals of War, I was really worried about them, I think, after the third match, when we just didn't see for them to react at all, especially with what they were able to do in Rondo in the first match. And I mean, it continues on. That team is just, I don't know what happened there. I don't know if maybe Rondo was an absolute fluke, or if they ended up getting blessed. But right now, not showing what they were able to showcase in the first match today. Hopefully they'll be able to bounce back tomorrow. Maryland, though, they were a team that was able to spot, I think it was Chief from Team Liquid, and secure at least one elimination. And now we move over to straight out of Nepal, as they are going to be straight down the middle of this circle right here. And I'm not going to lie, boys, with the way that this circle is currently working, it's starting to fade away. I'm starting to become a non-believer. I don't think the islands are going to be happening.
Hey, listen, you gotta wait for the circle shift. We still got a minute to get you back on track, 7, okay? We'll reel you in. Don't worry. We've got Influence Rage on the east, and just imagine, that's the team that gets to the islands. I don't care about SO1. Give it to one of the Brazilian squads that can shoot their guns, even with 1 or 2 players up, because if they get the water edge, the water side at least, oh my goodness, I mean, everyone is just getting caught out in the open. The only squad that's going to live is someone that you mentioned, like from PMGC, where they're ignoring the water. They're just saying, we're playing this like stage 9, fighting on the mainland. But that being stage 1, it's still early, but, you know, we can all dream of that situation happening.
Yeah, the crazy part, we got time now to talk about it, PB. You want to talk about it? Yeah, let's get into it. The crazy part out of that finish, by the way, and if you're just for some reason tuning in into this amazing podcast about PMGC last year finals game, it was that even though Raymond Cario was able to do so well, it came down to a team that was in last place. I think it was Guild Esports that ended up eliminating them with the grenade whenever they try to make their way into the islands. And that was just soul crushing, dude. A team that didn't do anything throughout the tournament, for some reason, ends up stopping Regnum Karya to win it. But yeah, I'm hoping we end up seeing some type of finishes like that. And I love it when teams just end up taking matters into their own hands and just go for it.
I do too. I like the positioning right now of Influence Rage. I was just about to point them out. We go check them out. They've got the compounds here. They're going to get some more loot and some nice position. They're on the coastline, so no one's going to be able to sneak up on them. But if it does go away from the coast, they're literally going to have an uphill battle because there is quite the steep hillside that undoubtedly there will be some enemies parked up on top there. Carrillo with the beautiful shots, and I mean, this dude... He's feeling himself this tournament so far. This is looking like vintage Carrillo of old.
I was seeing the rotation as well. I thought it was going to be a changeup of, now VIP is going to be in front of Alpha 7, and then they just stopped with the rotation going in front of them, ultimately only having just one or two of their players going into Alpha 7. And yeah, it was only Mafioso and Carrillo here, but if you're only driving your car, you're not shooting back at the guy on the ridgeline. And unfortunately, these other teams, they're struggling with making these rotations earlier on. Loops now having the main control of a compound here. It's going to be just on the western side of this new circle shift onto Resilience Esports, but Bitten, he does get knocked. In 7 Worlds, you wonder, are you able to clean this up? 2 players knocked. Do you go for the fight or do you go for the reset in the compound?
Go for the reset right here, especially with how many teams are going to be close by. You can see Intense Game is just itching at it. They're waiting for the right moment, and they're looking to see if they maybe actually want to go for that third party. There you go. Loops Esports just stopping Resilient Esports on his tracks, and now they can get a chance to fully recover the rest of those players. They are going to end up losing that last one, but at least 3 alive. They have Intense Game close by. Rattleboy is going to be relaying that information over to the rest of the squad, and they at least have more time to plan out what they're going to be doing next, PB.
Good plays by Loops so far to stay in this fight. They stop the push of Intense Game by getting Silence down, and Adrian's coming for the support. I'm surprised that they didn't flush Silence. He had a nade primed, ready to just lob it on top of him, and he just stopped. I'm wondering if it was a bait tactic to get the team to come try to revive them, but they don't seem to be in position to capitalize on that. So maybe a missed opportunity for Loops here, but they did a good job to stop the initial push, win a fight. And they're up to 3 eliminations right now. Rattleboy on the flank, still looking up the hill. There's Maryland up there with just the remnants of a squad looking down. And here we take a peek at the zone. Influence Rage, dead center. Jaguar, dead center. And Alpha 7 controlling the remainder of that coastline. Where will it go? And it is right here on Influence Rage. But we also have a nice little front by Wolves carved out on the bottom of the circle. They're going to have to square off against 9Z here momentarily.
You guys weren't believers. There's still an island here, by the way, on the east side. I'm waiting. I'm hoping it does the hard shift. I need someone to just swim out there now. Just full commit to it. Alpha 7, one of you 2 teams, you got to take the island here, 7.
Brother, I thought I was crazy. What are you on? How many energy drinks are you on, buddy? Because I'm with it. I kind of want it to happen deep down in my heart, but I know that Alpha 7 Influence Rage, they're sure as heck not going to be one of those teams going over to the island. Imagine if for some reason they do end up calling that up. I'm going to have to double your energy drink intake, Enigma.
Hey, I'll take it any day of the week. Keep the action going, but we're seeing it now into the north. Loops here, Powerbang finally taking the action. They had that little bit of a split from the intense game fight. Now looking at Maryland, but they got to worry. I believe Xforce coming in from the north, potentially looking for a third party, and Maryland actually opting to rotate away. No one down south of them. This might be a great rotation out of this squad.
It is. There is no one on the western side of the circle except for Maryland now. So they're going to be capitalizing. They're playing it very cautiously. Haven't quite secured their position in circle. It is available to be taken, though. So keep an eye on Maryland. But another deep dive right now into the circle has been Intense Game. They try to secure their position. They've got a nice spot in middle zone now. So nice work from Intense Game. Again, this is our number 2 team trying to continue that momentum up the leaderboard. Just 10 points behind Alpha 7 now, as we kind of get ready to hit the halfway point here of our final game of the day. Here is Xforce off a decent performance in Game 5. They're trying to replicate and perhaps even, better their performance that they just laid down, 7.
That's right. Straight out of Nepal, currently trying to find more people to add to their elimination tally. They're now up to 2, and Straight out of Nepal, a team that's currently sitting in last place. I mean, at one point, they were giving us hope. That's how I feel like with NA, what's going on right now. They do something, and I'm like, okay, NA, you're getting my hopes up, and then they just absolutely crush my heart into a million
I want to
pieces.
jump in
but I'm
real
hoping,
quick, 7. Can we see the map really quickly? I know it's a little bit earlier than we normally take a peek at it. And except for if we're going to have an actual fight, I thought we're going to just chill for a few. We'll go to the map after this, but straight out of Nepal, gunned down by Xforce, and now Gatsby's going to try to chip away. But look at the pinch they have. Wolf across the street, and they're trying to get a little revenge here. Here is the map. What I was going to point out is Alpha 7 up here. There is nowhere to go. Jaguar owns this compound. These guys are fighting on the flank, and Influence Rage owns this compound. Just keep your eyes on Alpha 7 and what they do to get into the circle. I've thought this every game so far, except for the one they had the zone, but they find the way into the final circle somehow. So again, keep your eyes on Alpha 7. Maybe this will be the game somebody stops them, but maybe they find a way once again.
Yeah, the crazy part too there is that Creo was already even closer towards the next circle to being the little scout. So somehow this team does always tend to find a way, as Xforce now having to fend off Loops Esports. And they were going to be able to do just that. They do end up losing Fate, which is okay. And now Claus trying to pick up for Valak. I know Valak's currently not here. He's probably watching this at home, wondering, man, I should have been there. I should have been there, Enigma.
He should be here.
Only wish, yeah. I thought they were going to take him with it, but I believe the coach taking it, trying to have that mental support going on throughout the matches. But big play here coming out, at least from this squad, because we got to remember, PB, you just mentioned SON full spread around the compound. They got that knock onto Leon, the elimination, and then it looked like SON had him right in the center of their web. But unfortunately for SON, when it comes to this kind of lobby, you don't get to just sit pretty and hold the off angles. There's going to be other teams looking to make moves on you, and I think that's the level of inexperience with that squad. They were waiting for it, and unfortunately allowing someone like Loops, allowing someone like Alpha 7 to get the shots on you. So interested to see how these teams really kind of choose to change up their strategy and their ways. And for the most part now, with it being stage 4, a lot of water in play still is kind of making this more of a stage 5, stage 6 circle, PB.
It really is. About a third of the zone right now in the water. And out of that third of the zone, there's still an island partially in play. I mean, maybe, just maybe. It hard shifts over there. We have a wacky island finish. It's still fingers crossed time for me, but, you know, the odds are not likely. No one has committed to the water at this point. Probably won't happen. But you never know. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that island finish. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. But the Xforce squad starting to work their way in from that northern side, and they're about to run into Loops. Everyone feeling each other out right now in vehicles, and just kind of making circling maneuvers, covering that ground, trying to spot out any snakes. And Loops and Xforce about to clash. There's really no choice here. They have to fight, because otherwise they're going to dive into VIP or Jaguar, who's in the compound ahead of them. Who's winning this one, Seven? Is it Xforce or is it Loops?
I'm gonna go with Loops because they just have more terrain to work with. I think Xforce is gonna be being put a bit more into pressure here, and Xforce might just be looking to not fight with Loops Esports, because Loops is just keeping the pressure there. They're making sure that they keep awareness. Okay, we're not gonna be leaving anytime soon, Xforce. Oh, please don't crash that vehicle. Oh, no, Xforce.
They just sent it
How do you
into the
crash
blue?
your vehicle? That's your only exit route. What are we doing, North America?
Oh my gosh. This, I did not have that on my bingo card. When I said they had to fight, I did not think they were going to get into the vehicle, drive it into the blue zone, and get it stranded, but that's what happened. Now it's time for 9Z and the Wolves.
Oh no, Dorn, what are we doing? Your teammate just got knocked from the silo, and we're not even gonna get the shots onto Riz. He just jumped in front of him off the silo. So 9Z getting away with murder. They did get the one initial knock, but oh my goodness, we gotta get a headset check on Dorn here. That cannot be acceptable. I don't care what kind of situation you're in or what comms are coming through. This cannot be acceptable. And now Wolves being down 2 players, 9Z getting returned as well. This is a situation that you need to have resolved now versus later.
I don't want to talk anymore. I'm just crushed, boys. I'm just crushed at the moment. Let's see what some of the other teams are going to be doing here, though, as Influence Rage still continuing. And we, as much as we wanted it to be the island finish, it's not going to be happening, Enigma. Hey, maybe for finals. You never know. Anything is possible.
You're crushing me, man. I have the hope. Kick me while I'm down, why don't you?
9Z and Wolves have been flirting with each other now for about 3 circles. Maybe maybe they'll come together and we get a fight. But so far, it's been a lot of driving around in the distance, shooting at each other. No finishes, really, but 9Z still has a full squad, and the Wolves are operating with 3. So Wolves still looking for their first elimination of the lobby. Influence Rage also having gotten that early spot in the compound in the city. They also are looking for their first elimination. Other than that, everybody's been busy, everybody's active, and most importantly, Alpha 7 has been the most active, sitting on 6 eliminations right now, and I pointed it out earlier how they had no real way into the zone. Here they are in the circle, starting to make a beachhead. You can see on the mini-map on the top right, Guizhou pushing their way in, and they have gotten past Influence Rage somehow, who is in the water at this point. What is going on? How is Alpha 7 doing this?
Influence Rage was able to concede at least some ground there towards Alpha 7. And remember, Alpha 7 did have at least one scout working towards their way, which was Carrillo at the time. So far, they were able to find that way. But now let's switch over here to 9C going up against Wolves. Wolves wanting to make sure they don't fully go out. Great elimination, a great knock right there by Igor.
Wow.
And following it up with the grenades. This is what we want to see out of Wolves Esports, Enigma.
Yeah, and for the most part, not having Coops get eliminated there speaks volumes, because they've been struggling when it gets down to the duo and solos, even as a 3-man. But with them getting the eliminations spread across the whole squad, as well as keeping your stellar player on his 2 feet, this is what we want to see. And now, unfortunately, they do have to deal with Maryland as a man disadvantage, but being able to at least make it into this next circle shift could definitely secure Wolves a lot of points. But like I said just now, Maryland going to be the team next to him. Unfortunately, Wancha's going to be knocked, and Coops actually wasn't even able to get picked up. Powerbang, too much pressure, not enough time for the Wolves to work with, and now we're just down to even.
Got a nice little fight breaking out between Wolves and Maryland. Juancho down, got shot from an off angle, and that'll be it for the Wolves. They go out, and now Maryland, who had struggled at the top of the circle, has rotated their way to the bottom of the circle, and they own quite a bit of real estate here. You can see a lot of that southern circle free for the taking right now, and only United 4 Gaming in their way. But my eyes are still looking at Influence Rage, Intense Game, and Alpha 7 in the north. You can see Intense Game has made another brilliant move to get center circle once again. 7.
This should allow Alpha 7 to leapfrog Jaguar, because they're not really going to be forced to fight. And then with Maryland, they got so much room to work with, unless United 4 Gaming decides to go a little bit more south and kind of clear that area. This is going to be for sure a forced fight. And right now, Alpha 7 should have the angles, but they need to be careful because of what you mentioned earlier, PB, with Influence Rage being close by, and now Intense Game as well being on the horizon. It could just take going over the edge a little bit, over a cliff, just to see the rest of those players. Alpha 7 having to play very slow here, and I think Alpha 7's really wanting to commit to this fight, PB.
I hope they do. It's time. It's high time that these two squads come together. They've been camping out next to each other for quite some time. Alpha 7 definitely aware of the Team Jaguar presence, and I like how they've kind of formed a line, kind of jutting into the zone. They've got Guizhou kind of staking out the front part of this circle, looking at the squads ahead, and then you've got Mafioso bringing up the rear. Hevo's about to peek up against the squad flank of Team Jaguar, and it looks like it might be on as the team is starting to commit to that flank. And we'll see if they're able to get a opening knock here to start things off. What they have to watch out for is the third parties at this stage. Loops is very liable to jump into this fight from the upper ground if it does indeed pop off, and it's not quick. So Alpha 7 looking to take it, but they want to finish it quickly. They're waiting to find somebody, a straggler, somebody that's been left behind to take out and kick this thing off.
Yeah, they still got 1:30 left on the clock, so even though they're inching their way in, they still have a few players out in the zone, recognizing that, hey, if one of us goes forward and Influence Rage is ratting us out, or Loops has the angle, we're not going to be losing multiple bodies. We even see as well Intense Game trying to potentially make an awkward rotation, going for a third-party shots, but I mean, 1 minute left. Jaguar, I like the way they're playing as well, slow and meticulous. They do have a bit of zone, I believe, on that very edge of the crates, that sort of warehouse. Pocho, we could see actually only 40 meters out. So the ridgeline just under Loops is maybe going to be their target. And as I'm saying that, I believe Alpha 7 actually opting to rotate even more towards the coastline 7. So they potentially could be ignoring Jaguar and looking for Influence Rage on the fight.
It could be wanting to focus a little bit more towards what's going to be ahead, because Jaguar right now is just being so passive. It's really not making them work with anything, as now they're going to be getting eyes on them. Jaguar just being too passive there. Like, Carrillo overextended there just to throw that grenade, and they decided not to capitalize on it. I think they're just wanting to make it towards the next circle, wanting to make it a little bit later into the match, and not looking to fight here unless they're forced to. Which Alpha 7 is currently looking to do just that. And I feel like some of the other squads are just waiting to see what's going to be happening. You have Diego all the way to the east, waiting for it. And as I say that, Diego connecting with Rebel, getting that knock, but making sure that he also doesn't get popped here, as Carrillo's going for the revive without any smoke grenades. Mafioso, currently the anchor player. Getting some knocks there. It wasn't even Mafioso, it was Law. Now Law moving around. Everybody's starting to fight around except for Jaguar. Jaguar just waiting for the right time, Enigma.
Yeah, and for the most part, both those squads on the right side having the knocks, meaning Jaguars potentially able to start moving forward. They're full 4-man. Yeah, here we go. Storming the edge. They're not even using a vehicle here. Full sound cues off the steps alone. Gazao not even looking. Big damage coming down while this is going on. Influence Rage trying to get the revives, but Alpha 7's got 2 up. Make it 1, make it none now. Jaguar, you have 1 player knocked. Do you continue to push the envelope? Do you go for the reset? It looks like they're going to slow it down, but we've got to keep moving. The vehicles are non-existent on this ridgeline power bang, and with the circle pop, we're talking 90 meters for them to cross down south-southwest. They got to start moving.
Yeah, with all of this chaos over here, I believe Mar been given a huge gift. I'm whole southern side now under their Jaguar. The intel on the strength to stop their push. But the good news for them is in their neighbor for 3 is completely out of play. Again, it was the push out from Influence Rage. Diego getting the jump on Alpha 7. It never allowed them to commit to the fight, as we see TL go out as well. Liquid goes out in 6th place. And just like that, Jaguar still alive, still doing big things, and they are at full strength right now, led by M2M. And this is huge for the squad.
Yeah, honestly, a big surprise of this squad's in regards to what we're talking about. Which team is going to be a surprise? Which team has surprised us so far today? Jaguar definitely at the top of my list at the moment with the way they've been able to play. They waited for the right time. They striked at the right time, too. They didn't decide to wait 10 seconds long, as we've been able to see some of the other teams being able to do in the past. But right now, they're having to decide this fight with intense game. Only going to be 1 player, Pedrino. Ooh, Carlingard was trying to get the off angle, but Maryland making sure that they stop it, and it's going to make it a little bit harder here for Jaguar with just 3 players.
Yeah, but we're at that late stage in the game. You're going to be losing players at some point, and I was going to make the reference of this isn't Team M2M. This is Team Jaguar. You could still put someone in the driver's seat, but you can't rely on them so many times in these matches. And finally, the rest of the squad being able to give full support, even though they're a 3-man, meaning only 2 players to put M2M in the driver's seats. This late in the game, we're talking top 4 now, Power Bang. Jaguars very well in a spot to potentially take this game.
They really are. Good nades coming in from the top now from Maryland, who's also in a great spot, again, with the best zone control out of any squad, but they are being pushed back a little bit as the zone starts to shift north. Loop sneaking their way in. Influence Rage still managing to stay alive. They've been hanging out in this spot for nearly the entire game, and they're hanging tough right now. 3 players still in it. Diego trying to get that revive, and that is a huge, huge defensive play by Federal. Pops up, is able to push him back, and just like that, Influence Rage will get the revive in on Diego, and they're back to 3-man strength 7.
Yeah, and I'm going to be looking at what Jaguar's going to be doing too. Remember, they had 3 players. I think they might only have 2 now. Yeah, one of their other players is knocked. Influence Rage trying to defend everything going on. This team was aggressive early on against Alpha 7. You saw what Diego was able to do. Diego currently up to 1 elimination. They do have Maryland with 4 players going to be running up to them. Not deciding to back off a little bit, group up, go for it, maybe getting some more ammo. Not really sure what was happening there. Now Influence Rage hitting the ground, slowing it down, even for Maryland to having to slow it down and keep an eye on where everybody's going to be at. You still have 2 players there from Loops Esports. You have all the 3 players out now from Jaguar that were able to pick up that knocked player.
Oh,
you boys going to end up getting knocked there by V-Team from Loops, Enigma.
Yeah, and this is the struggle part, is Maryland committed so many people down to that eastern side and just forgetting that, hey, Loops, they've been sitting pretty northwest all game, allowing Vitson to get not just one, but two of your players. I wanted to see Maryland actually just full commit onto Influence Rage, but nonetheless, allowing these other teams to make better plays than you, now forced to stay as a duo. And oh my goodness, Federal just reminding himself why he's got that name in the lobby, getting a free knock and elimination. And for Maryland, my pick on the game, as soon as we show them, of course, unfortunately, we see them start to struggle as a solo. But Jaguar, like you mentioned, getting a knock, a freebie for him. Another elimination under their belt. Powerbang, we see Influence Rage. There's a reason why they're at the top, wiping out Jaguar, and now looking at Loops.
That was huge pressure. Diego, right time for Lil Boy to heal, and now Diego needs to heal himself. Zone. He has like 2 HP. Man, they are cutting it awfully close, but Influence Rage continues to hang in there, and it's a 2v2v1. They've got a beat on Loops right now, and there's only one player left from Maryland. So Influence Rage, in a bounce-back game after a few weak ones, are looking to take the chicken dinner here. Explosion comes in, just narrowly misses, and now Lil Boy trying to get it done against Loops. Maryland still on that flank. Sanab trying to get a knock when he can, but he's got to play it super safe over there. He's waiting for just the right time. Headshot comes in from Lil Boy, and it is a bit of a stalemate right now, 7.
And for this squads, it doesn't have to be flashy. You can tell, even though Loops Esports is currently up to 9 eliminations, Little Boy and Influence Rage now up to 4, getting into a close spot, and it's easy pickings for the team from Loops Esports, as they're going to be making it a 2 versus 1.
Nice.
So now from Maryland tries to go and fight them, and it's not going to be enough, as Loops Esports comes out on top, and it closes out day 1 of PMSL Americas with a win, with a chicken dinner here in Miramar, and sending a statement that is not just the top dogs of Brazil, they're also here to win it.
And when they have done, it's only fitting that Loops gets their first chicken dinner of the tournament. It comes in the last game of the day, and for me, that was one of the most exciting games of the day. Expertly played by so many teams. I'm looking at Team Jaguar. I'm looking at Alpha 7. I'm looking at Maryland. All of those teams really, really well done, but it's Loops that has the last laugh. They hung out on the northwestern part of the circle, kind of out of the safe circle the entire game, and it paid off. The patience was there, and Loops will win the winner chicken dinner. Let's take a look back at our Game 6 action that rounds out our day, and we saw that it was all action all the time as Team Liquid got into it early with iNCO.
Yeah, that wasn't even the first time either, right? We saw with the last Miramar, iNCO, and Team Liquid going at it. I'm not sure if they're fighting maybe for that car spawn next to Hacienda, or if it's just that sort of vehicle rotation they've had to make, but nonetheless, maybe tomorrow we could see a little bit of a switch up coming out from both those squads, but even here, this was kind of a disaster scenario for a lot of these teams, getting caught out by solos, rats, off angles, you name it. All of our teams, especially the NA boys at Team 7, were falling to it each game.
Yeah, it just didn't end up working out for them. We did see some great flashes from Wolves Esports. Remember, not in this match, obviously, but earlier in the day, we saw them being able to at least be in the top 3, top 2 situation. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do tomorrow, as we will be closing out here day 1 with this highlights from Miramar. Influence Rage, I was happy with them too. They played super slow and they were able to strike at the right time. But overall, Maryland, big performance in the second half of the day. That was a completely different team. And for Loops Esports as well, Loops Esports finishes with 22 points, PB.
That's a huge performance from Loops. They desperately needed it, and honestly, so did Maryland. So the 17 points that they pick up, finishing in second place, completely different story than we saw in games 1 through 4. It looks like Miramar was Maryland's map. If you had to pick a single team here, Loops ultimately with their first win of the day, and the Brazilians finish in 6 out of the top 7 in this particular match. So it is absolutely a trend, especially on Miramar, that the Brazilian squads are the cream of the crop. So those are your top 8. We take a peek at the second page for our 6th match of the day. We see a lot of North American and Latin American flags on this page. Unfortunately for them, not many points to go around. Wolves leading the pack here with 4, but lots to be desired, I think, from all the squads on this page, Enigma.
Yeah, man, 4 points, woo! You know, NA on top, you know, being the top team out of Brazil, essentially, other than the two Latam. No, we can't, I can't be cheering that on one bit. Multiple teams of ours getting 1-0 points. It's something that, yeah, it's Miramar. Maybe you're getting a little bit outplayed, but it's been a repeat for all 6 games today. I mean, even the first game, PB, we've got respawns in the game, and we're still not making it as a 4-man into the late game. So I'm just interested in to see what kind of this overall is going to be looking like, especially at the end of day 1. And Alpha 7, for the most part, first place. I think we kind of expected it.
You know, we really did. Alpha 7 had an absolute banger of a day. They started hot. They finished hot. It was really well played from them. They had games where they got zoned, like we saw in game number 2, where they actually converted the win. But there were other games where they had to really fight for zone, and they still performed well. The whole back half of the day, it was not given to them by any stretch of the imagination, but they made the most of it. So Alpha 7 really looking like the class of the region right now. But followed closely behind is Intense Game, who made a nice little comeback, a really strong second half of the day with back-to-back wins. And we saw Influence Rage rebound as well in Game 6. A really strong performance from them today. And so with the Maryland performance of the back half of our day, they jump all the way to 5th place. So that is massive. They were in last after Game 4. And, you know, this is exactly what they needed to do, 7. So we've got Brazil in 6 out of the top 7.
Last indeed, with 9 points after that game 4. So it goes to show what this team was able to do when it came down to Miramar. We're wondering which teams were going to show up. I think it's clear now which teams are going to end up showing up here in Miramar. But no surprise, honestly, to see those teams there towards the top, I am a little bit shocked. I'm a little bit shocked with that. I expected Wolves to showcase a little bit more. I'm going to just toss it up. I'm going to tell myself to calm down. It's first day jitters here and there. I'm hoping that they'll be able to bounce back tomorrow.
Tomorrow is a new day indeed. We saw in that last game with Loops' victory, we saw Viteen put the squad on his back. 8 eliminations, and those 8 eliminations put him all the way up to 22 for the day. That's number 1 in the lobby. So Hevo with 19 is number 2 right now. So again, some familiar faces at the top of it. Viteen doing it when it matters, getting his team the chicken dinner. So with that, super awesome performance. I'd love to get your final thoughts of the day on all of the action that shook out. We'll start with you, Enigma. What did you think of day 1 action?
Day 1, PMSL Brazil. Nah, I can't quote it to that just yet after being day 1. But if I see 6 out of 7, 6 out of 8 maybe being all Brazil after tomorrow, we might just have to chalk it up early. I need to see the signs, the lives out of Wolves, maybe even iNCO. I'm not sure if we'll have that factor from Xforce from what I've seen so far today. But thankfully for these squads, it is only phase 1, day 1. They've got a few days left to go. But after this, it's into PMGC, and I want to see teams that can compete at that level.
You love to see it. And 7, give me your final thoughts for day 1.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see how the LATAM teams are actually going to continue to perform. They were able to steal a win from the Brazilian teams, and that was a big surprise. I honestly thought it was just going to be Brazilian teams through all around, even though it ended up being that when we got to Erangel and the rest of the games. But with regards to Team Jaguar, that was a massive surprise, and I'm hoping that they're able to continue on that performance tomorrow.
M2M from Jaguar, a very big standout today. Again, still top 3 in the lobby for overall damage. Incredible job to them today, as well as to Maryland for bouncing all the way back. Sanab all the way up to top 3 in the lobby for eliminations after a terrible start. So they must have heard the jokes. They must have heard the criticism, and they've turned things around. We'll have to take a peek at day 2 to see who else will turn things around. My thoughts on today, incredible action, brilliant games from start to finish, and I'm so excited to be back tomorrow on the desk, same exact time. Hopefully you guys join us as well for more PMSL America's fall action. See who will secure those head start points to take with them to the finals. My name is Powerbank, been your host for the day. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
A little bit later, remember that you're going to be able to actually mess with the terrain a little bit, as we do have some other quads here going up themselves. You can see how more players are starting to work with that terrain, work themselves.
But this is all for naught, PB. It's all a matter of who lands the shot.
We do. David down the hillside right now trying to make a play. But boys, they look cool, calm, collected, like they've been.
The situation immediately back up, allow the reset to come through.
Globant is now decided to crash onto Loops Esports. Gonna jump out.
Front inside of the city. Right now, they own North.
Longer compared to that Rondo match, right? Not being the first team eliminated, but
Position to get both of them and didn't get either. So,
and maybe play a bit more as an anchor. That we're trying to do that in silent.
With the shots. Maybe it's time for him not to whip. The flash comes out. Mafioso.
In that fight, even more flashbangs. The flashbangs are just going to be coming through. So Georgia Pole getting that win. This team,
They very well might. And I will say, you got to be a little concerned if you're Team Liquid because straight.
what you're given, and right now Ayala's been putting in that work, being able to get another one. Team Liquid's going to have to recover from this. They already lost one, and you were talking about.
Got to start making decisions now and influence Rage, making a decision full.
It's worked out for them so far. This is the first game where it looks like
At least you, boy. No, we know it's you. I'm gonna assume that this one is Sanab. And Squash is gonna be the last one that's currently not. But intense game. Wanted to just.
But instead coming right into him, going for the nade shots, and that should have really just gone for the zone knock. But let's get one with the.
You know, this is a strong squad, and you meant
K would be the first to shoot, having that off angle onto the ridge line.
the couple of knocks they need to start the fight. But can they finish? Influence Rage. So intense game. They're
come in the blue zone, but they're not even gonna wait. The full slam on the vehicle, 1-for-1.
Definitely something you love, sis. That's Ayala moving around. Gonna be going up against the pistol. Vitali being able to.
Jaguar looking to actually potentially rat out one of the Resilience players. They're very passive for the most part, playing really collected, and the nade's actually looking pretty good here. Gotta wait for a teammate potentially. We need to clear this out now to make it into the circle, but the shots are.
Continue to just fully sponge up this point. At least Team Liquid, at least Maryland.
Gets headshot, but the elim does not come through for Guizal.
Absolutely love what we got a chance to see there out of intense games.
Some enemies parked up on top there. Carrillo with the beautiful shots, and I mean, this dude, they had to fight. I did not think they were going to get into the vehicle, drive it into the blue.
Other teams to make better plays than you, now forced to stay as a duo, and oh my goodness, Federal just start to struggle as a solo, but Jaguar, like you mentioned,
4B team from Loops Esports, as they're going to be making it a 2 versus 1.